Manager phone. How can you be sure that you will be able to sell off all the pagers you produced? From the research we conducted, it seems that Motorola, the world-renowned pager manufacturer, is the market leader in China. Their China sales last year was only about 500,000 units. This figure consists of both Chinese characters and numeric pagers. Furthermore, there are still other companies, like Panasonic and NEC in the market. Even if we help you to promote, do you still think that you will sell off all your pagers? Director Fan looked at Feng Yu and asked, Director Fan, we do not need to text each other. We had also conducted market research ourselves. We had looked into the demands, the consumer's income growth, and many other factors. We are sure that although there are only about 3 million pager users now, there will be more than 10 million next year. In 2 years, there will be more than 20 million users. Director Fan raised his eyebrows. He was shocked. This Iowa Electronics analysis was about the same as theirs. The Ministry of Telecommunications also felt that the demand for pagers will increase. They could tell from the number of pager companies' application. The pager era was about to start. The Ministry of Telecommunications had access to all this information and could analyze the future trend. But how did this Iowa Electronics get the same result? Through market research? Or they have other ways? What Director Fan did not know was Feng Yu had not conducted any large-scale market research. Sun Lijia had only conducted simple market research in Zhejiang, and the results were the same as Feng Yu's previous life. The pager boom was coming. Feng Yu remembered that before Hong Kong was returned to China, China was the world's #1 pager market. There were more than 80 million pager users. Then the numbers fell as pagers were slowly replaced by mobile phones. The real boom was in 1994 and 1995. These 2 years, there were more than 10 pager brands in China, and many of these brands were small companies from the cities. These companies made use of the subsidies and benefits offered to them by their local government and sold their pagers at very low prices. These 2 years were the most profitable years for these companies. But in this life, those small factories will not be able to survive. Later this year, Feng Yu will increase his investment in his pagers and set up a third factory. This factory will start operation early next year. The total production will be over 5 million. But Feng Yu was afraid that Director Fan would not believe him if he told him the truth. Feng Yu was clear that even if he gave up the numeric pagers market and concentrate on the alphanumeric pagers with Chinese characters, his pagers will still not meet the market demand. Master Lu was also shocked. Feng Yu was willing to give up so many profits? At first, he thought that 10 renminbi per pager was only a small amount. But when he heard Feng Yu's production, the amount was too shocking. Director Fan was worried that this Iowa pagers will not have such good sales. Manager Feng, why not we change your proposal to the total amount of pagers you produce, and you give us a certain sum per pager? Director Fan, are you worried that our pagers will not be popular? Feng Yu laughed and shook his head. If the post offices were willing to promote his pagers, coupled with his established sales distribution channels, and they still can't control the market, then there must really be a problem with the product. I cannot disregard this. But Director Fan, our pagers are not only sold at the post offices. We are also selling our pagers at some shopping malls and some pager companies. Your department cannot help us in those places, right? We also have our concerns. What if our pagers remained on the shelves, and we still have to pay your ministry? If we were to pay your ministry based on the number of pagers produced, you should also agree to let us add in that sentence in our commercials and advertisements. Director Fan shook his head. How can the ministry advertise for a company? This company was still not the ministry's subsidiary. Impossible. Then we shall go with your initial proposal. But 10 renminbi per pager is too low. I think 20 renminbi is more suitable. 20 renminbi? Director Fan, don't you think you are too greedy? Actually, I can go straight to the post offices. I think they will be satisfied even if I offered them 5 renminbi. Feng Yu smiled. Damn, if it wasn't Feng Yu wanted to build a good relationship with this ministry to prepare for his mobile phone, why would he be willing to offer so much money to them? Then can you guarantee that the post office's sales will be at least 50%? Director Fan asked. Based on the market research on the pager sales, 60% of the consumers bought their pagers from the post offices. Also, the post offices have an advantage. Their branches are located all over China in every province. No other sales distribution channels can be compared to the post office's network. This was the reason why I am willing to forego part of my profits. Fengyu was not wrong. In another 2 years, the demand for pagers in the cities will be met. However, there will still be demands in those counties and districts. But by that time, there will be retail shops in almost all those districts and counties. Fengyu estimates that the Ministry of Telecommunications will get at most 10 million renminbi a year. Although the sales of the pagers will increase, there will be more shops selling pagers everywhere. The post office's sales will fall. Fine. It's a deal. I will report to the leader tomorrow and give you an answer. All of them continued with the dinner, and after dinner, Master Lu sent Director Fan back. The next day, Fengyu received a call asking him to go to the Ministry of Telecommunications. The leader wants to meet him. You are Iowa Electronics Manager Feng? You are quite young. I know about what you had discussed with Xiao Fan yesterday, and I think it is doable. Xiao Fan? Hawker? Fengyu looked at Director Fan and almost laughed. Xiao Fan have the same pronunciation as a hawker in Chinese. For someone in his 50s, and still, a director to be called as a hawker, Fengyu wonders how he felt. Maybe Fengyu's proposal was too attractive to the ministry, or Director Fan had put in a lot of kind words for him. The whole negotiation went on smoothly. The leader did not make things difficult for Fengyu, and almost all the terms of this collaboration remained the same except for the duration. Both parties had different views on the length of this collaboration. Fengyu suggested 3 years, and the ministry wanted at least 10 years. 10 years. Pagers will cease to exist in 10 years. Fengyu had only planned to manufacture pagers for 5 years. After 5 years, the number of new pagers users will drop drastically, and mobile phones will replace pagers. In the end, both parties took one step back and agreed on 6 years' duration. Although Fengyu was forced to sign the 6 years contract, he did not regret his decision. This amount was nothing if he was able to set up a new sales channel and increase his brand awareness. Furthermore, his relationship with this ministry would be better. The agreement was simple. Both parties will record the sales figures and will tally the statistics every month, and Iowa Electronics will pay the ministry. The ministry was not afraid that Fengyu would terminate this agreement, as the ministry could issue an order to take Iowa pagers off the shelves and bar them from this industry. Fengyu will not beak this agreement on his own. This amount was nothing compared to the vast profits from these pagers. Furthermore, if there were any changes to the telecommunication policies, he will be the first to know. The ministry will even give special treatment to Iowa Electronics. There was nothing to lose. With the agreement, Fengyu left with a wide grin on his face. Let's see who can stop Iowa pagers from growing big. One day later, all the distributors noticed that there was an increase in the orders from the post offices. They were confused by the sudden increase. They had spoken to the shopping malls, telecommunication equipment retailers, and these places were willing to help them promote Iowa pagers. But post offices were special units, and it was not easy for the distributors to get their support. But why did the post office's orders increase so suddenly? The distributors received a notification from Taihua Trading informing them that they had signed a contract with the higher-ups and the post offices will promote Iowa pagers. Taihua Trading had paid a heavy price for this contract. The cost of this contract was almost more than 10 million renminbi a year. This was more than the advertising fees on CCTV. This was considered a heavy price to pay. But as the sales increases, the profits also increased. 10 million renminbi was nothing compared to the profits. The post offices was China's most extensive network covering all of China. After receiving the orders from their higher-ups, all the post offices start to push Iowa pagers. Not only the counter staffs at the post offices were recommending Iowa pagers. Posters were also placed outside the post offices. Before this, the post offices were recommending pagers to their customers based on the prices. The higher the selling prices of the pagers, the higher their profits were. These profits were the post office's profits and had nothing to do with the telecommunications ministry. Iowa pagers will be giving a share of their profits to the telecommunications ministry. The telecommunications ministry's memo to all the post offices had stated clearly that Iowa pagers were developed and manufactured in China. These pagers were China's pride, and they should give their full support. This was instructions from the ministry, and how could all those post offices defy this instruction? The post offices were China's biggest retailer of pagers. As such, all the post offices followed the instructions from the higher-ups and proactively promote Iowa pagers. After all, This pager's commercials were aired on CCTV, and lots of consumers knew about this. As consumers had heard of Iowa brand, it was easy for the post offices to promote these pagers. From that very day, all the counter staffs at the post offices recommended Iowa pagers to every customer that walked in. Because of this, Iowa pagers sales shot up suddenly. Panasonic and NEC were still struggling to survive in China's pager market. Even without the alphanumeric Chinese pagers, they still have numeric pagers. Although the profits for numeric pagers were lower, it was better than none. However, their numeric pagers were also not selling well, and soon, they found it hard to survive. It seems that their sales had dropped overnight. No one was buying their pagers regardless whether it was alphanumeric or numeric pagers. From their market analysis, the number of pager users was increasing, but why was their pager sales dropping? Both Panasonic and NEC start to investigate this and found that it was Iowa pagers that was taking their market share. A Chinese character pager company had beat them with one pager model. Now, Panasonic and NEC had two choices. One was to continue to struggle even when they were making losses and think of a way to increase their sales. The other was to withdraw from the Chinese market to stop their losses. Both companies had chosen two different strategies. NEC decided to leave the Chinese market, and Panasonic decided to remain as they still have other products like TV and video cassette players, and they could still make use of their branding to sell their pagers. Panasonic was worried that if they leave the pager market, their other products will be affected too and had to withdraw from China. NEC's decision to leave the Chinese market had attracted the attention of Motorola. Motorola had also discovered that the number of pager users had increased faster than last month, but their sales did not increase. Their Chinese characters pager sales had even declined. This was way out of the norm. There was one less competitor, and with Motorola's reputation, branding, and market share, most of the new pager users should be choosing their products. Why were their sales not increasing? Panasonic also did not introduce any new products, and they did not even have any marketing campaign. Who was taking away all the market share? In the end, Motorola singled out the new pager brand, Iowa Pagers, that was taking away all the market share. A company that manufactures Chinese characters pager. The retail prices were cheaper than their cheapest Chinese character pager by a few hundred RMB. A few hundred RMB was a lot for the Chinese in this era. This was mainly when Motorola pagers had similar features as Iowa pagers, and there was not much difference to the consumers. The consumers had no reason to purchase the more expensive pagers. If Motorola was not the first pager brand that entered the Chinese market and had built up their branding, their sales would be affected further. But Motorola knew that Iowa pagers does not have high production, and they were not worried that Iowa pagers will affect their market share. Fengyu was listening to Wu Jigang's report. All the distributors were increasing their orders, and Fengyu nodded satisfied. With the post office's sales channel, the result was different. In about a week, the results were shown, and in a month, Iowa pagers should be the number 2 brand in China's pager market. Fengyu's target was to be China's number 1 pager by the end of next year. He wants to beat Motorola. Fengyu was not building castles in the air. In his previous life, many Chinese pager brands will be appearing early next year. Although these brands were not selling well, they also occupied half of the market shares. In his previous life, those unknown Chinese pager companies had snatched half of the market share from Motorola, and in this lifetime, Fengyu had the support of the government and had sufficient funds, better marketing campaigns, and better products. There was no reason why he could not beat Motorola. Motorola's primary focus at this time had shifted from pagers to handphones. The leader in the handphone market was still Ericsson. But in a few years, Motorola will take over their position and become the leader in the handphone industry. It was inevitable for Motorola to lose its pager market share as they shift their focus away from pagers. But Motorola was still receiving high profits from their pagers as their retail prices were the highest in the market. Fengyu wanted to increase Iowa's position in the Chinese telecommunication market before Motorola could react. Next year, Iowa will face Motorola head-on in a showdown. As for this year, Iowa pagers production was limited. Even if there were high demands, there could only be so many sales. But this was also a good thing, as it can avoid Motorola's attention. It might be very dangerous if Motorola starts to target Iowa pagers now. After all, Motorola was a world-renowned telecommunications giant, and if Motorola were to take precautions now, Fengyu does not know if all his plans will succeed. Although Feng Yu was confident that his sales will not fall, those other smaller brands will not be able to survive then. It will be a duopoly. Without those smaller brands entering the market, Feng Yu was not sure if he could still beat Motorola and drag Motorola down from its throne. Lao Si, you will be participating in this year's spring sports meet. Tian Lei passed an application form to Feng Yu. Spring sports meet? I am not interested, but I can sponsor some clothing or equipment. How about Li Ning's sports attire? This sports meet was an athletic event. If there were sports like basketball or soccer, Feng Yu would be interested in taking part. He was not interested in track and field sports. But we do not have enough people. There is an event which needs lots of people. Tian Lei said. Could it be soccer? If it's soccer, then I will take part. Feng Yu looked at the different categories of events in the application form. The only ball-related event listed in the form was shot put. Right at the bottom of the form, Feng Yu saw the even Tian Lei was talking about. Damn, it was a tug-of-war. This sport really needs lots of people. Who was the one who thought of including this sport into the sports meet? Are you talking about a tug-of-war? Yes, 20 men tug-of-war. It will be faculty versus faculty. There can be 5 substitutes, and 10 participants must be from the second and third years. 5 will be from the first years. With your fitness and you do not take part, who else will take part? Furthermore, this will be a fast event and does not need much training. Most of the university's students were skinny. Fine, I will participate. You will also sponsor everyone a short-sleeve top, a pair of sports shoes, and a cap. It will all be Li Ning brand. Feng Yu called the Taihua Trading's Beijing distributor and asked him to help to purchase a batch of sports attire. It was for every student in his faculty, no matter if they were taking part in the sports meet. Feng Yu also instructed the distributor on something else. This was Beijing University's sports meet and was considered a major event for the school. This was an opportunity to promote some of his products. Lao Si, do we really have to pin this on our tops? Tian Lei frowned. That's right. What's wrong? All the attires were sponsored by the company, and what's wrong with putting some advertisement on it? Those that are not willing don't take the attire. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart. I did not print my logos on the clothes and only ask you to pin it on the attire. After the sports meet, all of you can remove the logos and wear it. The whole set of attire was not cheap. Feng Yu does not believe that any student would give up this attire. What about all these banners? Tian Lei pointed to a mountain of banners on the floor. Those that are not participating in the events also receive the sponsored attires. When they are watching the competitions, they can help to raise the banners. Some of these can be hung outside. Those are all some encouragement phases. Tian Lei suddenly felt that it was not a good idea to let Feng Yu participate in this spring sports meet. Their management faculty will be the center of attraction. This center of attraction might not be a good thing for the faculty. Tian Lei and some other fellow students went to distribute the sports attire, while Feng Yu brought some students to hang the banners. Here, facing the stadium. Higher, make it more noticeable. Not this banner. This banner should be hung over there. Some students from other faculty walked past and saw the banners. Those banners were interesting, and they wondered who was the one who came up with those phrases on the banners. Spring sports meet. Management will be number 1. Sun rises from the east. Management will not be beaten. If management participates, who else will be the top? Beijing University's sports meet. Management will win it all. None of these phases had a hint of humbleness. All of the banners were shameless praising the management faculty. Those people from the management faculty wants to be the number 1 in the sports meet? Don't talk about the overall winner. They might not even win a single event. The students also noticed that at the bottom of every banner, there will be a logo of wind and rain, Iowa Electronics, etc. These banners were not from the management faculty. All the students knew about the companies on the banners. They watched their commercials on TV every day. But what do these companies got to do with the management faculty? But who cares about all these details? All the other faculties were determined to make the management faculty look bad. This management faculty was too arrogant with their banners. They will be a joke at the sports meet. When the athletes from other faculties entered the stadium, they were shocked. What's with the attire of those from the management faculty? Everyone else was wearing either their school uniforms or a white top. But everyone from the management faculty was wearing the same short sleeves sports attire. It was normal for the students to wear uniform attires, But why was there a white cloth pinned onto their backs and logos of Wind and Rain and Iowa Electronics were printed on it? All the other students were wearing clean attires. At most, they will pin the party or school badge on it. This was the first time they saw people wearing the logos of companies on their attires. Was this a form of advertising? The principal and the other leaders of the university at the stands were not looking well. They knew about these two brands. The management faculty Feng Yu's family owns these two companies. Why were these two brands appearing on the sports meet? There were also lots of banners hanging around the stadium. Those were all advertisements in disguise. It was like the Coca-Cola advertisements appearing at the Olympics Games. This was a school meet, and why does it feel like a commercial event? After the opening ceremony, all the leaders left with a black face. As they were going, they saw the management faculty raising another banner. The whole afternoon, the management faculty did not even win once. They do not even qualify for the finals of some events. Although this was only Beijing University's sports meet, the students were all very competitive. All the students from the other faculties did not stop mocking the management students. You had hung so many banners with arrogant faces and shouted so many slogans, but you did not even win one event. There was not a single one of you in your faculty that was better than the rest of the school in any games. The Great One had said that the body is the capital of the revolution. All of you do not even have the capital, and what else can you do? Do you know what we drank before this sports meet? Soft-shell turtle essences. Tian Lei was embarrassed. In this sports meet, the main players were the Year 2 and Year 3. Those in the final year will not participate. Those freshmen were still new, and not many of them signed up for this sports meet. Lao Si, will we be the laughingstock of the school? Tian Lei asked. The representative from the third year had reprimanded him for what Feng Yu did. I am not sure about the rest of the events, but we will definitely win the tug of war. Feng Yu replied calmly. Tug of war? We will surely win. Many of the students from the science faculties are from the soccer and basketball teams. We can win them. Tian Lei could not believe what Feng Yu said. Other than the top 4, the rest of the matches are all knockout rounds? I guarantee that we will reach the semifinals easily and win the competition. Come over here. I will tell you my tactics. Later at noon, look for a deserted place and inform the rest. Feng Yu asked Tian Lei to move closer to him and tell him about his secret weapon. Later in the afternoon, someone from the management faculty finally won third place in an event. They still did not get first in any other games. They were still the laughingstock of the other faculties. Soon, the tug-of-war event started. Ready? Go. Change the rice. Change the rice. The youngest from the dormitory shouted into the loudhailer, imitating Guo's voice. The mathematics faculty students on the other side almost laughed out, and the management faculty students took the opportunity to tug vigorously on the rope. We won. Everyone from the management faculty cheered. This is unfair. They are distracting us. All of you are also shouting pull, pull, pull too. You are also distracting us. Is there a rule that forbid us from shouting as spectators? The youngest asked. The referee hesitated for a while and announced. The red marking had crossed the line. The management faculty wins. Yay, this was their tactic. Shouting all sorts of funny cheers in different dialects. The management faculty won all the preliminaries and entered the semifinals. But from the semifinals onwards, there were 3 rounds for every match. The management faculty won the first round by shouting, "Change the rice," in northern Shaanxi accent. The opponents were not happy and swore that they will not fall for the same trick again. But for the second round, the management faculty did not shout, "Change the rice." Instead, they shouted, "Collect chicken feathers." They won the second round. During the finals, the other teams all knew about the management faculty team's tactics. The whole school was aware of their tactics. The management faculty had used underhand methods to enter the finals. But the finals started immediately after the semifinals. There was no time for the teams to rest. Although the management faculty team was weak, it had only played 2 rounds in the semifinals, while the other side had played 3 rounds in the semifinals. Their arms were still aching. This time, the management faculty team did not use any tactics. They used their own strength and won the following 2 rounds and became the champion. The opposing team was not happy. If the management team did not use their underhand methods, they would be tired too, and the final results will not be the same. Now all of you should know why we hung those banners. We focus on team spirit. We emphasize teamwork. Our teamwork is number one. Some management students shouted. What's the use of drinking turtle essence? This is our real strength. Of course, there were a lot more students that were like Tian Lei and the rest. They lowered their head and left the stadium quietly. They had won the tug-of-war through underhand methods. Although Feng Yu claims that this was strategy and had told them in advance, they still felt ashamed of themselves. Tian Lei was regretting the most. In the future, he will not ask Feng Yu to participate in such events. Feng Yu should be banned from taking part in these events. Feng Yu, this is your business plan? You think that the sales of health products will pick up with just advertisements alone? Zhang Ruiqiang threw the stack of documents on the table and looked at Feng Yu. You do not agree with me? Although these can be classified as medications, these are all non-prescribed medication. You do not need a doctor's prescription to buy these products from the pharmacies. What's the purpose of taking these medicines? To supplement the zinc intake, calcium intake, and increase red blood cells. The word is supplement. But these are all medications, and why are your retail prices set so high? Are you trying to fool others into thinking that these are health supplement products and purchase them? Zhang Ruiqiang scolded. High prices? Although these products can give us lots of profits, our profits cannot be compared to those health products in the market. I dare to guarantee that our sales volume will be huge, and our profit margin will be small. We are making use of the volume to make profits. Feng Yu said casually. From how Liaha became so popular, it showed that the people now were very concerned with their children's health. What was Liaha selling? It was just a type of liquid health supplement that improves the digestive system of the children, creating a better appetite for the kids. This was Liaha's selling point. Because of this liquid supplement, many foreign companies had approached them to purchase their formulas. Children that do not like to have proper meals does not only occur in China. This was happening in countries all over the world. Of course, this does not include some parts of Africa. The children there do not even have enough to eat. When children do not eat properly, the parents will be worried about their growth. Their only solution was to buy some health supplements for their kids to try and solve this issue. The body needs vitamins, zinc, calcium, etc. With Feng Yu's health supplements, these will all be covered. This is science. Zinc deficiency is one of the causes of eating disorders. Feng Yu was prepared to include this in his commercials. With his ads, he believes that the sales will not be bad. With just these advertisements and your sales team, those former executives from the pharmaceutical factories, Zhang Ruiqiang could not accept Feng Yu's business plan. When Feng Yu promised that he would create a vast amount of profits within a year, Zhang Ruiqiang thought that he would make use of Tai Hua Trading's existing sales network and not setting up a sales team. Also, what kind of sales team was this? These were all former executives from the pharmaceutical factories. They had not been doing much over the years. They only want to laze around and enjoy the benefits given by the government. Zhang Ruiqiang was sick of facing them. Only these. I promise that you will be surprised by the results. On May 1st, Feng Yu changed the advertisements on CCTV to Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises products. He got a mother and son to star in the commercial for zinc gluconate and calcium gluconate, a woman to star in the ad for red blood cell supplement, and old men and women to act in the calcium tablets and vitamins commercials. These commercials were conveying the message of the extensive uses of these medicines. At the same time, promoting Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise as a proper pharmaceutical company. These were not some bogus wonder medicine. Coincidentally, there was another wonder health product that appeared in the market. This product's ingredients claimed to have used the extracts from Chinese soft-shell turtles and some traditional Chinese herbs. The effects of this product were to improve mental capabilities, vitality, and longevity. Who was the person that endorsed this product? Coach Ma. This wonder drug was called Chinese turtle essence. This was what the students from the other faculties drank before the sports meet. Feng Yu also did not know that Chinese turtle essence had purchased advertising slots at CCTV. No wonder Coach Ma appeared at CCTV during the advertising slots auctions. But this drug was extremely popular in Feng Yu's previous life. This was because of Coach Ma. Coach Ma had claimed that all his students were able to win so many medals were due to this wonder medicine. The Ma family army had appeared in almost all major competitions, like the Asian Games, Olympics, etc., and had won lots of medals and broke many world records for China. This year, the Ma family army was at their peak, and many coaches from other countries came over to learn from Coach Ma. With Coach Ma as the spokesperson for this product was flying off the shelves. Regardless of old and young, men and women, all of them wanted to live longer. Just this selling point had led this Chinese turtle essence to extremely popular. This Chinese turtle essence had also bought dozens of smaller factories within a month to increase their production. Despite this, they still could not meet the demand. Another reason for its popularity was their advertisement's message. We do not accept gifts this year. The only gift we accept is Chinese turtle essence. Feng Yu knew that the ingredient of this Chinese turtle essence was not from soft-shell turtles. It was certified that this product was only water with sweetener. In the future, there was a saying in China, "A turtle can feed a factory." Also, this Coach Ma also had his ways to make money. He sold a medicine formula invented by his team doctor to Liu Baishe at 10 million renminbi and introduced a new product called the Energy of Life. It was discovered that the main ingredients for this product were only vitamins and amino acid. The cost of this, the Energy of Life, was not more than 10 renminbi, and what was the retail price? Over 100 renminbi per box. Of course, the Chinese turtle essence was more ridiculous. The cost was less than 1 renminbi, and it was also selling for more than 100 renminbi per box. Liu Baishe had a strong sales team, and despite the sales team, the Energy of Life was not selling as well as the Chinese turtle essence. However, it was still the number 2 best-selling health products in the market. Feng Yu immediately added a sentence at the end of all his Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise commercials. Safe medicine, made with a conscience. This sentence might not be of any use right now, as there were not a lot of fake medicine in the market. Or should it be that there were already many fake medicines in the market, but was not discovered by the authorities? All the consumers were not aware of. With the advertisements on CCTV, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was introduced to the viewers all over China. But the sales were not doing as well as those health products. Your product can only supplement the body with calcium, zinc, etc. The other products can stimulate the body's potential and increases the vitality. We will buy those better products even if it costs more. Tonics should be more expensive. In that era, the Chinese had a saying, "Cheap things are not good." But they did not know that even if the product was more expensive, it might not be good as well. Feng Yu really despised those that sell these type of fake health products. They were cheating their fellow countrymen. If they were competent, they should be cheating those foreigners in other countries. If they were capable of doing that, Feng Yu would still praise them. But these unscrupulous merchants were not doing that. They were only taking advantage of the Chinese. Didn't you advertise your products on CCTV, newspapers, and radio stations? You are promoting the wonders of your fake health products and exaggerated the benefits? Then I will use the same method to give you the killing blow. I will let you know what is called people power. Is this Station Chief Jia? I'm Feng Yu. I would like to invite to do an episode for me. Don't worry. I am sure that the leaders and viewers will like this episode. 500,000 renminbi. It's too expensive. 300,000 renminbi. Fine. Deal. What? You are saying that the Chinese turtle essences and the Energy of Life are all fake products. Sui Junyi looked at Feng Yu. He could not believe what he heard. Was this a joke? Those products were endorsed by Coach Ma. How could it be fake products? Was a news program created by the same team who had created. It focuses on the news and talks about the things that the people were most concerned. The concept of this show was suggested by Feng Yu. Had lasted longer than what it should be in Feng Yu's previous life. But in the end, this program was also stopped. The production team went on to create 2 shows. One was called, and the other was. These 2 programs were quite popular with the viewers. Compared to Feng Yu's previous life, these 2 programs had appeared earlier than it should be. But this was also because of Feng Yu's interference. Sui Junyi was from Xinhua News Agency and had been to the Gulf as a war reporter. From the start of this year, he was working as a reporter for both, and he was also the host for. This time, the reporter tasked with helping Feng Yu was Sui Junyi. Feng Yu had a deep impression of Sui Junyi from his previous life because of his stern looks. However, Feng Yu was not used to how Sui Junyi looks like now. Reporter Sui, the Energy of Life, cannot be considered a fake health product entirely. But the commercials had exaggerated the effects of this product. From this point of view, you can say that this is a fake product. As for the Chinese turtle essence, I can confidently tell you that this is definitely a fake health product. I had sent this product to Beijing University's professors to analyze the contents and verify their claims. Sui Jinyi still does not believe Feng Yu. The energy of life was a medical formula from the Ma family army, and the Chinese turtle essence was the health supplement taken by all the athletes in the Ma family army. Coach Ma had said that it was because of these supplements his athletes won so many medals and broke so many records. Manager Feng, is this real? Coach Ma had proven the effectiveness of these products. How can these be fake? As a reporter, Sui Jinyi should not be taking sides and seek to uncover the truth. But in his heart, he still believed Coach Ma and his Ma family army. This manager Feng should be jealous of other products selling better than his and resorted to using underhand methods. Since it started, he had received similar requests. The Ma family army was able to achieve good results had nothing to do with the Chinese turtle essence. The Chinese turtle essence is only water with sweetener. The energy of life is only some vitamin and protein product. The retail price for these products are more than 100 renminbi, and the cost is less than 10 renminbi. These products do not have the effects as claimed in their advertisements. Feng Yu said firmly. Feng Yu had received the test reports on the Chinese turtle essence. The main ingredients of this product were only sweetener and water. There was no other nutritional value in this product. Instead, some harmful bacteria were found in the product. This shows the lack of hygiene in the factory's production process. The energy of life product was even more ridiculous. This was just water added with some proteins and vitamins. It was only an ordinary beverage. It might still qualify as a health product, but the effects of longevity, vitality, etc. were all bullshit. Sui Jinyi found it hard to accept what Feng Yu told him. The energy of life was only selling at a higher price and had exaggerated claims of the efforts. But that Chinese turtle essence was really just water with sweeteners? Manager Feng, you have to take responsibilities for what you said. I know, Feng Yu replied. I need to report to the higher-ups. I will tell them that you discover some fake health products in the market, and you did not say that this fake product is the Chinese turtle essence endorsed by Coach Ma. Is there a difference? Feng Yu asked. Please wait for a while. Feng Yu was feeling helpless. This was the influence of the Ma family army. No one dares to report any news that would damage their reputation. This was because the Ma family army represents China's track and fields on a global stage. All of the athletes from the Ma family army had won medals and broke records in the mid to long-distance events. They had brought glory to China. The Ma family army's influence was higher than the queen of table tennis, Deng Yaping, and the gymnastic prince, Li Ning. They were the pride of China and had brought honor to China. Sui Jinyi dares not to act on his own with matters regarding the Ma family army. Any negative news about the Ma family army will be picked up by foreign media. Currently, the Ma family army was still competing overseas. Some time ago, they had just won a few events and became world champions. This year, they still have a lot of competitions. They cannot let some negative news to affect the Ma family army. They still have to win medals for China. But Feng Yu knew the truth behind the Ma family army. The Ma family army was able to win so many medals because of drugs. But these drugs were not Chinese turtle essence or energy of life. They were using illegal performance-enhancing drugs. They were using the most advanced stimulants which could not be detected currently. This was discovered during the Sydney Games in the year 2000. Later, some members of the Ma family army revealed that Coach Ma forced them to take these stimulants and even injected these drugs to the athletes himself. Some of the athletes had written letters to report about this. Of course, these were all not verified. Even before Feng Yu returned to this life, Coach Ma was still living well, and there were rumors that he had a Tibetan Mastiff which worth 40 million renminbi as a pet. Feng Yu refused to believe this news. He thought that all the athletes had failed the doping test because they had trained too hard and caused hormones imbalance. They had won the medals due to their hard work and not through cheating. Nevertheless, the Ma family army was at its peak of their popularity. They were even more popular than gymnastics and table tennis because there was no world record in gymnastics and table tennis. Also, China's top official was scheduled to meet the representative of the Ma family army. All these athletes were named as the Ma family army, and everyone should know who the representative will be. If at this time, someone was to investigate the product Coach Ma endorsed, there will undoubtedly be some higher-ups stopping him. Sui Jinyi returned and told Feng Yu that they will not be doing this episode. The 300,000 renminbi sponsorship will be returned to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was pissed. Even if the Ma family army had good results, it had nothing to do with the products Coach Ma endorsed. The products had severe problems. Feng Yu had wanted to expose those products to show that his products are safe and genuine. Now, CCTV refuses to report this on their program, and this made Feng Yu pissed. The more you don't allow me to expose, the more I will reveal. Why can't I disclose Coach Ma sells fake health products? I do not care if my products can sell well or not. These harmful fake products should be taken off the shelves. I do not care if you did this on purpose. This is the fact. You can just apologize to the public and claim that you were cheated. But from Feng Yu's understanding of Coach Ma in his previous life, he knew that Coach Ma will never admit his wrongs. In Feng Yu's previous life, the Ma family army's athletes were forced to withdraw from the Olympic Games due to the doping incident. Coach Ma kept quiet and refused to say a single word. If there were no problems with the athletes, why were they forced to withdraw from the competitions? You can request for a second test to prove you're innocent. Feng Yu wants to speak to Station Chief Jia. This was the truth, and there was no way for them to cover up. Feng Yu, do you know what you were saying? The product endorsed by Coach Ma is fake health product? Station Chief Jia asked with an annoyed tone. Even if it was the station chief, he also needs to report to the higher-ups on this matter before they could film this episode. I am telling you the truth. I don't know why the station is willing to expose those fake medicines and health products and try to cover up the products endorsed by Coach Ma. Where is the impartiality of your news? Feng Yu asked, do you know what does Coach Ma represent? He is the world's best coach for mid to long-distance running events. Chief Jia replied, I do not know about coaching, and I will not comment on this. Even if he is the best, but what has it got to do with exposing those fake products? Just because Coach Ma had said that all his Ma family army drank Chinese turtle essence? Just because Coach Ma is the one who provided the formula for energy of life? Chief Jia, everyone has their expertise. Coach Ma might be the best in coaching, but if you think carefully, can he really develop the formula for that so-called energy of life? Feng Yu does not believe that a coach, without much education and does not know about basic chemistry and medicine, can invent the formula for some out-of-this-world wonder health product. Deputy Chief Jia was at a loss of words. He also does not believe Coach Ma was the one who invented the formula. But Coach Ma was the one who told everyone that. Feng Yu continued, I have evidence to prove that the Chinese turtle essence is a fake drug. I also have evidence that the energy of life does not have the effects it claims. You can also interview the members of the Ma family army, like Wang Juanxia and the others. I think you will get the real answer from them. No matter what you say, they had created miracles during last year's Olympic Games. They are now competing in the IAAF World Championships in athletics. They cannot be distracted at this moment. You want to cover up the truth because of this? You bear to see those consumers spending so much money to buy some fake health products? I don't know what you were thinking. For me, if I know the truth and don't expose them, I will be very uncomfortable. I will not sleep well. Chief Jia, there can be no conflict for this matter. You can contact Coach Ma and tell him in advance to quit his endorsement, and then we expose these products. Feng Yu offered a solution which he knew that Coach Ma and Chief Jia will not agree to. Chief Jia shook his head. Impossible. Coach Ma had openly told the world that his athletes had drank the Chinese turtle essence, and it was because of this product they could run so fast. The energy of life was also his secret recipe to provide nutrients to his athletes. If he were to quit his endorsement now, he would be lying. This will have a massive impact on the Ma family army. Chief Jia, do you still remember the purpose of us creating the programs? And Feng Yu asked, the purpose? Chief Jia does not get what Feng Yu was trying to say. Chief Jia, do you remember the motto written on the wall of production team's office? Motto? Fairness, justice, forward-looking. These were the mottos of this program. They want to produce a current affairs program that the audiences love. Chief Jia, I had seen the mottos once, and I like the first word. Fairness. The reporters must be fair and impartial to everyone they interviewed. They have to maintain the same attitude and cannot be influenced by the interviewee. This way, the interviewees will be truthful in answering to the reporter. Chief Jia frowned. He understood what Feng Yu was trying to tell him. Feng Yu wants him to be fair and impartial to all matters. Right is right and wrong is wrong. He should not cover anything up because of the person's past achievements. Chief Jia suddenly remembered the purpose of starting the program. It is to report on issues which the leaders had overlooked. The higher-ups might not be aware of this matter, and this program would attract their attention. However, it might also be that the culprits had deceived the higher-ups. The advertisement was following the current affairs, analyzing the news, looking at the social issues. The people will be the judge. Health products were the current most talked about topic among the people. If not, CCTV will not agree immediately when Feng Yu mentioned he wants to sponsor an episode about health products. One of the reasons was money, and the other was that this topic would be popular with the viewers. Their choice of topics for the program was from the viewers, and there was an unspoken criterion, which was the higher-ups' approval. Chief Jia was sure that if this issue were reported to the higher-ups, they would look into this. But this was different from other topics they had done before. Chief Jia, don't you think that this matter was newsworthy? If this episode is aired, the people will be talking about it. We don't make any comments or exaggerated this matter. We will only prove that these two products have problems. Should this what we are supposed to do? Reporting the truth is our principles. Chief Jia, some matters do not need to get approvals from the higher-ups. This is the opportunity to show that your decisiveness and capability of passing judgment, right? We also have another rule. We will not listen to hearsay. You said that you have the evidence. Show it to me. Chief Jia made his decision. He knew that if he reported this matter to his higher-ups, the approval would not be approved. He might as well do what Feng Yu said. He will take this matter into his own hands and make the decision. If the truth was really as what Feng Yu claims, then this episode will surely be well received by the audiences. There will be an uproar, and the higher-ups will notice him. Chief Jia was not sure if things will end up good or bad, but if he knew the truth and do not expose these products, he will not sleep well at night. But first of all, Feng Yu must be able to provide concrete evidence to make everyone believe his words. The impact of this issue will be huge. First, the trust in CCTV will be affected. The Chinese turtle essence and the energy of life had placed advertisements on CCTV. Next, Ma Family Army was the pride of China, and their reputation will be damaged. No one would like liars, even if the liar had brought honor to the country. On a more serious note, this report will also affect China's economic growth. Since the appearance of health products, it had to boost China's economy. Feng Yu was relieved when he heard Chief Jia making up his mind. It does not matter which part of what Feng Yu said persuaded him as long as he agrees to film and air this episode. If Chief Jia did not agree to report this matter, Feng Yu would use the favors owed to him by those second-generation schoolmates in his university. Those second generations had influential backgrounds, and most of their family members were still holding high positions in the government. Maybe Feng Yu would ask Master Lu for help. He remembered that Master Lu was also an angry patriotic youth and should not be able to stand such people going scot-free. Feng Yu smiled. Chief Jia, you want the evidence? No problem. I will give you the evidence now. Professor Sun, this is the reporter, director, and host, Sui Junyi. Reporter Sui, this is the Beijing University's Professor Sunday, the expert in biochemistry. I cannot be considered an expert. I had only conducted more research than others. Professor Sun laughed and waved his hand. This type of professors does not like money. They only go after fame. Feng Yu calls him an expert in his field, and he was overjoyed. Hello, Professor Sunday. Are you the person who had conducted tests on the Chinese turtle essence? Are the results out? The results are out. What turtle essence? If you can find any components in this product that is related to turtles, I will write my name backward from then on. This is just water with some sweetener. Those evil businessmen. This is the test report, and it is signed off by my assistants and me. Professor Sun was furious. This product was selling for more than 100 renminbi a box. It was not even worth 1 cent. Drinking plain water was healthier than this. Sui Junyi frowned. This Chinese turtle essence was really water with sweetener, as what Feng Yu had claimed. What about the test for the energy of life? Sui Junyi continued to ask. This product does have some health benefits, but to claim that it will increase the vitality or whatever other benefits are all bullshit. We don't need to talk about large-scale production. It only costs less than 20 renminbi, even if produced in our laboratories. How can this product be sold at such high prices? Also, this brand of liquid health supplement, this XX essences, etc., all does not have the benefits they claim. Professor Sun angrily said. Professor Sun had researched on gluconate zinc, gluconate calcium, and they were only selling for a few RMB for a small box. If it were the same packaging as the energy of life, it would only cost about 20 renminbi in retail stores. How can this energy of life be sold at such high prices? This was cheating. Also, these few liquid supplements in the market had exaggerated their claims. They were all cheating the consumers. Manager phone, is Professor Sun the only person who had conducted tests on these products? Sui Junyi asked. What do you mean? My assistants are also involved. Can't you see their signatures in the report? Are you suspecting me of making a false report? Professor Sun was furious. This report Sui doubted his professionalism. Calm down, Professor Sunday. Reporter Sui does not mean that. Tests should not be conducted by only one institution. Reporter Sui, I had also engaged Beijing Medical University, Beijing 4th General Hospital, People's Liberation Army Hospital, Military Hospital, and other institutions. There is a total of 14 institutions that are conducting independent tests. All of them are specialists in this field. I will bring you to each of them. Phone, you would not be so dumb to hire one person or one institute to conduct tests on these products. He needs concrete evidence to prevent those businessmen behind these products from escaping. Within 3 days, reporter Sui interviewed more than a dozen experts and professors. He had a stack of test results. These were the test results on 12 health products in the market. Each product was tested by 3 independent institutes. 4 of these products had advertised on CCTV. The rest were advertising on the local TV stations, newspapers, and radio stations. All of them had exaggerated the benefits. 5 out of the 12 health products were confirmed to be fake products with no benefits to a person's health. Although the rest of the products were not considered fake products, the ingredients do not meet the claimed benefits. This was also against the regulations. Sui Junyi saw the reports and heard what the experts said. He was shocked. All of these products had problems. Not a single one was safe. Sui Junyi spent 1 day on editing the interview footages, but he discovered that he had overshot the time limit. It was only an 18-minute segment. The footage he edited was almost 30 minutes. Sui Junyi felt all the footages he captured were essential and should not be left out. He still got to visit the related companies to interview people secretly. This episode might be over an hour. Whatever. Finish the episode first, and we will talk about the rest later. Sui Junyi brought one of his colleagues to the Chinese turtle essence factory to conduct interviews. He does not have time to visit the other factories, and also those products were not as popular as this Chinese turtle essence. Switch on the TV. There is a special episode of today. Someone said after hanging up the phone. He was not looking well. What special episode? What's so nice about this program? It's your turn to throw a tile. Sen Wan, do you want? The person beside said. They were playing mahjong. Ehe. Old Wu, what are you doing? You really must watch TV? Are we still continuing with this game? Another mahjong player asked. I am not playing. I want to watch TV. Old Wu immediately switched on the TV and tuned in to CCTV channel. The rest of the mahjong players saw Old Wu's attitude and knew that something terrible had happened. When they looked at the TV program, they were shocked too. Why was reporting on health products? They were all shareholders of a type of health product, Hercules wine. Based on our market research, there are more than 30 commonly seen health products in the market. These products claim to improve blood circulation, vitality, memories, increase lifespan, etc. But after our investigations, we were shocked by the results. We had conducted a random test on 12 of these health products in the market. Bai Yinsong said. Old Wu and the rest felt their hearts sinking. Their Hercules wine was a health product that claims to have increases libido effect. Immediately, they saw the list of products sent for the tests. Their Hercules wine was one of the products that were tested. When Old Wu and the rest started this business, they were trying all means to increase the sales, trying to catch up with the other products. But now, they were regretting. Why was their sales so high? If their product had not performed so well, they might not be chosen to be tested. The results were unbelievable. After randomly testing 12 products in the market, none of them had passed the tests. Not a single product was up to standard. Some of these products had problems with the ratio of the ingredients. Some of these products were lacking in the ingredients. Some of these products do not even have the stated ingredients in them. All these 12 products belong to 12 different companies, and only 8 of these companies had the permits to sell and manufacture health products. The other four companies do not even have any past experiences of manufacturing health products. Two of the products from these 8 companies do not even have the product serial numbers. One company even printed the product serial number of another food product. The quality of the products for the 5 companies that had all the permits and approval also had serious problems. I can name a few examples. Old Wu and the rest slumped back into their chairs. They knew that they were finished. This was already reported on CCTV. There was no way to escape. At the same time, the bosses of almost all of the health products were panicking. All of them were thinking of ways to avoid punishments. Bang! The office door of Li Jiayu, the boss of the Chinese turtle essence, was kicked open. Even the lock was damaged. He immediately stood up, and his female secretary sat up and tidied her clothes. What's wrong? I had said before that without my orders, no one is supposed to enter my office. You are fired, Li Jiayu roared. The person who barged into the office said in a rush. Director Li, something bad had happened. Li Jiayu switched on the TV, and in his heart, he was still cursing his assistant. If the news on the TV had nothing to do with his company, he would surely sack this assistant. Do you think I returned to the company so late to work overtime? Our special episode will end here. Do take note of after this. Li Jiayu looked at the clock on the wall. Didn't the program start earlier then? Why was the schedule different today? What was the special episode about? What do you want me to watch? Director Li, this special episode is about the issues relating to health products. The assistant replied. Issues relating to health products? What's wrong with the health products? Li Jiayu stood up. Director Li, the is starting soon. You will know if you watch it. Director Lu, our energy of life is featured in. Oh really? Haha. Even Oriental Horizons is reporting about our product? Seems like it is impossible for our product to be unpopular. Director Lu laughed. How did they praise our products? Director Lu, they are not praising our product. They reported the problems with our ingredients. They also reported us for fake advertisements. Someone from CCTV had called and told us that they will stop airing our commercials and will not refund us the advertising fees as this was stated in the contract. What? There are problems with our product and advertisements. Director Lu was shocked. Some of the ingredients are insufficient as what was stated on the labels. Also, our advertisement stated, unleashing life's potential, extending the lifespan. This statement is also not true. This is fake advertisements. The program had engaged experts to verify our claims. Our product does not have such effects. They say our product is only vitamin water with proteins. Director Lu was an experienced businessman. He immediately passed out instructions. Notify the factory to stop the production of energy of life immediately. Also, let the sales team know that we will not take in new orders for this product. Lastly, investigate which ingredients are insufficient and which part of the production process had gone wrong. All the bosses of the health products were trying their last-ditch efforts to save their factories and themselves. Some of them even took the company's money and went into hiding. They know that they were manufacturing fake health products. The higher-ups will surely look into this, and if they do not run away now, they will lose all their wealth and still need to be jailed. Among all the bosses, Li Jiayu was the worst. Among all the products, his was the worst. Other products still have some vitamins or proteins in them. Chinese turtle essence was especially singled out by. This product was only water mixed with some sweeteners. Is there any other content in the product? Yes. All sorts of harmful bacteria like E. coli. Fake health product was not enough to describe the Chinese turtle essence now. After and was aired, the whole nation was in an uproar. The viewers had heard of almost all the health products featured in the episodes, and many of them had bought them as gifts to their parents, children, and even themselves. Those products that have insufficient ingredients were still fine. Those people who had purchased the 100% fake products were furious. The people started to call their relatives, friends, colleagues to tell them to stop talking those health supplement products, especially the Chinese turtle essence and those entirely fake products. These products do not have the effects they claimed in their advertisements and still have lots of harmful bacteria in them. One could fall sick if they take those health products. Mom, have you drunk the Chinese turtle essence I bought for you? What are you asking me to drink? Are those tonics? The TV station had already exposed it. Those are fake products. Are you trying to kill me? An old lady scolded. Mom, I also do not know that this is a fake product. You must remember not to drink those products from now on. I will buy you some fruits tomorrow, and we will go to the hospital for a full checkup. Where did you buy those products from? Tomorrow we will go and demand a refund. Refund is not enough. We must get the police to arrest them. The old lady said furiously. All right, Mom. Even if you do not mention this, I will also return to look for them. But can we go to the hospital for checks first? Did Dad drink those products? Remember to stop taking any health supplements now. If you think that you need some health supplements, we will go to the government pharmacy to buy those products from reputable pharmaceutical companies. I heard that those are safe to consume. All the people were determined to not let those evil businessmen go scot-free. Also, the malls and shops that sold those products will not be let off easily. The phones of the trade and industry bureaus and police stations all over China were ringing nonstop. The number of complaints and reports that day was more than what they had received in 1 year. All the complaints and reports were asking them to arrest the people who sold the fake health products, shut down those shops who sold these products, and asking for compensations. Some of the smarter ones do not only ask for refunds, they still want compensations for their loss of incomes and medical bills. At this time, a young man in Beijing was reading the newspaper. There was a health product advertisement in the papers that states it will refund 10 times the amount if their products were found to be fake. His eyes darted and thought of a way to make money. Seeking compensations. This person's name was Wang Dahai. Contact Li Jiayu immediately and notify all the city's executive committee members. We will have a meeting in 15 minutes. Also, get the person in charge of the Trade and Industry Bureau, Police Department, and Health Bureau to be present at the meeting. The party secretary of the city where the Chinese turtle essence was based and shouted into the phone. After hanging up, he rushed out of his office. He did not even bring his favorite teacup with him. Tomorrow morning, no. Tonight, the Trade and Industry Bureau, Health Bureau must make sure all those health products are taken off the shelves and make sure that no one is still selling those products with problems. Also, those retail shops that sold these products must be shut down and fined. Secretary Li, the pharmacies are also selling those products. If we shut down all the pharmacies, where should the civilians buy their medicines? The chief of Health Bureau asked. You are saying that every single pharmacy in this city is involved? Secretary Li asked. This was a big headache. It seems that the regulatory checks were not enough. What is the Health Bureau doing? How can you let these fake products appear in the pharmacies? This is your responsibility, the mayor shouted. The chief of the city's Health Bureau was grumbling in his heart. Pushing all the blame to me? Didn't you just praise that Chinese turtle essence factory last month for bringing high revenues to the city? That Li Jiayu was even featured in the city's TV station. Furthermore, you are the one who told me to not make frequent checks on their factories. What other solutions do everyone have? Say it out now. This is a difficult time for us, and we must work together. Mayor Liu, you are in charge of finance. How much money does the city have now? This was a major incident. The other cities and provinces were outside of their jurisdiction, and there was nothing they could do. But the city might have to pay the compensations to their city's consumers. They must calm the masses in their city first. If riots were to break out in the city, the secretary would also get into trouble. The city does not have many reserves left. Why is Li Jiayu not here? Inform the bank to freeze his company's account. Freeze Li Jiayu and his immediate family members' bank accounts too. Secretary Li, the provincial party secretary, is calling you. His secretary came into the meeting room and told him, continue with the meeting and think of the emergency response. Secretary Li walked out of the meeting room. Old Jia, are you the one who reviewed this special episode? The station chief looked at Deputy Station Chief Jia with a serious look. Yes, I am the one who gave the approval. Is there any problem? Deputy Station Chief Jia replied. Old Jia, you are also a senior official. Don't you know the implications of exposing such news? The station chief knocked on his desk and asked. Of course, I knew what will happen. But I cannot let the people be deceived. I don't need you to tell me that. But shouldn't you inform me before you film this episode? Was there a need to blow up this matter? Now the whole nation is monitoring this matter closely. Our station's phone lines are ringing non-stop. So what? This is the result we wanted from making this episode. We must expose those matters which the higher-ups had overlooked and the citizens are concerned with. Isn't this the core of these two programs? Chief Jia was not afraid as he knew what he did was not wrong. Old Jia, don't you understand what I am trying to tell you? Do you know that this news had been picked up by foreign media? At least this is still better than the foreign media reporting about this incident first, Chief Jia argued. Chief Jia also did not expect this news to be so sensational. There were even people calling CCTV to scold them. If CCTV had not advertised these products, they would not have bought those fake products. But the majority of the calls to the station were to praise their programs for exposing these unscrupulous company. This particular episode was a hit with the viewers. Old Jia, tell me, who told you about this news, and who was the one who sent these products to the individual institutions for tests? Manager Feng of Songjiang Motors. Songjiang Motors Manager Feng? That Manager Feng who was praised by the chief architect. When station chief saw Deputy Chief Jia nodded, he was troubled. This Feng, you was someone who was praised by the great chief architect. He can't pin all the blame to him. Although he was the CCTV station chief, his rank was only a deputy director. He had already received multiple calls to ask CCTV to film another special episode for the enterprises under their charge a chance. They should not kill off all these enterprises. There was a negative impact on the country's reputation. Those people who called the station chief had good relationships with him. Some of them were former classmates, some were provincial governors or deputy governors. All of them held higher ranks than the station chief. There was even a secretary of a top official from the Central Committee calling him to reprimand him for creating trouble for a province. This province was the province whom the official was in charge of before his transfer. It was also the province that the Chinese Turtle Essence Company was based in. If it was 1 or 2 calls, the station chief could still handle the stress. But with so many leaders calling him, he was going crazy. Tell me what we should do now. The station chief looked at Deputy Chief Jia bitterly. If the higher-ups were to look for a scapegoat, you would also be in trouble. I think. When Deputy Chief Jia was about to speak, the station chief's secretary rushed into the room. Station chief, Vice Premier Zhu is on the line. Vice Premier Zhu? Even this person is calling? This person was the Vice Premier of the State Council. Because of the health issues of the Premier, Vice Premier Zhu was the one leading the State Council. He was calling now. It seems that there was no chance for the station chief to retire in his current position. I am CCTV's Xiao He. What instructions do you have for me? Go to your office with that reporter and the person in charge of the program? Yes. I will go over immediately. The station chief looked at his watch. It was almost 9 p.m. Seems like Vice Premier Zhu had learned about this incident. Old Jia, call Xiao Sui. Vice Premier Zhu wants to meet us. Old Jia, the both us is already so old, and we had worked together for so many years. If there are any punishments, both of us should take on all the responsibilities. We should not let Xiao Sui and the rest of the production team be punished. The station chief was feeling very depressed. Station chief, let me shoulder all the blame. You are about to retire. You should not be punished at this time. Deputy Chief Jia had a hint of remorse. He should notify the local authorities to look into this matter before he aired this episode. Xiao Sui, is there any part of this news falsely fabricated? Iron Fist Zhu asked. No, I am the one who had conducted all the interviews. If there are any false elements in this news, I will take on all the responsibilities. Sui Junyi replied. I am not blaming you. You are a reporter, and you should be reporting the truth. What is right, and what is wrong. You had done nothing wrong. The production team and CCTV had done nothing wrong. Sir, we are wrong. We should report to the higher-ups and inform the provinces involved to let them handle this incident before airing the episode. The station chief lowered his head and said, No, this is the right way to expose them. If you let them know in advance, they will find ways to cover up this incident. This is a good program. Tomorrow I will make a trip to CCTV to meet the production team. The State Council will issue a statement tomorrow. Prepare 5 minutes of the evening news for me. The next day, station chief and the rest of the deputy station chiefs received lots of phone calls in the morning. Everyone was trying to make use of their connections to try to get CCTV to film a special episode for them. They want to change their image. The leader of China's National Sports Committee had also called to ask for the removal of Coach Ma's involvement in this incident. He claims that Coach Ma was also a victim in this incident. In the late afternoon, when all the workers were about to report off, they saw the station chief and all the other leaders in CCTV standing at the entrance. After a while, the workers saw Iron Fist Zhu walking in. Iron Fist Zhu looked around the CCTV for a while and walked straight to the office of Iron Fist Zhu asked a few questions and also answered some queries by the production team members. Station Chief also invited him to write a few words of encouragement and appreciation to the team, but he refused. He does not like to do such things. He felt that this was not a good practice. However, he said a sentence to the team, monitoring the public opinions, the voice of the people, a mirror to the government, frontline soldiers of the reforms. This sentence was his affirmation and support to the production team. When he was saying this sentence, it was recorded on film by the reporters. This will be edited and aired during the evening news. At the same time, Iron Fist Zhu reveals the nation's response to this incident. All the factories that manufacture those fake health products will be shut down, and refunds will be made to the consumers. Hefty fines will be imposed on the companies whose ingredients were lacking in their products. All the false advertisements must be stopped, and the companies will be taken to task. Iron Fist Zhu also reprimanded CCTV for not checking the products when they place advertisements. Although advertising revenue was essential to CCTV, they should take more precautions and must prevent this from happening again in the future. During the evening news, the audiences saw the vice premier of the state council announced a statement on the health product industry. He was upset by what happened. The departments that were supposed to examine products will be severely punished. The relevant departments will also conduct their internal investigations. The provincial governments that were involved will also be punished. At the same time, all provincial governments have to perform checks and investigations in their provinces. There must not be any fake health products or drugs in the market. If any fake health products or medicines were discovered, the local government of that place would be punished. When Iron Fist Zhu said this, he was very firm and had expressed his determination to end this incident. His words also let those local government officials think twice from trying to cover up such events. There was finally a response from the central government. While all the provincial and city governments officials were busily clearing the aftermath of this incident, Feng Yu was whistling and driving to CCTV. Chief Jia had repaid Feng Yu by contacting him for the advertising slots free up by those fake advertisements. Feng Yu was pleased to know that CCTV had free up 6 advertising slots from this incident. One of the slots was still a primetime slot. Because Feng Yu was taking over these slots in the middle of the year, Chief Jia was willing to offer him a discount if he were to buy up all the 6 slots. Feng Yu made some calculations and found that these slots were less than half of what was paid at the start of the year. Chief Jia also hinted to Feng Yu that it might be close bidding system for next year's advertising slots auctions, and he will make sure that Feng Yu would be able to win more bids. That can also help Feng Yu film an exclusive episode on the company he picked. Old Jia was a good man. There were finally enough advertising slots for Feng Yu to use. Feng Yu had thought of advertising on radio stations because of the insufficient advertising slots on CCTV. Now, he does not need to do that. After leaving CCTV, Feng Yu went straight to the airport. Kamita Masao had come to Beijing. Boss, thank you for receiving me at the airport. Actually, I can call a taxi myself, and you do not need to come. Kamita Masao was touched by Feng Yu. In Japan, there was a clear line between superior and subordinates. Only superiors can order subordinates around. Acting as an equal, the boss will not be viewed as a good leader. That's enough. Stop bowing. Are you afraid that everyone does not know you are Japanese? Hurry up and get into the car. We still have many things to do. Feng Yu chided. On the way, Kamita Masao was telling Feng Yu the current status of the Sixth Sense Company. The company was doing well and had achieved its initial goals. Kamita Masao was thinking of getting this company listed. Tokyo was the world's second biggest financial hub. The Sixth Sense Company's profits had increased by several folds in the past 2 years. This company might become the world's largest sex toys company shortly. There was no way it could not be listed. After the company was listed, the value of the shares will increase, and the dividends taxes will also increase. But if it were shares allotment, they would be able to be exempted from the high taxes. Kamita Masao also wanted to give some shares to his fellow colleagues who had worked with him from the start as a form of encouragement. Before the company was listed, the employees can purchase some of the shares at lower prices. The prices of the shares will be much lower than the market rate. This can be considered as employees' benefits and had been used by many big companies. Kamita Masao had spoken to Feng Yu over the phone about this. Feng Yu was fine with this idea, but he felt that the company should not be listed in Japan. Japan's stock market had not recovered from the recession, and even if the company was listed in Japan, there would not be much profits. This was because the Japanese do not have any spare cash now. How would the share prices rise? Feng was thinking of getting the company to be listed in the US to earn money from the Americans. The Americans were wealthy now, and their stock market was still bullish. Also, there was no sex toys company listed in the US, and this will be a good thing for the 6 Sense company. All Feng needs to do was to control the number of shares issued, and he would still be owning more than 50% of the company's shares. He will still be the major shareholder and have the biggest authority in the company. But after the company was listed, Feng will no longer be the controlling shareholder. He will no longer have the biggest say in the company. However, the ones holding the significant stakes in the company was still him and Kamita Masao. He was not worried about losing the company. Feng had not invested much into the 6 Sense company, and he had only invested for fun in the past. Now, he had recovered his initial investment and still made lots of profits. The company under the leadership of Kamita Masao was doing better than expected. If the company was listed, it would be a good thing for Feng too. Feng would be able to free up some of his money to invest in other companies or take over some companies he was interested in. At the hotel, Kamita Masao took out a stack of documents from his luggage. It was all written in Chinese, and he passed the documents to Feng. Feng only looked at the variety of products, their sales figures, market shares in the different regions and profits. Kamita, our sex doll sales the world's #1 now. Feng's eyes widened. Kamita Masao had already penetrated into the Western market and was now the market leader there. Kamita Masao was really outstanding. Kamita Masao felt proud for a while, but immediately said with a humble tone, "Our company is able to achieve this result is all because of your leadership. Being able to work for you is the luckiest thing that had happened to me." Feng looked at Kamita Masao. This Kamita Masao really know how to talk. Don't say this. You are also a capable person to get this result. Feng also tried to be humble. If it was not your initial investment, the 6 Sense company would not have such results. Without your guidance, the company will not succeed. Without your support and trust, I will not be where I am today. Fine. I know. Feng laughed. Even if Feng's initial investment did not yield any returns, he would also be satisfied because of Kamita Masao's curry favor skills. Tell me your thoughts on the listing of the company. Feng patted Kamita Masao's back to stop him from continuing his praises. Our company started in 1990, and there was nothing special in the first year. According to your requirements, our financial year is different from the rest of the Japanese companies. Our financial year ends in December, and to date, we have positive earnings records for more than 2 years. After the financial report for the 3rd year is out, we will apply to be listed in the stock market. It should be easy for us to be listed. This is the reason why I want to start preparations now and get our company to be listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Feng shook his head. Tokyo stock market is not a good place for our company to be listed. I think New York is a better place. Japan's economy is still in recession, and even if we are listed there, we will not make much money. Most importantly, it will be our own employees who had bought the company's share that will be at the losing end of this listing. Get the company to be listed in the US. The current US market is doing well, and we will surely profit within a short time once we are listed there. With our company's profits over the past few years, our share prices will surely rise in the US market. It will be much faster than Japan. What do you think? What you are saying is exactly the same as the consultant I hired. I am not an expert in the financial market, but luckily you are around. If not, our company will lose a big portion of profits. Kamita Masao said. How many shares are you issuing for this listing? Feng asked. About 30%. Can we offer our employees 2.5% out of the 30% of the shares? Kamita Masao asked carefully. Actually, Kamita Masao wanted to issue more shares, but he knew that Feng would never agree. It does not matter if you offer slightly more or less shares to the employees. Since you had already thought of this, then I will leave this to you. What will be the initial offering price? $10 per share. Is this fine? Kamita Masao replied after doing some mental calculations. $10 per share? Based on our company's current scale and potential, this price is too conservative. $10 per share should be the price offered to our employees. The IPO price should be at least $20 per share. Do not think that this amount is overpriced. People can tell the earning potential of our company, and we are not scared that no one will buy our shares. I guarantee that our share prices will surely increase once we are listed. It should not be a problem for our share prices to increase 2 to 4 folds. Feng Yu said confidently. $20 per share? Doesn't this mean that the company's value would be doubled once it was listed? The amount will increase by several folds after that. That means Kamita Masao will become a multimillionaire? $2 sign appeared in Kamita Masao's eyes. In Feng Yu's previous life, he was only a stockbroker. Although he had never helped the company to be listed before, he still knew the basics and knew more than Kamita Masao. Feng Yu told Kamita Masao that he must hire a U.S. accounting firm and a reputable law firm, even if he had to spend slightly more. Also, the IPO should be handled by an experienced securities service agency. All these would have an impact on the shares after the company was listed. Feng Yu said a lot, and Kamita Masao took down notes. Feng Yu was pleased with the attitude he was showing. This was a capable person. He was good with management, knew a few foreign languages, strong fighting spirit, and understands the market well. Why was he a Japanese? If he were a Chinese, Feng Yu would have set up a shareholding and consolidate all his assets into that shareholdings. This Kamita Masao would be the perfect CEO to manage all his business. Kamita Masao was still taking notes diligently when he saw Feng Yu shaking his head and had sorrowful eyes. He was shocked. He does not know what happened. What does boss mean by that when he looks at me with those eyes? He was unhappy with my performance and felt that I am not capable enough? Or was he suspecting me of falsifying the financial report? Was he thinking of taking back the authority given to me? Boss, did I do anything wrong that made you unhappy? Kamita Masao asked carefully. Kamita Masao's family business had finally revived under his leadership and was not the world's #1 sex toy company. He had even introduced a new way of managing the company, and he was the pride of his family. If Feng Yu took back his authority, it would be a big hit to him, and his family would be disappointed. No, you had done very well and had exceeded my expectations. Feng Yu looked at the worried Kamita Masao and knew that he had misunderstood him. Didn't I told you that I will not interfere with the Sixth Sense Company's operations? I will leave everything to you as long as you do not do anything against me. Don't worry, boss. I will never betray you. Kamita Masao swore. It was in Japanese genes to respect people more capable than them. Kamita Masao was full of respect for Feng Yu and firmly believes that without Feng Yu's guidance, there will be no Sixth Sense Company. Fine. I know. Oh, are you familiar with the Japanese TV stations? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Kamita Masao blinked. I know some people on Fuji TV. Because of the nature of our products, I am not familiar with the rest of the TV stations. Why was the boss asking about Japan's TV stations? Feng Yu frowned. Not familiar? Indeed, the company's products are not suitable to be advertised on TV. Boss, actually Haitaro Nakajima is more familiar with the TV stations than me. Kamita Masao reminded Feng Yu. In Japan, Kamita Masao and Haitaro Nakajima had met several times in some event. They did not speak much with each other, but both of them knew that they were working under the same boss. As their companies were of a different nature, there was no way of them working together. Feng Yu's eyes brightened up. That's right. Haitaro Nakajima should be more familiar with the TV stations, as Iwa had placed lots of advertisements on TV and newspapers. Feng Yu went downstairs immediately and ran to the hotel's front desk. Can you phone here make international calls? Yes. May I know which room you are staying? Feng Yu took out a stack of 100 renminbi bills and placed it on the counter. I will pay by cash. Feng Yu took out a small telephone book from his pocket. The handphone Feng Yu was carrying could not store telephone numbers, and Feng Yu was the same as the rest of the people. He had to bring his own telephone book around. Feng Yu had only memorized his home and Lina's telephone number. He does not even remember Zhang Ruiqiang's number. I am Feng Yu. Get Haitaro Nakajima on the line. When the call was through, Feng Yu said in Japanese. The other party does not dare to take his time. He could see that this call was from China. This was the mysterious Chinese boss of the company. Boss, are you looking for me? Are you familiar with Japan's TV stations? Feng Yu asked. Quite familiar. Although we are not advertising our Walkman so aggressively now, whenever we launch a new model, we will do some marketing campaigns with them. Furthermore, we are also advertising our VCD players with the TV stations. We can be considered quite familiar with the stations. Then if I want to place some advertisements for medicine in those stations, is it allowed? Medicines advertisements? Prescription medicines? No, these are non-prescription medicines. The medicines are for zinc, calcium supplements, and increasing the red blood cells. Feng Yu explained. China also does not allow advertising for prescription drugs. Zinc supplement? Calcium supplement? What the hell are all these things? Haitaro Nakajima was confused. The market for these things should not be significant. The market for medicine used to treat common ailments like common flu or coughs should be more significant, as these were used commonly. But those supplement medicines do not have a vast market. Why did Feng Yu want to advertise for these products? Boss, I do not understand what you are saying. Haitaro Nakajima replied. Feng Yu, Japanese does not have the concept of health products. These medicines are a type of health products, used to supplement the body's nutrients. Haitaro Nakajima understood what Feng Yu was talking about. Health products. But why were these health products categorized as medicines? Boss, you want to advertise these medical products to which segment of consumers? Haitaro Nakajima asked. Which consumer segments? All Japanese. All Japanese? Haitaro Nakajima was even more confused. What sort of health products was suitable for all Japanese? Weren't these products all health products? Calcium, zinc supplement? It was impossible that all Japanese had calcium and zinc deficiency. Furthermore, the Japanese ate lots of fishes and fishes were high calcium food. Haitaro Nakajima explained to Feng Yu about the Japanese diet, and Japanese does not lack in proteins, calcium, iron, etc. Feng Yu was feeling regretful. The Japanese do not lack in all these? Then he can only sell his vitamins and zinc supplements. Feng Yu also found out that there were similar products in Japan and they were not doing well. The Japanese consumers will only purchase such products when they were advised by their doctors. Usually, no one would want to take such supplements. Haitaro Nakajima, although the Japanese do not lack calcium and iron due to your diets, I know that the Japanese must surely be lacking in vitamins and zinc. I could tell this from looking at Japanese. For example, the height of the average Japanese. Feng Yu continued to explain the effects of zinc and some vitamin deficiencies. Some of the things he said were true, and some were made up by him. But in the end, Haitaro Nakajima was convinced. So now you understand? All Japanese lack zinc. They need a product to increase their zinc intake. I have an excellent and effective zinc supplement product. Boss, I understand now. I will help you contact the TV stations and buy 2 advertising slots. Once this is done, I will contact you again. All right. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yu saw the receptionist at the front desk looking at him. Am I really that handsome and attractive? Sir, it is 30 renminbi per minute, and your call is 11 minutes and 6 seconds. We will round it off to 12 minutes. You still owe me 260 renminbi. Damn. Feng Yu quickly took out 300 renminbi and threw it on the counter. Keep the change. The pretty receptionist looked at Feng Yu's back as he was walking away. Although she had gotten 40 renminbi tips, she was still despising Feng Yu. This person was working for the Japanese and must not be a good person. Feng Yu returned to the hotel room and continued his discussions with Kamita Masao on the company's future plans. Kamita Masao was mainly the one who does all the talking, reporting to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was only nodding as he was not familiar with running a company. He was not as good as Kamita Masao when it comes to managing a company. Kamita Masao wanted to use Hong Kong as a stepping stone to enter the Chinese market. He wants to target the coastal regions and Beijing first. Feng Yu thought for a while. There were already lots of ladies wearing stockings and knee-length skirts on the streets now. That means the Chinese were getting more open-minded. The mini-skirts will only appear in China after Hong Kong's return. Kamita Masao was thinking of asking Feng Yu to help. Feng Yu had an established sales network in China, and if he could make use of this network, it will be easier for him to enter the Chinese market. Feng Yu hesitated, but still gave Kamita Masao the contacts of the distributors. Taihua Trading will still not get involved in this business yet. Feng Yu does not want to interfere in this. It will be up to the distributors on whether if they're going to sell these products. After this, Feng Yu continued with his school as usual. He had to prepare for his examinations. Kamita Masao also started to visit the distributors personally and at the same time, monitor the Chinese market. Maybe it was because of the advertisements or the capabilities of the sales representatives, the sales of Bing City's pharmaceutical health products started to increase steadily. Some of CCTV viewers had noticed that the advertisement slots of those fake products were changed to Bing City's pharmaceutical enterprise, Songjiang Motors advertisements. All these products were all manufactured in Bing City. When the sales of Bing City's pharmaceutical enterprise increases, Zhang Ruiqiang was overjoyed. This shows that the restructuring of the pharmaceutical industry in Bing City was a success. But soon, he found out that Bing City's relationships with the other cities had soured. Even Shenyang City, who had a good relationship with Bing City in the past, had stopped some joint projects. Zhang Ruiqiang thought back to what had happened and soon understood why this was happening. Where was the Ma family army originated from? Shenyang. They were not the national team. They were the Shenyang provincial team, but they enjoyed the same benefits as the national team. This was the reason why Shenyang got to enjoy the same honor whenever the Ma family army won any competitions. The city can also enjoy a portion of the advertising and sponsorships of the Ma family army. The Ma family army was the front of Shenyang. Now, the reputation of the Ma family army was tarnished by CCTV, and why was all the advertisement slots changed to Bing City's products? Who would believe that Bing City had nothing to do with this incident? Of course, Coach Ma also played a huge role in this. When Coach Ma brought his athletes to participate in a competition, he knew that he will be caught up in this incident. While he was overseas, he heard of this incident. But he needed to concentrate on the competition and had no time to look into that scandal. From his point of view, he had so many achievements under his belt, and what could happen to him? He had only endorsed a product, and the commercial and advertising message was thought up by others. He just needs to say that he does not know about all these, and he will be fine. The Ma family army had shown outstanding results at the competition again. When they arrived back in China, they were surrounded by reporters the moment they touched down. Coach Ma thought that it would be like in the past, and the reporters will be congratulating him on his team's results. They will be asking him how his team was able to achieve those results and what will be their future targets, etc. He had already prepared the answers to these questions. But this time it was different. He was furious by the reporters' questions. Coach Ma, is the Chinese turtle essence the reason for the Ma family army winning so many medals at the competition? Coach Ma, what do you think of CCTV exposing the Chinese turtle essence was actually water with sweeteners? Coach Ma, the energy of life was verified to be just a normal product with some vitamins and proteins. This is just an ordinary product and not some mysterious and special product. Why are you able to sell this formula for 10 million renminbi? Coach Ma, as a graduate from a vocational school, how are you about to develop the formula for the energy of life? Is it true that this formula was developed by your team doctors, and you took credit for that? Wang Juanxia, you had won the gold medal in this competition. What was the contributing factor that let you win? Is it because of the Chinese turtle essence? Did all of you pack the Chinese turtle essence in your luggage whenever all of you participate in overseas competitions? All the questions by the reports were like wooden stakes piercing through Coach Ma's heart. This was the first time he had experienced the cons of being famous. Sorry, our athletes had just completed a tiring competition, and we still need to prepare for the upcoming IAAF World Championships in athletics. Please do not disturb us. Coach Ma said. Coach Ma, are you avoiding our questions? Wang Juanxia, what are your views on these questions? Wang Juanxia and the rest of the athletes had been unhappy with Coach making use of their results to make money and his rigid training schedule. All the athletes were tied together on the waist and was dragged behind a motorcycle ridden by Coach Ma. Even if they fell, they had to get up and continue running. Who could stand such training methods? But in front of the reporters, Wang Juanxia and the rest of the athletes did not say much. All of them were escorted by the assistant coaches to their cars and left. But Coach Ma was the only who was not able to board the vehicle as he was still surrounded by the reporters. I am also the victim. I still have many questions myself. I have just returned from overseas. I will answer all your questions after I know what actually had happened. When Coach Ma returned to his training camp, he was called to Shenyang leader's office. Coach Ma was furious when he left the leader's office. Why does he need to hand over all his money? It was those businessmen that cheated the consumers. I am not involved. Why should my salary be docked and bonuses forfeited? But the governor of Shenyang just asked him one question, and he got nothing to argue. You really do not know that those products were not as wonderful as what was claimed in the advertisements? Have you drunk the Chinese turtle essence yourself? Do all the team athletes really drink this Chinese turtle essence? Coach Ma had no choice but to surrender the 10 million renminbi he got from selling the formula to Lubashi and the 1 million endorsement fees he got from the Chinese turtle essence. This amount will be used to compensate the victims. Also, Shenyang City was reprimanded by the higher-ups for failing to monitor their staffs. They had let their coach endorse for products and resulted in this incident. At the training camp, Coach Ma opened up a copy of the newspaper on his desk. Half the page were articles criticizing him, and the other half was Bing City's pharmaceutical enterprises advertisements. Coach Ma crushed the papers in anger, but he suddenly thought of a way to divert the public's attention from him. He immediately called the governor and claims that he was the victim in this incident. The entire health product industry were victims, and the only winner was Bing City's pharmaceutical enterprise. Even though this incident had blown up, Coach Ma was not worried that his status would be affected. It will be the World Championships soon, and then it will be the National Games of the People's Republic of China, followed by the Asian Games. As long as his athletes continue to achieve good results in these competitions, people will forget about his involvement in this scandal. But what Coach Ma did not know was that there was a bigger storm coming his way. After the examinations, Feng Yu finally had the time to look into the sales issues of Bing City's pharmaceutical. Other than the health supplements, the medicines for common flu and inflammation also need advertising. These medicines should be kept in every household. This was what Feng Yu had in mind. But before Feng Yu could start working on this advertisement, there was a report on the news that shook the whole nation. Wang Juanxia and another 2 top athletes had jointly announced that they want to change their coach. When this news was reported, not only China's sports circle were shocked, even the public was shocked. These 3 athletes, also known as the 3 Xia, were the pillars of Ma family army. If they requested a change of coach, what about the rest of the athletes? Soon after, the rest of the members of the Ma family army, especially the ones who had gotten good results, regardless of men and women, starts to announce that they wanted a new coach. They wanted Shenyang's men's athletics coach as their chief coach. It was normal for athletes to switch clubs, but these were not regular athletes. They were top international athletes. Furthermore, they were not switching clubs. They wanted to change their coach. In this era, the status of athletes was not as high as the later years. Just look at the Ma family army. Coach Ma was more famous than his medal-winning athletes. People will say it was the coach's credit when the athlete won a medal. It can't be that you had worked hard and the rest of the athletes did not. Why are you the one who had won the medal? Also, coaches in the athletic world were prestigious. It was even more prestigious than the status of teachers in the olden days. This was the reason why the athletes did not receive offers to star in commercials and endorsement, and Coach Ma could get million RMB offers to endorse a product. Actually, the rift between Coach Ma and his athletes in the Ma family army had started a long time ago. For an athlete to be successful, talent, training, and their hard work were critical. But the most crucial aspect was the athlete's talent. Training and hard work would determine the baseline of an athlete. But talent will determine whether if the athlete would succeed. All of China's best mid to long-distance young runners were in Ma family army. This was the main reason why Ma family army was so victorious. Coach Ma's claims of inventing the deer stride running method was only imitating the way those Western athletes ran in competitions. He changes the name of this technique and claims that he was the one who invented it. Actually, it was the same basic principles. Whatever Coach Ma knew, the other coaches also knew. This was why the athletes do not mind changing a new coach. There was an uproar when this news came out. Isn't the World Championships around the corner? Why such things happened just when the athletes were about to depart to the championships? Once again, the reporters gathered at the training grounds of the Ma family army. Feng Yu saw the dark face of Coach Ma on the news. Coach Ma did not answer many questions asked by the reporters and left. Others might not know, but Feng Yu knew that these athletes will achieve good results at this year's championships, national games, next year's Asian Games, and even in 1990 SIXS Olympic Games. In Feng Yu's previous life, the cost of hiring an athlete to endorse a product was more expensive than those movie stars. As long as the athlete was famous, like Yao Ming, Lu Xiong, etc., their fees were costly. But other than Yao Ming and Lu Xiong, the products endorsed by the athletes were not very successful. Feng Yu rubbed his chin, thinking if he should sign these athletes up. A 5 years endorsement contract should cost less than 500,000 renminbi for each athlete, and their influences would be worth more than this amount. Feng Yu could still make use of them to enter the foreign markets. The more Feng Yu thought about this, the more he feels it was worth. He immediately departs for Shenyang. He wants to speak to Wang Juanxia and the rest of the athletes personally. At the same time, he wants to watch the happenings there. The reasons why Wang Juanxia and the rest of the athletes were unhappy with Coach Ma was because Coach Ma only paid them basic salaries. Their allowances, rewards, and prize money was controlled by Coach Ma. All of them do not get a single cent of their prize. Also, Coach Ma do not allow them to take on endorsements for companies. But Coach Ma himself was about to take on these endorsements at high fees. All these athletes were initially not coached by Coach Ma. They joined Coach Ma after they had started their athletic career. For instances, Wang Junxia had shown good results in 1991 National Games and was transferred to be under Coach Ma. All this while, Wang Juanxia prefers her former coach, Coach Wang. She felt that Coach Wang treated her better. The impression of Coach Ma in the athletes was an abusive, stubborn, greedy, and extreme person. All of them do not like this coach. After the health product scandal, the athletes realized that all of their hard work put in was erased by what Coach Ma said. All of them have good results because they had drunk the Chinese turtle essence. Coach Ma had earned all the money, and they do not even get a single cent from him. Their achievements and hard work were also taken away by him. All the athletes felt that there was no reason to stay with such a coach. When all the athletes gathered to speak with Coach Ma, they were scolded by him. Coach Ma even told them that it was because of him they got to where they are today. He wanted them to tell the media that they have been drinking the Chinese turtle essence and the energy of life all this while. The problems with these products were with the manufacturers and had nothing to do with the Ma family army. Also, the prize money for the World Championships will be as usual. All prize money will be given to the coach and the training grounds. Coach Ma had no choice. He does not have money now. If it weren't for the bank loans, his training grounds would have shut down. He had to cough out the 10 million renminbi in one go, and he was now in debt. Coach Ma was only hoping that his Ma family army would achieve good results at the World Championships to change the public's impression of him. This way, he would be able to continue to make money to cover the gaps. But his athletes refused. Why should we help you when you got into trouble yourself? The top athletes from both the men and women teams started to announce their desire to leave Ma family army, and followed by the rest of the athletes. Coach Ma could not stop them from going. All the athletes knew that the whole nation was waiting for their performances at the World Championships, and the higher-ups will not punish them for wanting to change the coach. The athletes had decided that if Coach Ma still insists his old ways, they would report Coach Ma to the higher-ups. Report Coach Ma for hitting and scolding the athletes. Report him for forcing them to tell lies and making them eat some unknown medicine. Feng Yu remembered that the Ma family army was disbanded next year in his previous life. It should be sometime before the Asian Games. There was also lots of media attention on them. At that time, everyone felt that it was Wang Juanxia and the rest were being ungrateful to Coach Ma. Not a single person sided with the athletes. It was until Wang Juanxia won the 1996 Olympic Games, things got better for her. Feng Yu also felt unjust for the athletes when he found out about their treatment. Why was the coach taking the most credit for the athletes' performances? Why Coach Ma was entitled to the athletes' prize money, whose money was used to build that training camp by the beach? Why does it belong to Coach Ma? There was one thing puzzling Feng Yu. He remembered that it was the male athletes that brought up this matter first in his previous life. He heard that this time, it was Wang Juanxiao the first to announce she was leaving Coach Ma. Also, Coach Ma was the reason for Ma family army's disbandment in Feng Yu's previous life. In this life, it was because of the health product scandal. Feng Yu realized that the Ma family army was disbanded because of him. Feng Yu, accompanied by Shenyang's distributor, arrived at the Shenyang's track and field team training ground and told the person in charge there about the purpose of his visits. You want to sponsor our training grounds? You still want our athletes to endorse your products? The person in charge looked at Feng Yu weirdly. The athletes there were affected by the health products scandal, and they were at the lowest point of their career. Hiring them as spokesmen for Feng Yu's products at this time was a good deal and can change the image of the athletes. Most importantly, after the upcoming World Championships, these athletes will recover their fame and reputation. Feng Yu would be able to gain from that. As for Coach Ma, Feng Yu can't be bothered with him. From Feng Yu's perspective, Coach Ma was one of the people who created the Chinese turtle essence mess, and he was not someone good. That's right. I feel that the health products scandal had affected our athletes a lot, and they are innocent. That's why I want to do my part to provide some assistance to them. Then which athlete are you looking for? Also, how are you going to sponsor our training grounds? Chief Tian was overjoyed. This young man knew that the reputations of the athletes were tarnished and still dared to hire them as spokespeople for his products. Seems like he was sincere in helping the athletes. The facilities in this training ground is outdated. Just tell me what you lack, and I will sponsor it. Also, my sister owns a hospital with the most advanced diagnostic equipment. We will be able to detect even the most minor injuries in the athletes. I can also rebuild and renovate the whole training ground. How much will it cost? Feng Yu smiled and asked. Chief Tian almost fainted from this surprise. He never expects Feng Yu's sponsorship to be so big. Rebuilding and renovating the training ground and adding new facilities should cost about 1 million renminbi. If we do save on some parts, 700,000 to 800,000 renminbi should be sufficient. Chief Tian saw the expression on Feng Yu's face when he mentioned 1 million and immediately said another amount. 1 million? Don't help me save money. I will give you 2 million. The athletes' dormitory should be more spacious. Their rooms should not be too small. Oh, how many athletes are staying in one dormitory room? 8 to a standard dormitory room. Huh, 8 to a dormitory room? This was still considered standard? Was the way to treat those champions? Change it to 2 to a room. Every dormitory room should have bathrooms. Also, the rooms must be equipped with home appliances, like TV, etc. You calculate again, what is the total cost? Chief Tian was in a daze from Feng Yu's generosity. This person was too wealthy. He does not even care about a few million RMB. A few million RMB was not an amount he could earn in his lifetime. 3 million. Chief Tian said a higher amount. Actually, the dormitory was all one-story houses. If they were to raise funds themselves, they could continue to build more one-story houses. But since there was a sponsor, they would surely choose to construct a building. The cost would be much higher as home appliances and bathrooms had to be included in the rooms. Fine. Just settle it as 3 million for now. If this amount is not enough, we can discuss it later. Are there any other areas where you need money? Tell me. Chief Tian told Feng Yu about some other areas where it needs money for improvements. Feng Yu agreed to sponsor everything that was mentioned. He had already spent a few million and does not mind paying a few 100,000 more. After Chief Tian reported this sponsorship to his higher-ups, Feng Yu smiled and said, "Do I own the naming rights for this training grounds?" Chief Tian was stunned. What naming rights are you talking about? The naming rights to this training ground. In future, this training ground will be renamed to Wind and Rain Training Ground, and this will be its permanent name. Manager Feng, who had agreed to this condition? I cannot get to name this training grounds. Then why should I sponsor a few million? Feng Yu looked at Chief Tian and shocked. Chief Tian, earlier you said that you want to do a part to help the athletes. Manager Feng, the naming rights belong to the country. How can you own the naming rights? Why not? There are lots of counties in China that are named after someone's name. Why can't a training ground do the same? That's because those people had made huge contributions to that area. I am also making a huge contribution to our training ground. Can you get the higher-ups to issue you a sum of money now? Did the provincial government sponsor anything for the training ground? All their funding should have stopped now. I can provide funding for this training ground. The total amount you calculated just now is slightly more than 4 million renminbi. I can sponsor a total of 5 million. What's wrong with me owning the naming rights? Chief Tian was shocked. Feng Yu had not mentioned anything about the naming rights earlier, and he had reported this sponsorship to the General Administration of Sport. Now, if he were to tell them that the sponsorship had failed, his leader will come over and strangle him immediately. Manager Feng, I need to report to the higher-ups regarding this naming right. I'm afraid that this needs the approval of the provincial government. Feng Yu points to the phone. Then call your leaders to report about this. I can wait. Actually, Feng Yu does not want to wait further. He wants to settle this and change the name of the training grounds as soon as possible. He wanted to have Wind and Rain Training Grounds in the background during the interviews of the athletes. Chief Tian gritted his teeth and called his leader to report on this matter. He explained the situation to his leader, and shouting could be heard from the receiver. This leader of his had already reported this sponsorship to his higher-ups. The news of this sponsorship had traveled upwards to the top officials, and Feng Yu was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying a cup of tea. That Liao province's distributor was keeping quiet and looking down all this while. He was thinking in his heart. He knew manager Feng would not be so good to sponsor this training ground. The naming rights were his real motive. Chief Tian was surprised when the higher-ups reply him that this matter can be negotiated. The General Administration of Sport of China had this idea since some time back. They want to copy other countries where some stadiums and training grounds have naming sponsorships. This would reduce their financial strain, and there was nothing wrong with this as long as there was no negative news regarding the sponsor. In fact, there were already table tennis halls in the southern region that had its names sponsored by companies. Those were even foreign companies. If foreign companies could get the naming rights to the table tennis halls, why can't a Chinese brand sponsor this training ground and owns the naming rights? Manager Feng, our leader would like to invite you to lunch and at the same time discuss the naming rights. Chief Tian walked over to Feng Yu and told him, "No problem. Then we will discuss during lunch. I will arrange the location. I will not take advantage of the government." Feng Yu looked the person beside him. The Liao province distributor quickly went to arrange for a restaurant. Of course, Feng Yu does not need to spend for this lunch. During the lunch, Feng Yu asked the distributor to drink more with the government official, and that leader promised to settle this naming sponsorship issue. If 5 million renminbi sponsorship could not resolve this issue, then there was no other way. The leader promised to settle all paperwork and approvals within 3 days, and the signage at the entrance of the training ground can be replaced. But permanent changing of the name was impossible. At most, it would be 20 years. Feng Yu did a mental calculation, 250,000 renminbi for a year. This was a great deal. Shortly, this training ground would be the featured in all Chinese media. This was even better than advertising at CCTV. Feng Yu felt that even if it was 10 years, it was also worthy of his sponsorship. Feng Yu said many nice things to the leader, but he was laughing in his heart. Although he seems to be a fool to spend so much money now, soon, others will know that this deal was way better than it looks. Chief Tian, is this the name list of your track and fields team? Feng Yu looked at a small booklet given to him by Chief Tian. This training ground was really so poor. This booklet seems like it had been used for over 10 years. Yes, it records the athletes' results in competitions. I am wondering how much you will be paying the athletes and what products are the athletes be endorsing. At first, Chief Tian was not too concerned about the endorsement fees for the athletes. He felt that it should be around 80,000 to 100,000 renminbi. After the athlete and the coaches taken their share, there will not be much left for the training ground. But when Chief Tian saw Feng Yu's willingness to spend 5 million renminbi to get the naming sponsorship of the training ground, he thought that the endorsement fees for the athletes should not be low. He was also wondering what products Feng Yu wants those athletes to endorse. Clothing or footwear? Medicine. What? Medicine? Chief Tian looked at Feng Yu in shock. The health products scandal was not over yet, and this manager Feng wants the athletes to endorse medicine products? That's right. Medicine for flu, gastric, health supplements, etc. All of the products are non-prescription medicines. Athletes can also take medicine. Feng Yu explained. Is there a need to advertise for these medicines? Why not? Is there a need to visit a doctor if you have a headache or fever? Have you ever experienced catching a cold and you do not have medicine at home? When you drag until the next day, your cold got worse. Feng Yu asked. I did experience this before. That's right. This is why these types of medicine are important to every household and should be prepared at home. Who doesn't fall sick? If you do not take your meals on time, you might get gastric problems. You just need to take some pills for that, and you will recover. Who would be able to endure the pain and visit a pharmacy? Our commercials are to let everyone know how to take care of themselves and their families. If their body is not strong, they can supplement their bodies with vitamins, zinc, calcium, etc. This would be better than visiting the hospital for injections. Feng Yu continued his brainwashing. But are these medicines allowed to advertise? Chief Tian asked. Why not? There is already this sort of advertisements on TV. These are also not health products. Only health products are not allowed to be advertised. It had nothing to do with medicine and food products. Furthermore, athletes will not fall sick. Even if they do not fall sick, their family members will also fall sick. Feng Yu replied confidently. Chief Tian scratched his head. It seems that manager Feng made sense. Manager Feng, is there any other products for the athletes to endorse? Chief Tian asked. He was still not willing to let these athletes endorse medicine products. Coach Ma had done an endorsement for a fake product, and his reputation was gone. It would be hard for him to make a comeback in the future. But luckily, Coach Ma was the only one blamed for the fake products and advertising. The rest of the athletes were not involved. If the athletes were to endorse some products, and the advertisements were not the truth, then they would be finished too. I do have other products. If I like the athlete and thinks that he or she is suitable for that product, I will let him or her endorse. For example, saloon cars. Saloon cars. At this time, there were still no celebrities endorsing saloon cars in China. That's why Chief Tian was curious about what car Feng Yu was talking about. That's right. Songjiang Motors vehicles. Have you heard before? CCTV is airing the commercials now. It has even appeared on the news, and even the chief architect praised the cars. Feng Yu starts to brag. Songjiang Motors? This is also your business. Chief Tian was shocked. Feng Yu did not appear on the news, and not many people know that he was the biggest shareholder of Bing City Machinery Company. My dad has some shares in the company. I still have some say in the company. Feng Yu rubbed his nose and used his father as a shield. If the athletes can endorse the vehicles, it would be great. Most of the athletes there were mid to long distance runners. They were most suitable to endorse for cars. Furthermore, cars were more expensive, and the endorsement fees will not be cheap. Manager Feng, who will you hire to endorse your products? Chief Tian was more enthusiastic. Feng Yu nodded and started flipping the booklet. Wang Juanxia, Chu Yunxia, Lu Dong, Ma Lian, Zhang Lilin, Li Ying, Ma Huiwen, Louis Yi, Li Jianping, Wang Yuan, Wang Xiaoxia, Dong Yanmei Jiangbo. All of these athletes were well known throughout China. At the back of the booklet, their best timings and records were listed. These records were not world records, but were considered one of the best in China and Asia. However, Feng Yu knew that although many of the athletes from the Ma family army became famous during last year's Olympic Games, it was after this year's World Championship and National Games. Their popularity reaches the peak. They will win the top placings for a lot of categories and even broke many world records. Among these athletes, Wang Juanxia, Chu Yunxia, and Wang Xiaoxia would earn the nickname of long-distance 3 Xia. Zhang Lilin and Zhang Liron would be known as the Zhang sisters. These athletes would break lots of records and bring honor back to China. Feng Yu looked at the list and felt that it was a pity if he were to leave any one of them out. Especially Wang Juanxia, Chu Yunxia, and Lu Dong. They will be the world record holders in the future, and this was the year they broke the world records. They must be signed. Feng Yu pretended to not know who to pick. Chief Tian, there are so many people here. I really don't know who to choose. If I were to get some of them to endorse, will the rest be upset and affect their performances at the competitions? No. During their training, they also compete among themselves. Those that did not perform well or too young will not overthink. I can also speak to them to make them understand. Chief Tian really wanted to get the endorsement deal. If the endorsement fees were high, then the training grounds will be able to take a portion of it. Then I will just pick a few of them. Feng Yu picked up the pencil from the table and pretended to pick the athletes randomly. He circled a few of the athletes he wanted and also some unknown athletes. He chose a total of 20 people, and this was almost a third of all the athletes there. Manager Feng, you want all these people? It was only a commercial. Was there a need for so many people? That's right. I want all these people. This is also a form of encouragement for them. All of them will endorse our medical products. You calculate for me how much will it cost. Chief Tian had a troubled look on his face. He thought Feng Yu would pick only a few of the more famous athletes like Chu Yunxia and Wang Juanxia. Why did Feng Yu choose so many athletes? If it was according to the amount and he was thinking, it would surely be sky high. Maybe he should use an average figure? For every product, the endorsement fees for each athlete is 20,000 renminbi a year. Chief Tian said an amount whom he thought it was a high price. 20,000 renminbi a year for an athlete? That means 400,000 renminbi endorsement fees for a year. Feng Yu's jaws dropped. The people in this era does not know the value of the athletes. Even if it were 400,000 renminbi endorsement fees a year for Wang Juanxia, it would be a bargain. If Manager Feng thinks it is too high, we can lower it slightly. But the fees cannot be too low, as some of them are already world champions. Chief Tian asked. No need to lower. Let's talk about the details. Feng Yu waved. He was too embarrassed to bargain further at this price. Feng Yu was in the driver's seat for the negotiations for the endorsement fees. Feng Yu had listed a few examples to show that these athletes' fees should not be compared to the celebrities, as there were not a lot of people into sports. But Feng Yu also knew that these athletes will be meeting China's top officials, making appearances on CCTV Spring Festival Gala Night, and will receive international media attention for their performances in competitions. Feng Yu also decided to pay the athletes some filming allowances. The training ground cannot get a share of this allowance. He will not take advantage of these sportsmen who had contributed so much to the country. Wang Juanxia, your competition is around the corner. Where are you going? Chu Yinxia asked. My nephew is having leg pains. The doctor says he has a calcium deficiency. I am going to visit him. Wang Juanxia replied. Get some Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise calcium gluconate oral solution for him. When kids are growing up, they need lots of calcium. My nephew is also taking this calcium supplement now. If kids do not get enough calcium, they will not grow tall. Really? Is it costly? My salary is not a lot. It is not expensive at all. If it is expensive, I will also not be able to afford it. This is a product from a reputable pharmaceutical company. Don't worry. The camera zoomed out, and the screen changed to a bottle of medicine. There was a voiceover. Bing City's medicine, safe medicine. A group of people was training on the tracks, and Lu Dong slowed down and went to the sides. Wang Juanxiao walked over and asked out of concern, Lu Dong, what's wrong? Sis Wang, I caught a cold. Cold. Take some cold medicine then. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises cold medicine is very effective. Wang Juanxiao took out a packet of cold medicine from her bag by the side and passed it to Lu Dong. I also have this cold medicine with me. I have also prepared this medicine for my parents. The camera zoomed out, and a box of cold medicine appeared in the foreground with a voiceover. Household backup cold medicine. Feel better without cold. Bing City's medicine, safe medicine. Coach Tian, what's wrong with you? A group of athletes crowded around Chief Tian, who was bending over clutching his stomach. I am having gastric problems. Don't crowd around me and carry on with your training. Coach Tian, take 2 gastric pills, and the pain will be gone in a while. All of us had forgotten to take our meals regularly due to our training and also have gastric problems. You should be like me and keep this medicine in your bag along with you. 2 pills, and you will be fine. Wang Juanxiao walked over with a box of medicine. The camera zoomed out, and a box of gastric medicine appeared with a voiceover. Backup medication in your bag, remedy for gastric pains. Bing City's medicine, safe medicine. Where are the 3 of you going? Coach Tian was carrying a bag standing at the entrance of wind and rain training grounds. Coach Tian, we are taking this multivitamin pills and felt it is quite effective. We want to buy some for our parents. The 3 athletes looked at the bag Coach Tian was carrying and laughingly asked, Coach Tian, where are you going? I had also bought this multivitamin pills for my nephew. Kids need vitamins when they are growing up. The 3 of you be back early. You still have training. The camera zoomed out, and a box of multivitamins appeared in the foreground with a voiceover. Multivitamin pills, supplement 12 types of vitamins. Bing City's medicine, safe medicine. Feng Yu watched all these commercials and showed a thumbs up to Baldy Chen. Teacher Chen, your directing skills is awesome. I am delighted with these commercials. Baldy Chen laughed. What directing skills can you see from these commercials? All I did was to control the timing of the filming. You are the one who thought of the story behind the commercials. You are still paying me so much. AI. Teacher Chen, you deserve it. Oh, your movie was launched sometime earlier, but I did not have the time to watch it. How was it? This year, Baldy Chen and Zhao Lirong had filmed a movie. Feng Yu remembered about this film from his previous life. He had watched this film on movie channels and thought it was funny. But he heard that this movie had made losses because of market influences. Don't mention about it. Although the movie was screened, no one is buying tickets to watch it. When mentioned about his movie, Baldy Chen was apparently upset. Teacher Chen, why didn't you tell me about this? Have you sold the VCD rights of the movie? VCD rights? I have never sold such rights before. Baldy Chen replied. Then sell it to me. Name me a price. I will not bargain with you. Baldy Chen did some mental calculations on his losses from this movie and asked, 100,000 renminbi? No problem. In the future, I buy out all your VCD rights to your movies. Just name me the price. 100,000 RMB. A VCD disc was selling for 10 renminbi, and the cost of the disc was only 1 renminbi. How many profits were there in this deal? If over 10,000 VCD discs were sold, Feng Yu would recover his cost. This VCD disc would surely sell more than 10,000 renminbi. Furthermore, it would increase the variety of VCD in the market. Wind and Rain Electronics had been buying the rights to lots of movies. With this 100,000 renminbi, Baldi Chen will not make any losses. His film was the first movie that made money since 1990 and will be recorded in history. Baldi Chen was very grateful to Feng Yu and told him that he would direct Feng Yu's future commercials at half of his usual fees. He will not accept anything more. Feng Yu thanked him profusely. 100,000 renminbi could help Feng Yu save lots of money in the future. Feng Yu had let Chief Tian, a few other coaches, and all the athletes appeared in these commercials. He had also paid all of them some appearance fees. Each of them got 5,000 renminbi for starring in the ads and 5,000 renminbi of allowances. This amount belongs to them. All the coaches and athletes had never earned so much money before. This way, when Chief Tian and the rest knew that the athletes would be getting additional allowances from Feng Yu, they would not report to the higher-ups, and they would close one eye. After Feng Yu issued the allowances to the athletes, he noticed all the athletes were excited and moved. All of them thanked Feng Yu continuously. Feng Yu also looked at the athletes and said coolly, "I am doing this to thank for the contributions all of you have put in for our nation. I hope all of you would create miracles at this upcoming World Championships. I am only able to recover all my investments when all of you got good results." After Feng Yu finished speaking, all the athletes swore to put in their best performance at the upcoming competitions and will not let Feng Yu down. Feng Yu was shocked. Don't let me down? Actually, there was no need for that. If during interviews, these athletes could. Feng Yu waved those athletes over and told them something. All the athletes nodded and said that this was not a problem. There were even some who said it was their duties to do all these. Chief Chung, help me change the advertisements at these slots to these commercials. You can check these commercials now and give the approvals. Feng Yu passed the commercials films to Cheng Baojun. Manager Feng, you kept changing your commercials. You are currently holding CCTV's record of changing commercials. Feng Yu glanced at Cheng Baojun. That's right. I am also holding the record of paying CCTV the most advertising fees all these years. Haha. Manager Feng, you also own the most advertising slots. Let's stop talking about these. Hurry up and check the commercials. I had made a reservation at Donglai restaurant in the evening. Ask your wife and kids along. You are too generous. How can I let you do this? Although Cheng Baojun said these, he immediately picked up the phone to call his wife. After watching the commercials, Cheng Baojun lit a cigarette. Manager Feng, is there any fake advertising in your commercials? Feng Yu was the one who exposed all the fake health products, and why would he make the same mistake? Of course not. Every sentence in the commercials is real. For example, all the athletes are taking our calcium gluconate, and when they say their nephews are taking them, their nephews are really taking them. When they say they are buying for their nephew, they are really buying for their nephew. Everything that was mentioned in the commercials is real. All these medicines are approved medicines for the athletes. As long as they do not take in a large amount of these medicines, nothing will go wrong. Chief Tian really has gastric pains and was really taking Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises gastric medication. Since you dare to say this, then it should not be a problem. Which slots are you changing, and do you have any other requests? No other request. Just change the advertisements based on the timings of the commercials. Feng Yu was changing advertisements of the primetime slots he got from the fake health products. Isn't that the world champion Chu Yunxia? Athletes also will catch a cold. A young woman tapped her husband. Athletes are also human. Why can't they fall sick? Should we also prepare a box of cold medicine at home? The last time I caught the flu, you had to bring me to the hospital in the middle of the night, and you were scolded by your leader for being too tired at work the next day. Okay, tomorrow I will buy a box of cold medicine. Which brand should I get? Just this brand will do. Even top athletes are taking this medicine. All right. Oh, what's the name of the gastric pills? Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises gastric pills. Right. I should get a box of that gastric medicine. I can't stand gastric pains. The man said, should we get a box of anti-inflammation medicine too? Also, You have been feeling tired recently. Could it be that you lack some nutrients? You still want me to take those health products? The man looked at the woman. What health products? I am talking about the multivitamins pills that were advertised on TV. It contains 12 types of vitamins. Is that a real product? The man asked suspiciously. The box had printed they will compensate 10 times the amount if the product was found to be fake. Furthermore, it is manufactured by Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise and claims to make safe medicine. It's settled. I will help you buy a box of the vitamins tomorrow. You must eat it. Your work is so tiring, and you must take care of your health. The woman said, Fine, buy it then. Honey, why did you buy so many medicines back? What do you know? These medicines should be back up at home. In case any of us falls sick, we do not need to go to the hospital. Sister Zhao next door had also bought these medicines. It is not expensive too. All these medicines cost less than 10 renminbi and are manufactured by a reputable factory. Don't worry. Really? Then why didn't you buy more? We can give it to our parents. Do I still need you to tell me that? I have already sent the medicines to them. Madam Wang, why are you buying so many medicines? To keep at home. If I caught a cold or fever, I do not need to go to the hospital. You should also keep some at home. Your kid often got cold. Keep at home? Fine. Tomorrow I will buy 2 boxes when I pass by the pharmacy. As time passes, people start to stock up medications at home, and Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises sales begin to rise. On Monday morning, Zhang Ruiqiang arrived at work and starts to read the newspaper as usual. This was his habit. He needs to know what was happening in the Longjiang province, and if he had missed out certain areas of concerns. Suboptimal health status? What was this article about? Zhang Ruiqiang starts reading the article. Suboptimal health status was the stage between healthy and falling sick. The symptoms of this stage were lethargic and listlessness. The current medical diagnosis would not be able to diagnose the illness accurately. Most of the symptoms were giddiness, headaches, insomnias, sensitive to the temperature, quickly catching a cold, listlessness, aching all over. This article was well written, but it was quite frightening. The author of this article was a professor from Bing City's Medical University. There was also a column for him in the newspaper. He will be talking about the dangers of lacking nutrients. Today, he will be talking about the risks of calcium deficiencies. At the end of the article, the professor still reminded the readers to take note about the lack of calcium and should consume some medical products to supplement their calcium to prevent them from becoming suboptimal health status. What is this suboptimal health status? All human beings should have the symptoms listed in the article. Who doesn't feel tired after working for a long time? Who doesn't become listlessness when they get older? Isn't it typical for kids to not being able to concentrate? If all the kids were able to focus, there would not be students doing poorly in school. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at the article and felt he had experienced this before, but he could not remember when he encountered this in the past. Zhang Ruiqiang picked up the phone and called the chief editor of the provincial newspaper. Chief who? I am Zhang Ruiqiang. Yes, Mayor Zhang. What can I do for you? Although Zhang Ruiqiang was not his direct superior, he was still the assistant to the provincial governor. His rank was much higher than the chief editor. Furthermore, Zhang Ruiqiang was the blue-eyed boy of the governor. This was shown through the numerous promotions in the past few years. The chief editor was wary to not offend him. The chief editor thought back on the articles over the past few days. There were no articles that criticized Bing City. There were even some articles that commented on the success of Bing City. Why was Zhang Ruiqiang calling? Chief who? I saw an article about suboptimal health status in the papers today, and there was an announcement about a new column to talk about this topic and the issue of nutrients deficiencies. Why was this article published? Chief who picked up a copy of the newspaper on his desk and flipped to that article. He quickly scanned through the article. What's wrong with this article? It was talking about health issues, and readers like to read these types of articles. Mayor Zhang, I do not understand what you mean. This is a collaboration with medical professors from universities to create a column about health. This is for the good of everyone in the province. It is to highlight the importance of their health. What's wrong? No. I am not saying that this article is not good. I am only asking if this column is your idea or someone else gave you this idea. Is there any difference? Yes. I want to know if Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise has anything to do with this. A little. One of the professors that will be writing in the column is also the consultant for Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. But these professors are from reputable universities and should not have many dealings with Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Chief Hu was feeling puzzled. These experts were writing articles for this column, and what has it got to do with Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise? Then can you tell me what the articles that will be published are? Have you planned it out? Let me see. Tomorrow it will be about the harmful effects of zinc deficiencies, and the day after, it will be about iron deficiencies. The day after that is about vitamin A. Is there any problem? No problem. I just want to find out more. I shall not disturb you further. Let's meet up when we are free. After hanging up the call, Zhang Ruiqiang was sure that Feng Yu had something to do with this. He finally recalled why such articles were familiar. When Feng Yu started to sell Taihua premium cooking oil, there were articles about the differences between the types of oil in the market. In the end, Feng Yu's cooking oil, which was selling much expensive, could not meet the market demands. Now, Taihua premium cooking oil was even selling at Shenyang and will be entering Beijing region. This kid was using the same tricks. He was starting to brainwash the readers? Oh, it's Mayor Zhang. Why are you so free to call me? You know I just arrived at Bing City. Feng Yu joked. Come to my office now. Are you the one behind this article and the column? Zhang Ruiqiang pointed to the newspaper and questioned Feng Yu. What do you mean by I am behind this? This article is scientifically proof. It is written by a group of medical professors from reputable universities. This was also verified by experts from other universities. Feng Yu proudly replied. You are doing this to sell those supplements. Yes. What's wrong with this? Why can't you use some normal marketing methods? Didn't you get good results from advertising and CCTV? All the medicines are selling well. Zhang Ruiqiang reprimanded Feng Yu. This Feng Yu was always using unorthodox ways to sell his products. Mayor Zhang, what did I do wrong? I am letting everyone know more about their health, and at the same time tell them to supplement the necessary nutrients if they are lacking. I am doing a good deed. All these nutrients just happen to be products of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise? Zhang Ruiqiang sneered. Mayor Zhang, the pharmaceutical enterprise is also our city's company. We are also paying taxes. Don't you want this company to do well? Feng Yu smiled and asked Zhang Ruiqiang back. This. Zhang Ruiqiang was at a loss of words. Indeed, if Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's products were selling well, then the city will benefit from it. This was also something he wanted to see. But he still felt Feng Yu's method was too weird and not suitable. But he got to admit that Feng Yu's methods always achieved outstanding results. You only use this method at Longjiang Daily? Of course not. I have advertised with more than 20 provincial newspapers and radio stations. Oh, a book about this topic will be published later. Publish a book. That's right. The title of this book is Suboptimal Health. Not only this book will be sold in China, but it will also be translated to over 20 languages and be sold all over the world. This book will be launched worldwide at the same time. Sold all over the world? Who is the author? You. Zhang Ruiqiang could not accept Feng Yu publishing a book. Of course it is not me. This book is written by the professors from our Bing City Medical University and the Chinese Traditional Medical University. We have verified the contents of this book with experts all over the world, and they recommended it. I estimate the sales of this book to be SOSO, at about 1 million copies. How many? 1 million copies. Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked. 1 million copies? Was Feng Yu joking? How many copies would an average medical journal sell? Hurry and tell me about the details. Brother Lu, I have been here for quite some time. Where's my tea? You want me to brew a cup for myself personally? Feng Yu shouted towards the door. This conversation will be taking some time, and how can he do without a cup of tea? Secretary Lu immediately jumped up from his seat. I am brewing your tea. It will be ready soon. Zhang Ruiqiang thought in his heart. Whose secretary was this? Why was my secretary following your orders more diligently? Brother Lu, you are too stingy. What tea is this? Where is Mayor Zhang's top-grade long Jing tea leaves? Feng Yu took a sip and shouted. No, this is the only tea. You don't drink if you don't like it. Zhang Ruiqiang roared with a black face. I only have that bit of good tea leaves, and it's a waste to let you drink those. Feng Yu rolled his eyes at Zhang Ruiqiang. Mayor? Where can you find such a stingy mayor? Never mind. This tea will do. Anyway, I do not like to drink tea too. Have you drink enough? Do you want me to help you lit a cigarette? Zhang Ruiqiang snarled. The way Feng Yu was sipping on that cup of tea, it will take more than 10 minutes to finish. There is no need for cigarettes. My sister had gone to work, and I still did not have my lunch yet. Ask the canteen to add 2 more dishes. It does not need to be too lavish. Just braise a big silver carp. Those common carp does not taste good. Also, a braised pork ribs will do. I prefer the leaner parts and do not like fatty meat. Zhang Ruiqiang was thinking in his heart. You are coming to our government canteen for lunch and still want to be so picky. Are you going to talk? Fine. Why are you so anxious? Feng Yu rolled his eyes again. This Zhang Ruiqiang was not calm at all. Mayor Zhang, do you think that only the Chinese are concerned with their health? Those foreigners are not concerned about their health. Don't they want to live longer and healthier? They should have the same thinking. Of course they want to live longer and healthier. This is the concern of everyone on this planet. Other than the war-torn regions, most of the people will want to live longer and enjoy life. This is why being healthy is a concern and area of focus. The concept of suboptimal health status is not thought up by us. A former Soviet Union scholar, Berkman, first mentioned about this in the 1980s. He described this status as the third status, Zhang and Xiao, 2015. Oh, Berkman is also a translator for the Russian version of this book. He is also one of the experts who verified the contents of this book. You are telling me that this suboptimal health is not something you made up? This is something by the former Soviet Union. What made up? I had said many times. This is science. Science. Feng Yu was furious. Do I look like a con man? Why are you always thinking that I am hoodwinking others? Fine. Science. I also did not say this is not science. Why are you shouting? Zhang Ruiqiang slowly lit a cigarette. He likes to see Feng Yu getting angry. Although this subhealth is not thought up by us, we did further research on this topic and used a simple and easy to understand the way to explain about this status. For instance, insomnia and dreaminess, lassitude extremities, etc. Translator's notes. The words in italics are in English. Feng Yu purposely mixed in some English words to explain about this subhealth status. He does not want to let Zhang Ruiqiang understand what he was talking about. Speak Chinese. Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. He knew Feng Yu had done this purposely. Feng Yu gave Zhang Ruiqiang an uneducated is scary look and continued. The wealthier the nation, the more concerned they are about their health. This is because of the food culture, lifestyles, etc. Almost 90% of the people are under the suboptimal health status. Those in the middle age were the most serious, followed by the elderlies and the younger ones. If these people know about their current health status, do you think they will not be doing anything to increase their health status? They should. Zhang Ruiqiang's thoughts were slowly being led away by Feng Yu. That's right, they will surely do something about this. Do you know which countries in this world emphasize the most on health products? US, Japan, France, Australia, etc. All of these countries are developed countries, but they only produce health products, and we are making medicines. This is the differences between them and us. If 2 products claim to have the same effects and benefits, will you choose the product that is produced by a food company or a reputable pharmaceutical company? I will surely believe the pharmaceutical company. However, I'm not sure about other countries. Our health products industry had gone awry. Are there any problems with those health products in other countries? No problems. If we want those products to have problems, then it will surely have problems. Feng Yu tapped on the table. There are fake health products in other countries? Fake products exist in every country. But currently, our country has more fake health products. We only need to find a health product in the country that have problems like false advertising, insufficient ingredients, and does not meet what was stated on the labels, etc. We can make use of the media to expose them. The consumer's trust in the products will be lowered, and that will be our opportunity. Feng Yu said proudly. That means you are the one who is behind that special episode. Zhang Ruiqiang realized that Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises sales had increased after the downfall of those health products. Could this also part of Feng Yu's plot? To a certain extent, I had done it purposely. I do not like those cheats and want to teach them a lesson. If they are cheating those foreigners, I would not be bothered with them. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. He was speechless. What kind of values does this guy have? But Zhang Ruiqiang got to admit that he might also do the same thing. Those companies in other countries can't produce similar products? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. The pharmaceutical industry of the Western countries was more developed than China. This was something Zhang Ruiqiang cannot deny. This was why the world's most advanced medical products were invented by Western countries. To date, there were no Chinese that had won the Nobel Prize. They can. But I had done market research. Currently, no similar products have done any advertisements. Furthermore, our products are recommended by experts and professors. Recommended by experts and professors? Why would they recommend our products? Zhang Ruiqiang does not believe. Those experts and professors should have already been working with some large pharmaceutical firms. Why will they recommend Fengyu's products instead of their own firm's products? Fengyu smiled and replied, if you pay them enough, they will naturally recommend our products. In Fengyu's previous life, there were lots of health seminars and TV shopping of health products. These were all imitating other countries. In this field, China still lagged behind other countries. When Fengyu invested in Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, he had asked Fu Guangjing to help him get in touch with some overseas experts and medical sales companies. He wants to look for future partners. After spending some money, Fengyu tied up with companies in dozens of countries. His medicines will be distributed all over those countries within the shortest period. Fengyu was clear that the overseas market will not last long, and within a year, the giant pharmaceutical MNCs will take back the market share. But this period would be sufficient for Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise to make lots of money and also increase their reputation and brand awareness. For the time being, Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise still does not have any outstanding products. But in another 1 or 2 years, things would be different. This was because Pfizer had started development on a type of medicine for the treatment of cardiovascular, sildenafil. Their first phase of development would compete sometime next year, and there will be a lengthy clinical trial period after that. The results of the trial were very poor, and the medicine was not effective in treating the patients. But those that participated in the trial refused to return those extra pills. It was because they discovered the side effects of this medicine. Zypher starts to research on this side effects and conducted trials again. By the time this medicine was launched in the market, it was already 1998. This new medicine was also known as Viagra. Fengyu was waiting for the clinical trials to be completed and does not achieve good results. That will be the time he purchases the formula and rights of this medicine, and he will immediately apply for patents. He wants the control of this wonder drug, which will rake in hundreds of millions every year. Have you read the papers? It is suboptimal health if one is unable to focus. The body is lacking zinc. Should we get some zinc supplement medication for our son? Is this real? The man was hanging his coat in the wardrobe. Why not? Even the experts have said this. Those experts are the professors from medical universities. They are as qualified as the doctors in the company's hospital. The woman replied, fine, just buy some. How much does it cost? Not much. It is only a few RMB per box and will last 10 days. The treatment phase is 3 boxes, and the total should be slightly more than 20 renminbi. You are not willing to spend 20 renminbi a month for our son's health. Of course not. Just go and buy. All my money is kept by you. The man replied, I am just discussing with you. Why are you giving me this attitude? Fine. I'm sorry. It is all my fault. Is dinner ready? You only know how to eat. Lingling, come out for dinner. The woman grumbled and went to fill her husband's bowl with rice. Those who smoke, drink, and like sweet food should increase their vitamin B1 intake. Those that have angular cheilitis, mouth ulcers, and beriberi often are symptoms of vitamin B1 deficiencies. Conjunctivitis, angular cheilitis, etc. is a sign of vitamin B2 deficiency. Low immunity, unable to focus, tiredness, etc. are signs of the body lacks vitamin B6. Losing concentrations, anemia, might be caused by the lack of vitamin B12. One could increase this vitamin intake by eating more grapes, oranges, peaches, etc. As the body could not store vitamins like B1, these fruits should be taken daily. Dear, look at this. This article says that your beriberi condition might be caused by a lack of vitamin B. What is vitamin? Vitamins, the essential vitamins needed by our bodies. This is very important to our bodies. Tomorrow I will buy a bottle of that medicine advertised on TV. What's the name of that medicine? Right. It is called multivitamin pills. It will supplement more than 20 types of vitamins. It is also inexpensive. Is lack of vitamins really the cause? Even if it is not the cause, having more vitamins will not harm us. It is also not expensive. If it is effective, you should carry on taking it to prevent the subhealth status. This was written in the article. Fengyu had published these articles on newspapers all over China. Health columns were set up in the papers to promote awareness of suboptimal health status. Feng Yu also hired the local experts to write about this issue. Of course, those experts were conservatives and used words like maybe, might be, high possibilities, etc. But the readers interpreted in another way. From their understandings, even the experts had advised them on this. So, this must be correct. There was no second way about this. When the readers read the newspapers and listened to the radios, they realized they had some of these symptoms, and it was a sign of suboptimal health status. They might fall sick anytime. The people learned a lot from the newspapers and the radio stations, but all of them did not fully understand this subhealth status. Suboptimal health status is a long-term condition. Who does not feel tired once in a while? If the person was feeling tired over a prolonged period, then it will be considered as suboptimal health status. When the people read those articles and listened to the radio stations, they only picked the contents they wanted to hear. Even in a paragraph or a passage, they would just choose to remember a sentence or even some phrases to remember. And it was because of this, all of them became experts. These experts like to advise others to show that they know more and are cultured. As this information was passed from one to another, the information became twisted. Those words, like maybe, might be, high possibilities, etc., used by the experts were going. The foods recommended by the experts were expensive foods. Some were costly seasonal fruits and meat like chicken, fish, or ducks. All these were more expensive than Feng Yu's products. Furthermore, if eating those foods was effective, why was there still medical products? It was advertised on TV that even top athletes took these medical products and had bought for their family members. These must be very effective. Taking these medical products was better than those health products. What were health products? If CCTV had not exposed them, everyone would still be in the dark. These products were manufactured by a reputable big pharmaceutical company and had advertised with CCTV. This should be safe to consume. CCTV had announced they will reflect and promise to not air any false advertising. The articles in the newspapers were very objective. It did not recommend any products and had only talked about knowledge and information. But actually, this was marketing strategies. Knowledge-based marketing and concept marketing. This strategy makes use of spreading information and knowledge to everyone. When the masses read the articles and listened to the radio stations, they would think of buying those medical products. But they might not be purchasing your products as there might be similar products on the market. The second type of strategy was making use of the experts to sell those products. Through newspaper articles, radio stations, and seminars, the concept of subhealth status were spread. The consumers were reminded and warned that if they do not do anything about their health, they might fall sick easily. When those experts finished talking about the subhealth status on the radio stations, they would typically interact with the listeners by letting listeners call in. Most of the listeners will be asking if the experts have any products to recommend to them. During this time, these experts will recommend some medical products. All of these experts had collected money, and they knew that Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was a reputable company and the medicines they produced were up to standards. They had no qualms about recommending these products. The listeners will hear the recommendations made by the experts and saw the advertisements on TV. They would believe and subconsciously pick this brand of medical products. Also, there was the Suboptimal Health book. The experts had taken part in writing this book. Although they were not paid much for their work, these experts do not mind when they heard this book would be translated into more than 20 languages. All of them wanted the fame. When recommending the medical products, the experts also recommended this book. They would mention this book was translated into more than 20 languages and will be published in over a dozen countries. The sales of this book also increase exponentially. This was also what Feng Yu wanted. China's sales figures would help Fu Guangjing negotiate with the overseas publishers. This was a bestseller, and you should be paying more for our rights. Feng Yu was confident to recover all the amount paid to the experts and professors just from the book sales. What's the outcome? A win-win situation for all parties. The experts and professors got money and fame. Without Feng Yu pulling strings, all these experts would not be able to get their own columns in the newspapers. The overseas experts also got the exposures they wanted. Feng Yu did not spend money and could market his products effectively. From the way things are going, he would be able to profit from this book. Feng Yu was lying on his couch, looking at the book's sales report. The era of whole nation lack nutrients was finally here. Europeans, Americans, Asians, etc., all of you are having suboptimal health and lack nutrient. Mid-August, the news suddenly reported about China's athlete, Chu Yunxia, had won the gold medal for the 3,000 meters event in the IAAF World Championships in athletics. Chu Yunxia's popularity rose. Before this, there might be people who do not take note of the sporting events. But when this was reported on the news, it was different. Many people noticed that this Chu Yunxia looks familiar. Oh, she was the one who acted in some commercials. Wait, that means the calcium medicine Chu Yunxia endorsed was really useful? Those people that do not believe in this product before started to buy the calcium gluconate for their children. 2 days later, CCTV News reported another news. China's athlete Lu Dong had won the gold medal for the 1,500 meters event in the IAAF World Championships in athletics. This news was almost the same as the previous one, except the name and event was changed. More people start to notice Lu Dong. And 2 days later, Wang Juanxia had won the 10,000 meters event. People were getting used to this news. Was the athletic team we sent really so strong? Not only they had won the gold medal, but there were also several others who had won the silver and bronze medals. Of course, silver and bronze medals were not worthy to be reported on the news. Because CCTV News had reported on the World Championships, the rest of the local TV stations, radio stations, newspapers, and even magazine follows suit. Those athletes who had won medals but were not featured on CCTV News were also reported. The popularity of these athletes rose further. As such, many people start to take note of the advertisements aired on CCTV, and subconsciously, they memorized the advertising messages in the commercials. And then, there was more significant news. As the athletes had made breakthrough performances and did China proud, China's premier will be meeting all of them, including the coaches. Coach Ma was upset and happy at the same time when he heard about the performance of all those athletes at the World Championships. He should be the coach who led all these athletes to victory. He should be getting the credit of their performances and their prize money. However, Coach Ma was glad that all these athletes had achieved good results, and everyone should know that this was due to his training. Will the higher-ups help him get back his position as the head coach of this team? It was an honor for the country's premier to meet all those athletes and coaches. Shouldn't he be one of the coaches? But Coach Ma waited until all the athletes returned back to Beijing, and he still did not receive the notification from his leaders to attend the meeting between the team and premier. Coach Ma was anxious. This was an opportunity for him. If he did not grasp this opportunity, then he would be out of the athletic circle. He would not be able to make a comeback. Coach Ma had started construction of his own training base at Lianyungang. Initially, he had the funds. He made use of the national team's name, and the local government gave him the land parcel for free. He sold the health product formula, take on the endorsement for the Chinese turtle essence, and took the prize money from the athletes. He had more than enough funds to build the training base. Even the athletes' dormitory was designed to be 3 stories building. But after the construction started, all of Coach Ma's money was confiscated. Not only that, his 3 months' salary, bonuses, allowances, etc. were deducted. Then, all of his athletes decided to leave him for another coach. Now, he does not even have an athlete to participate in international competitions. Coach Ma was in debt now. He owes the bank, the construction company, and the materials supplier. But he firmly believes that if he could resume his position as the head coach of this team of athletes, it will not be a problem for him to clear all these debts. This team was the national team. They were athletes who competed on the world stage. With these athletes, money would be rolling in when they perform well in competitions, take on endorsements, or attend some promotional events. Previously, there was a hotel owner who wanted to get him and a few athletes to participate in the opening of his hotel. The owner had offered 10,000 renminbi, but Coach Ma thinks that 10,000 renminbi was too little and rejected the offer. But now, even if someone offered Coach Ma 1,000 renminbi, he would also attend. But no one had made any offers. He was only a coach. Without the world champions, who would take note of the coach? Hello? Chief Li, I am Old Ma. Old Ma? Why are you calling me at this time? I am about to go out. If there is nothing else, we will take some other time. But, wait a minute. Chief Li, hello? Hello. Coach Ma clenched the phone in his hand and wanted to smash it on the floor. But he did not do that. It was a mobile phone, and it cost 30,000 renminbi. What does he mean by going out? This was an excuse. It was apparent that Chief Li was avoiding him. When I was the head coach, all of these officials lined up to meet me. Now, they are treating me like the plague. Coach Ma did not dare to show his anger. He no longer has a group of world-class athletes under him. If he showed his anger towards his leader, he would be in trouble. Coach Ma called a few more leaders who were quite close to him previously. But now, all of them were avoiding him. As the sky became dark, Coach Ma decided to shamelessly attend the meeting without an invitation. He was the one who had trained these athletes, and he should be getting credit for his part. Coach Ma immediately drove to the state guest house. This was the venue where the premier will be meeting the athletic team. He was staying quite near to the state guest house. "Sir, we do not allow people to enter without invitation." Someone at the door stopped Coach Ma. The premier was there, and how could anyone just enter the place? Coach Ma pointed to himself. "I am the coach of the athletic team. The premier is meeting the athletic team and the coaches today. Let me in." "Sorry, do you have the approval papers?" "Approval papers? Do I still need approval? Don't you know that I am the one who trained Chu Yunxia, Wang Juanxia, and Lu Dong?" Coach Ma roared. "I do not know about this. Without approval papers, I cannot let you in. You can contact your leader and let them escort you in." This person was not an ordinary security guard. Even if it were a provincial governor, without prior notification, he would also not let the governor in. Contact the leaders to escort me in? If they were willing to speak to me, I would not be standing here talking to you. Coach Ma saw something bulging under the security's coat. This security was carrying weapons. He thought about the people attending this event and changed his mind about forcing his way in. In the end, Coach Ma left quietly. The next day, he watched the news and saw the athletes and coaches smiling and talking to the premier. He was so furious that he smashes a glass on the floor. This was all because of the person who exposed about the health products. It was all because of that Li Jiayu. All these honors should be mine. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, don't blame me for letting you take the blame. Feng Yu was happy to see Wang Juanxia, Chu Yunxia, and the rest on the news. Look at those footages, especially the footages at the training grounds. The name, Wind, and Rain Training Center was shown clearly in the footages. This would bring in lots of benefits for Wind and Rain brand. The more famous these athletes were, the more rewards he would get, and it would be easier to enter the international market. Feng Yu had already planned. Tomorrow, he will continue to contact some newspaper agencies, spend some money to get them to publish more reports on these athletes. The reports should claim these athletes could break world records. Next, it will be the national games. These athletes will break the world records, and then there will be the World Marathon Cup, where the athletes will win the gold medal. All these will be worth reporting. When the athletes break the world records, it will be the time for Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise to enter the international market. In other countries, athletes' influences were greater than China, especially the world record holders. But as Feng Yu was planning to enter the overseas market, there were articles published on the papers about Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. The exposed of fake health products was a plot. Someone made up fake news to sell their medicines. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was the one behind this. The headlines of all major newspapers in China were news of Coach Ma bashing of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. The articles reported him as the victim, and he does not know that the Chinese turtle essence was a fake product. When the product was exposed, he immediately donated the endorsement fees and the proceeds he got from the Energy of Life out, all of which were used to compensate the victims. The boss of the Chinese turtle essence, Li Jiayu, was an ex-employee of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Coach Ma was tricked to endorse this product as he thought this was a reputable brand. The lines in the commercials were given to him by someone else, and he had signed a contract. He had to say those lines. He felt that all these were a plot. If not, why did Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise's medicines appeared so suddenly when all the health products disappeared from the market? Coach Ma made lots of accusations on Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. He also claims that because of this incident, he does not have any more athletes training under him. Coach Ma also added that many countries had offered him high salaries for him to coach their athletes, but he refused. He wants to do his part for China and train more Chinese athletes. If it were not for him, the athletes would not be able to achieve the results they got at the World Championships. The athletes were ungrateful to him. These athletes had betrayed him 1 month ago. Can those athletes improve so fast? Those athletes' performances were all because of his training. After the athletes switched coaches, they endorsed for Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Did they really take those medicine? All were lies. They were all lying. Coach Ma could only do this to attract attention. This was the only way for his leaders to notice him. Although he would surely be punished, if he does not do this, he would be finished. He was heavily in debt. Zhang Ruiqiang, the general manager of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, and a few other people called Feng Yu to discuss how they should respond to these allegations. If this was not handled well, then their sales will be significantly affected. Feng Yu was glad that the internet at this time was not popular when he saw the articles in the newspapers. Also, the TV media did not dare to report on this. It was only newspapers. This was something he could handle easily. The consequences of newspaper reports were clear. All the reporters will publish similar stories and will create many rumors to blow up the matter. Reports of good news were not as enticing to the readers compared to negative press. This was just arguing through media. Since when did Feng Yu lose in an argument? Feng Yu gathered some information, and after verifying the information, he asked the general manager of Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise to organize a press conference. In this era, only the government will have press conferences. Even the celebrities do not have press conferences. When Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise organizes a press conference, all the reporters were excited as this was something new. All of them wanted to gather more information from Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, and now, the company was willing to release more details. I shall now talk about the ridiculous accusations made by Coach Ma about our company. First, the Chinese turtle essence is set up early last year and was set up before Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Secondly, Li Jiayu was a salesman from XX Pharmaceutical Factory. But Li Jiayu had only worked for 1 month. This XX Pharmaceutical Factory was one of the companies that were merged to become Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. XX Pharmaceutical Factory was a joint venture, and the main shareholder was a private individual. Thirdly, our medicines were developed by the professors from Beijing universities and had international standard certifications. We will be exporting our products to other countries soon. There are absolutely no problems with the quality of our products. Fourthly, not a single part of our commercials was false. Every sentence is true. Fifth, from what we understand, Coach Ma had taken out 11 million renminbi was not because he wanted to donate that amount. This amount was confiscated by the government. This was different from what he claims. Sixth, Coach Ma claims that the athletes were able to achieve their results because of his training. What about the rest of the coaches? Can one person personally train dozens of athletes? Seventh, Coach Ma said he was the victim in the health products scandal. But has everyone forgotten what those athletes said? Why did they demand a change of coach? Eighth, Coach Ma claims that the athletes' performances will drop after he left. I do not think so. I believe that these athletes will perform better under the guidance of the new coach. They will surely break the world record. All the reporters were excited by the general manager's words. All of Coach Ma's accusations were rebutted. The general manager was implying that Coach Ma was making false allegations against Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise and had denied all of Coach Ma's claims. How do you explain about the rise of your company's products after the health products were taken off the shelves? Although your products are all medicines, people are treating them as health supplements. A reporter asked, "What's wrong with this? The health products are taken off the shelves is because there are problems with their products. Our products do not have any problems and are trusted by consumers. The consumers want to increase their nutrients intake, and they buy our products. This is very normal." Coach Ma had claimed that Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was the one behind the exposing of the fake health products. Do you admit it? Another reporter asked a tough question. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise general manager smiled. "That's right. We are the ones." The reporters were in an uproar. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise was indeed the one who exposed those fake health products. That means Coach Ma's accusation was true. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise really have something to do with the health product scandal. Bing City government officials by the side were also shocked. How can the general manager say that? Regardless if you had anything to do with the scandal, you should not admit it. Was there something wrong with your brains? The Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise general manager continued. What's wrong with us exposing those fake products? Did we do anything wrong? The reporters were stunned. That's right. What's wrong with exposing those fake products? The next day, Coach Ma saw the article in the newspaper, and he tore it into pieces. There were already shreds of papers on the floor. Questionable character and immorality? Since when did these words were used to describe a world-class coach? Coach Ma had wanted to burn his boat, but his boat had sunk. He had fallen into the river, and he can't swim. Coach Ma had blown up this matter, and his leader had noticed him again. But this time, his leader had fired him. If it weren't for a mysterious businessman buying over Coach Ma's half-completed training grounds and turning it into a sea view villa area, Coach Ma would be thrown into jail. Coach Ma regretted what he had done. If he were not so greedy, he would not be in this plight. His future was gone now. Coaching overseas? Even if China allowed him to go, those countries that tried to recruit him in the past would no longer hire him. No one would want their athletes to be trained by an immoral person. Feng Yu was not delighted when he learns that Coach Ma was sacked. In the end, Feng Yu decided to help Coach Ma out to avoid being jailed. Of course, Feng Yu would never make losses. Lian Yungan's local government can't wait for someone to take over the project. If not, the material suppliers and the construction company would be looking for them for the outstanding payments. The businessman even donated some money to the local government to change the use of the land parcel. The city government does not care whether if the villas could be sold or not. It was Feng Yu's dream in his previous life to own a sea view villa. This dream had come true in this life. Also, this area will be gazetted as an economic development zone in a few years, and the property prices will shoot up. There was no way for Feng Yu to make losses. You can start airing the commercials. Feng Yu called Kamita Masao. The Japanese start to notice an advertisement for a book on Fuji TV. This book was called Suboptimal Health. In Japan, there had been authors promoting their new books, but most of them only advertise on newspapers. Even if they used TV stations to promote their new books, they also did not make it into a TV program. This program had hired a medical professor as the host, and it talks about the health and daily nutrient intake, the nutrients in food, and the causes of suboptimal health status. Because of our diet, Japanese lacks lots of nutrients, and most of us are in the suboptimal status. We mostly lack in zinc. Lacking zinc in our bodies will lead to a lack of proteins and will affect our children's growth and men's fertility. To be honest, I often take zinc supplements. This type of medicine is bought from China. Zinc is an important factor in men's fertility. As all of you know, I have 2 sons and 2 daughters. At my current age, I still have a healthy sex life with my wife. Most of the men in their 30s start to stop having sex with their partners. Not only there was a TV program, but there were also advertisements in newspapers. The ads were for multivitamins and zinc gluconate. Most Japanese women were housewife, and when they saw the advertisement, they decided to buy these supplements for their husband. The TV program had said that lacking zinc will lead to lower sex drive and sperm count in men. Their husbands were usually home late and seldom touched them. This was because they were too tired due to their work. But now, they know that it was because their husband lacks zinc. Should also get that book about suboptimal health and prepare some tonics for our husbands. The professor on TV had also recommended that Chinese medicine, zinc gluconate. No wonder China had such a high population. They already knew about the effects of zinc in our bodies. The program also warned about the harmful effects of zinc deficiency in children. All the families with sons start to buy zinc gluconate for their children. Many Japanese men returned home to see a bottle of blue medicine waiting for them, prepared by their wives. Their wives wanted them to take the medication. One course of treatment was 4 weeks, and effects could be seen when the treatment ends. The wives will not tell their husbands about their purpose of getting this medicine. They told their husband that this was a tonic which was good for their health. Some of the husbands were touched by their wives' gestures. Some of them scolded their wives for wasting money. Japan's economy was not doing well, and this was a waste of money. Although they said this, they still take medicine. The husband also noticed that there was a book at home. Typical housewife normally will watch TV and seldom reads. Suboptimal Health. What was this book about? From the title, it seems to be a medical book. The curious husbands started to flip the book. After reading, the husbands realized that they were showing symptoms of suboptimal health status. They were always tired at work because they lacked in some nutrients. They should increase their nutrient intake through specific food and supplements. Soon, Japanese men knew what medicine they were drinking. This was a zinc supplement product from China. The book had stated the effects of lacking in zinc. All the husband knew why their wives bought this medicine for them. What to do now? They got to force themselves to fake interest in their wives. If not, their wives will know that they did not lack in zinc, but they were indeed losing interest in their wives. In the end, The frequency of sex with their wives increases. The wives were happy to see the effects of this medicine. The professor did not lie to them. Got to buy more of this medicine. Of course, there were some men with some problems with their bodies, and they secretly bought this medicine for themselves. They kept the medication in their offices and drank a bottle during lunch every day. Maybe it was the placebo effect, or the drug was effective. They felt their power increases a lot after taking medicine. Because of this, zinc gluconate sales increase exponentially. The sales in certain regions were even higher than China. Feng Yu was surprised by this. He had only wanted to make use of the psychological concerns of people to sell his medicine, but he did not expect the results to be so good. This also let Feng Yu felt more confident about the sales of his medicine in the Western countries. However, Feng Yu does not need to do much for the sales over there. He had handed over the sales of these medications to his medical sales company partners in those countries. It was time for Feng Yu to report to Hong Kong University. Hong Kong University, a university with a long history. This university was famous for its medical, business, humanities, and political science. The Faculty of Medicine was even renamed to honor Superman Lee's donation. Even a faculty could be renamed. Feng Yu was envious of this. He also wanted to have a university to be named after him. Having the whole university to be named after him was a higher achievement than a faculty. What made Feng Yu happiest was there were no roll calls for attendances at this university. The year-end examinations were also not that important, but there were assignments. This university emphasizes practicality. Although Feng Yu had chosen the business faculty and not the economic and finance faculties he was good at, he was still confident that he would be able to complete his assignments efficiently. Feng, I will bring you to meet the university's leader. I had also help you purchase an apartment near to the university. Fu Guangjing glanced at Feng Yu. Why do you want an apartment outside of the university? You still want to deny you are not here for our Hong Kong girls? Feng Yu followed Fu Guangjing through the campus. Of course, Fu Guangjing had also engaged a lecturer to lead the way. Along the way, Feng Yu noticed that there were a lot of campus buildings named after individuals. He had heard of some of these names. These people were Hong Kong's billionaires. These wealthy people were used to charity works. They did this to increase their reputations and also to prevent people from talking behind their backs. Of course, they also did this to enhance their social status. The university graduates will be Hong Kong's elites, and some of them might even become the governor or some officials. The highest-ranking person at the university was not the principal. It was the chancellor. The principal's role in the university was like a company's CEO, while the chancellor was like a company's chairman. Fu Guangjing brought Feng Yu to meet the vice principal and asked the vice principal to take care of him. He hinted to the vice principal that Feng Yu had come to Hong Kong to pass time, and they should not make things difficult for him. The university should not take his attendances or give him assignments. Feng Yu should also not to be forced to take part in after-school activities or forced to stay in the university's dormitory. Also, other than Feng Yu passing the university's exams, he does not need to do any other things. Feng Yu stared at Fu Guangjing angrily. What's the meaning of this? Who is here to pass the time? I really want to study and increase my knowledge. Feng Yu really wanted to attend that Professor Liang's lectures. This professor will be hired as one of the consultants to stabilize Hong Kong's economy by the government after Hong Kong was handed over to China. He was not only well-versed with the Chinese economy, but he had also researched the economies of Asia and the rest of the world. Here, this car is for you. But you do not have a Hong Kong driving license. This is the driver I arranged for you. He used to drive delivery trucks and is from China. He can speak Mandarin and Cantonese well. Do you want me to arrange for a driving instructor for you and get you a driving license? Fu Guangjing threw a car key to Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the driver. Can you teach me? Yes, but I am not a professional instructor. Feng Yu waved his hand. That's enough. I do not speed. I only need to get used to right-hand drive. Most of the time, I will also not drive. Feng Yu was not stupid to speed around and risk his life. Only those silly rich brats will do this. To him, cars were merely a form of transport from one place to another. He just wants to familiarize with right-hand drive and will just drive when necessary. You insisted on being an exchange student, but you are late for your first day. I really don't know what to say. Fu Guangjing grumbled. The other exchange students had arrived at the university a few days earlier. Only Feng Yu did not arrive early. Instead, he was late. If it weren't for the Fu family, Hong Kong University would have punished Feng Yu. Even exchange students have to obey the school rules. I am too busy. Oh, how was Wang Juanxia's commercials in the Western countries? Now that you mention this, it was a great idea to get athletes to star in commercials. The response was great. With the growing awareness and promotion of the suboptimal health status, our product sales increased a lot. Those partner companies were smiling their way to the banks. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart, how could those companies not earn money with such new marketing strategies? Using athletes to endorse health products Amway's marketing strategy, and Feng Yu had copied this idea. In Feng Yu's previous life, Amway had hired athletes to endorse their health products and achieved excellent results. Wang Juanxia and the rest had not reached the peak of their popularity. When they break the world records, they would be more influential. Feng Yu felt that not much money could be made from these medical products, but there were still some profits from selling all the existing stocks. It should not be a problem to hit the sales target this year. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprises brand will also be known all over the world. Feng Yu hoped this brand would be as famous as Bayer in the future, and the new medicines produced could sell well because of the brand. The athletes are not at the peak of their popularity. Next year, they will be more popular, and our sales will be better. Fu Guangjing shook his head. I still think that it was not worth to invest so much for such returns. That Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise still does not have any flagship products. What's the use of you building up this brand? There is no way you are able to compete with those overseas pharmaceutical giants. Fu Guangjing could not understand why Feng Yu did not focus in China or Asia. Why did Feng Yu insist on selling his products to the Western countries? Brand awareness? Those medical products Feng Yu sells were not any special products. Was there a need to build the brand? It was unnecessary for Feng Yu to increase brand awareness through advertising. But Fu Guangjing did not know about Feng Yu's plans. This was to pave the way for the future Viagra. It was easier for a well-known company to market their medicine. Also, this would help with Zhang Ruiqiang's promotion. The higher Zhang Ruiqiang climbs, the more Feng Yu would benefit in the future. Let's stop talking about these. Bring me to the dormitory. I want to meet my roommate. Feng Yu suddenly noticed the change in expressions on Fu Guangjing's face when he asks about the dormitory. What's wrong with this roommate? Didn't I ask for a twin-sharing dormitory room? You did not arrange for a good roommate? Feng, let me do the introductions. This is Fu Guangwei, my cousin. The veins on Fu Guangjing's forehead were popping. I had told this Wei Zai, see translator's notes, to clean up the room. Why was there a woman's bra hanging on the chair? Hi, brother Feng. Call me Wei Zai will do. Wei Zai? Why don't you call yourself Wa Zai? Feng Yu glanced at Fu Guangjing. You arranged for me to stay with your cousin? Seems like my decision to buy an apartment outside of school was right. Feng Yu looked around the room and was sure that this Fu Guangwei had brought a girl back last night. Wei Zai, I will live outside of the school. If I am coming back to the dormitory, I will give you a call. Brother Fu, should we go get dinner? Fu Guangjing stared at his cousin angrily. This was a great opportunity, and this moron did not cherish it. Do you know how much you will earn if Feng Yu is willing to guide you? You only know how to play. No wonder third uncle had headaches when he talks about you. Yes, I had made the arrangements. It is all your favorite dishes. In Hong Kong, Fu Guangjing was the host. During dinner, Fu Guangwei told Feng Yu about all the fun places in Hong Kong. But Feng Yu does not seem interested. Wei Zai, I am warning you. Do not take part in those activities, and you must not bring brother Feng to those places. If not, I will tell third uncle to stop giving you allowances. Fu Guangjing warned. You still did not ask if brother Feng wants to go. Fu Guangwei argued. I am not interested in those places. Feng Yu shook his head. What underground racing, underground fight clubs? Feng Yu was not interested in these. It might be interesting to visit these places once in a while, but he would never be like Fu Guangwei taking part in those activities. Fu Guangwei frowned. Then what about bars and disco? Brother Feng, our Hong Kong's bars and discos are more fun than the ones in China. There are many hot girls. Don't you want to go? Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu, waiting for his answer. But Feng Yu could see the eagerness in his eyes. Damn, the both of you wanted to go to those places and wanted to use me as an excuse? But Feng Yu had not visited the discos in Hong Kong and wanted to have a look to see if it was really like those Hong Kong dramas. He wonders if it was as happening like the movies. Music was blaring, and Feng Yu frowned. The music was too loud. There was no way for them to hear each other when they were inside. Wei Zai, you are here with Zheng Zai? You still have a new friend? As usual, the bartender saw the both of them and greeted them. Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangjing. As usual, the both of you were regulars here. I am only an excuse for both of you to visit this place. Brother Feng, what do you want to drink? Rum. Feng Yu had wanted to drink beer, but no one around them drinks beer. So he ordered rum. Wei Zai, look to your left. There are 3 girls. Why don't you go over and drink with them? The bartender leaned forward and said to Fu Guangwei. His expression was just like those pimps in old Hong Kong dramas. Feng Yu and the rest turned to their left. The girls' dressing was hotter than the girls in China. But Feng Yu was not interested. Their makeup was too thick. How could they be considered pretty? What if they removed their makeup and looks like ghosts? Feng Yu thought that Fu Guangjing and his cousin would be more reserved as he was around. But he was wrong. The both of them stood up immediately and walked towards those 3 girls. Damn, they were too desperate. Fu Guangjing lacks women. Feng Yu was not interested and sat there drinking, looking at the people around him. Never mind. I will return home by myself later. I want to see what sort of apartment Fu Guangjing bought for him. WTF? Dragging the girl by force? Feng Yu saw Fu Guangjing standing there dragging a girl by the wrist. This Fu family young master was also rejected? Fu Guangjing can be considered handsome and was very wealthy. The Rolex he was wearing was signs of his wealth. It was almost impossible for Fu Guangjing to not get any girls he wants at this place. Could it be that Fu Guangjing was too anxious or he felt embarrassed for being rejected? Wow, this is getting more exciting. Both cousins were interested in the same girl. Feng Yu saw Fu Guangwei grabbing the girl too. Damn, the handphone now could not take pictures. If this were recorded, it would surely be a classic. This can be made into a TVB drama. With this picture in hand, Feng Yu would be able to make fun of Fu Guangjing for the next year. Whoa, that girl slapped Fu Guangwei. Fu Guangwei did not hit her back? Why didn't he retaliate? Although Feng Yu had only met Fu Guangwei, he knew Fu Guangwei was an impulsive and rash person. He was slapped by the girl, and he just kept quiet? Fine, I should stop them. If this incident blows up, it would not be good for the Fu family. These 2 guys were drunk before they even start drinking? Brother Fu, Wei Zai, forget it. There is no need for both of you to force this girl. Feng Yu pulled Fu Guangjing back. Brother Feng, sorry for letting you see this. This is my younger sister, Fu Minjing. You dare to dress up like this and come to these places? Aren't you afraid of getting drunk and raped by those hooligans? Fu Guangjing scolded the girl. Huh, your younger sister? Damn, this girl who dressed like a slut was from the Fu family? Wait, was this girl the rebellious girl from the Fu family reported by the media in Feng Yu's previous life? That rebellious Fu Minjing? Wasn't this Fu Minjing a lesbian in my previous life? Feng Yu looked at the 2 girls beside Fu Minjing. These 2 girls were also lesbians. 3 young girls having a threesome? This would be a pretty picture. What are you looking at? Fu Minjing screamed at Feng Yu. Minjing, how can you speak to Brother Feng this way? What did our family teach you? Fu Guangjing was feeling embarrassed. Feng Yu had seen his sister dressed up like a slut, and Fu Guangjing was already ashamed of this. Now, his sister even screamed at Feng Yu, making him more embarrassed. What, Brother Feng? Did you see the way he looked at me? Are you still my brother? Fu Minjing shouted. Feng Yu glanced at Fu Minjing. I am gay, and I am not interested in you. You are a lesbian. Fu Guangjing was stunned. Huh, Feng Yu said he was gay? What a joke. Feng Yu had a girlfriend back in China, and he knew about it. Feng Yu must have said that to calm the situation. Fu Minjing shouted in shocked. How did you know? Huh. Fu Guangjing and Fu Guangwei's jaws dropped. Little sis was gay? I'm sorry. I was joking with you just now. I am not gay. Feng Yu looked at Fu Minjing with a surprised look. How could you win me with your low intelligence? Fu Minjing was furious. She had blurted out her biggest secret because of Feng Yu. The most irritating part was Feng Yu was not gay, and he had tricked her. But what puzzled Fu Minjing the most was why Feng Yu knew she was gay. Not even her family members knew about this secret. I am also joking. Fu Minjing tried to rebut, but it was self-evident. No one would believe she was joking. Fu Guangjing looked at the 2 girls beside Fu Minjing coldly. He felt this was a disgrace. A daughter from the Fu family was a lesbian, and Fu Minjing had admitted this herself. The worst part was she admitted to being gay in front of Feng Yu. This made Fu Guangjing even more embarrassed. During the dinner earlier, Fu Guangjing was still bragging to Feng Yu about how influential the Fu family was in Hong Kong, and had boasted about their family's upbringing and his brothers and sisters. Now, Fu Guangjing felt like he was given a big slap on his face, and this slap was in front of everybody. Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu trying to hold back his laughter and thought Feng Yu was mocking him and his family. But he had nothing to say. If this were another Hong Kong's top family, Fu Guangjing would also laugh and gossip about that family. But now this was his family. Shut up. Follow me home. The two of you, stay away from my sister or you will get it from me, Fu Guangjing said before dragging his sister out. He does not care if he hurt his sister. He just wants to leave that place as soon as possible. Feng Yu saw Fu Guangjing staring at him angrily, and he put on an innocent look. He looks like he had said a harmless joke, but he was laughing in his heart. Coming to this disco tonight was really worth it. Old Chun, drive me back, Feng Yu told the driver. Fu Guangjing and the rest had left. He did not even tell Feng Yu when he left. That bartender was already dumbfounded. He had only wanted to bootlick the two young masters of the Fu family to get additional tips. But his plan had backfired. Fu Guangjing still had a good reputation. But Fu Guangwei will surely bring some thugs to smash up this disco. The boss of this disco will not let this bartender off. Also, the boss of this disco was also a gangster. The bartender only hopes he would not be beaten up too badly by his boss. The apartment Fu Guangjing bought for Feng Yu was a small apartment with one room. The living room was bigger, and this was the most common type of apartment in Hong Kong. The total area, including the balcony, was less than 50 square meters. Feng Yu had wanted to get a better apartment, but the apartments near to Hong Kong University were overpriced. Anyway, Feng Yu was staying alone, and there was no need for a large apartment. Fu Guangjing had recommended him the mid-levels villas, but Feng Yu rejected. What private roads and better security? These were all bullshit. If the security in Hong Kong were so good, Superman Lee's son would not be kidnapped. The residential estates near the police stations were the safest. Anyway, Feng Yu does not want to live with Fu Guangwei. That guy had a f-ket-up lifestyle. The next day, when Feng Yu woke up, he remembered a serious problem. He knew what time his classes start, but he does not know where his class was. Although Feng Yu had not planned to be a hard-working student, he can't keep on skipping his lessons. This would affect Beijing University's reputation. Furthermore, Feng Yu wanted to see the standard of Hong Kong University lecturers. If the lecturers were capable, then there will be some outstanding students. Feng Yu wants to see if he could spot some of these elites and recruit them. Feng Yu was involved in a wide range of businesses. He had no worries about recruiting workers and capital. The most important aspect of his company were the management staffs, designs, research, sales, etc. He needs professionals in specialized fields. Even a grade 8 worker was not as important. If someone could design an attractive automobile model, Feng Yu will surely reward the designer handsomely. If someone could develop advanced technology, Feng Yu would even give that person some shares. It was still the same saying. What was the most expensive in the 21st century? Talents. Hi, how do I get to the business faculty office? Feng Yu asked a student. The student, who was stopped by Feng Yu, looked at him from top to toes. You are from the mainland? Yes, I am here to study. I don't know. That student walked away with his head held high. Feng Yu was puzzled. I did not offend you in any way. I am only asking for directions. Was there a need to be so stuck up? Also, what's wrong with coming from the mainland? Discrimination? Feng Yu knew that this sort of scenarios will continue until the year 2000. This was because after Hong Kong was returned to China, many Chinese came over to work in Hong Kong. They were getting lesser wages, but were more efficient. Also, some Hong Kong businessmen went to China to set up factories. This would lead to an increase in unemployment in Hong Kong, and many Hong Kongers resent the Chinese for taking away their jobs. If you are capable, there is no reason why you can't get a high-paying job. All major cities in the world could not isolate themselves from the rest of the world. There were lots of foreigners working in major cities in the world, including the most flourished city, New York. In fact, if it were not for China, Hong Kong would not be so prosperous. When Hong Kong had a financial crisis in the future years, it was China that helped. If not, Hong Kong would be finished. That was the time when Hong Kongers started to face reality and continued to work hard. Most of the capable people had gone over to work in China. They realized that China was not like what they imagined. There were even more opportunities in China compared to Hong Kong. Feng Yu shook his head and continued his search for his class. If he still could not find his way, he would give Fu Guangwei a call. Feng Yu asked a few students, but when they heard Feng Yu's accent, all of them refused to talk to him. Feng Yu had no choice but to use English to ask for directions. It was only when he used English, people would tell him the directions. Dr. Smith, I am Feng Yu, the exchange student from Beijing University. I do not know where my classes are held. Feng Yu said embarrassedly. Damn, that Fu Guangjing was really unreliable. Feng Yu had not noticed that his timetable only states the time and subjects. The classrooms were not indicated in it. You are Feng Yu? You should be in class at this time. This is your course's detailed timetable. Dr. Smith said with an unhappy tone. I had reported to the university yesterday, but no one gave me this detailed timetable. Feng Yu explained. Go to your class first. We can talk about this another time. Dr. Smith was an external lecturer in the business faculty. He got his doctorate in economics from the University of Oxford in the UK. He was a Hong Konger, but he likes people to call him Dr. Smith. Even the nameplate on his desk was written in English. Dr. Smith was very unhappy with Feng Yu. This was an excellent opportunity for Feng Yu to come to Hong Kong University, and he does not know how to cherish it. What would happen to Hong Kong after it was returned to China? Look at the attitude of these mainlanders. How can a student not know he does not have a detailed timetable? Luckily, it will be one country, two systems. If not, Hong Kong would be finished. Feng Yu could tell that the lecturers in the business faculty do not like him, and he left. If Dr. Smith did not ask him to go to class first, Feng Yu would think that he was an irresponsible lecturer. Feng Yu really wanted to ask Dr. Smith why was he looking down on mainlanders? The first class had ended by the time Feng Yu reached the class. There was a second class in the same room, and Feng Yu went to sit in an empty seat. Hi, I am Feng Yu. Can I ask where the lecturer stopped? Feng Yu asked the student beside him. You are from China? Feng Yu frowned. Yes. Is there anything wrong? Exchange student? Exchange student. Oh, that student said that, and start packing his bag and shifted to another seat. WTF? This is pissing me off. What's wrong with me being a Chinese? Did I offend you? Discrimination? Feng Yu was pissed. He immediately grabs his bag and moved to the seat beside that student. Stay away from me. What if I refuse? Feng Yu raised his brows. Why? You dare to hit me? I am 1.8 meters, and you are not even 1.7 meters. You are also as skinny as a toothpick. You think I am scared of you? You all mainlanders are all uncultured. You are just like that guy I met 2 days ago. Old-fashioned, that student said and flicked his hair. FCKU. What's wrong with having short hair? Old-fashioned. Long hair like yours are fashionable? Who was the one who set this rule? I like to keep my hair short. Who are you calling uncultured? I am calling you uncultured, stupid mainlander. Stupid mainlanders? Feng Yu was furious. This was an insult. Feng Yu stood up, and the surrounding students also stood up. But the other students were supporting that skinny toothpick. All of them were looking down on mainlanders in China. Apologize. Feng Yu said coldly. What if I don't? That toothpick student said with his chin pointing upwards. He was also tiptoeing, trying to look taller. You say I am uncultured? Then I will let you know that uncultured people do not argue. They will beat you up without saying anything. Feng Yu gave that student a kick, making him fall backward. Feng Yu immediately rushed forward and gave him 2 punches in the face. The rest of the students were shocked. It was until when that toothpick student pleading Feng Yu to stop, the rest of the students went forward to pull Feng Yu back. This group of students was so timid. All of them dare not to fight. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart. If only when Don Jun were here. Even 5 students could not pull him back when he was in a fight. That toothpick student would surely piss his pants if he met when Don Jun. If this group of students dares to get more people to wait for Feng Yu after school, the Fu family would surely step in to settle this. If not, he would hire 2 bodyguards. It would be like in the movies. Whoever that dares to bully me, beat him up. Whoever I want to bully, beat him up too. Let go of me. In the future, if I hear anyone says things like stupid mainlanders, I will break that person's leg. Feng Yu roared. You dare to hit me? I will report this to the university, and you will be sent back to the mainland. You wait. That toothpick student shouted while hiding behind the rest of the students. That student had never expected this mainlander to suddenly hit him in front of all the students. At the same time, he was disappointed with the rest of his classmates. They wanted him to make things difficult for Feng Yu. But when Feng Yu hit him, no one came to his help. There were so many of them, and yet they were afraid of that mainlander? Go on. Let the lecturers be the judge. You are discriminating a student from China. Is this how a student from Hong Kong University should behave? Feng Yu looked at that toothpick student. Cultured? You dare to talk to me about cultured? The bell rang, and all the students returned to their seats. That toothpick student was still staring at Feng Yu. Feng Yu nonchalantly sat on a chair and looked at the student provocatively. The lecturer entered the classroom and starts the lesson. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of glass shattering. Feng Yu looked down, and there was a glass smashed beside him. That student, stand up. Why are you making such a loud noise in class? Do you know you will affect the rest of the students? The lecturer stared at Feng Yu. Damn, that toothpick student was playing dirty. Sir, are you talking about me? I am not the one who smashed this glass. It's him. If you don't believe, you can take a closer look at the glass shards. His name was written on it. Feng Yu looked at that skinny student. Wang Mingji. How did this guy enter Hong Kong University with his IQ? Wang Mingji was stunned. He knew this lecturer hated his lessons to be interrupted. He had wanted to get Feng Yu into trouble. He should not have used his own glass and should not have written his name at the bottom of his glass. Wang Mingji, don't you know the rules during the lesson? If you do this again, get out of my class. Wang Mingji was now like a quail. He was looking down and keeping quiet. His hatred for Feng Yu increased. It was all because of this mainlander. He made a fool of himself. He must take revenge. The lesson carried on, and after a while, the lecturer asked a question and looked at the class. He points to Wang Mingji. Wang Mingji, answer this question. Wang Mingji was shocked. He was not paying attention in class and was thinking of ways to get back at Feng Yu. He does not even know what the question was. You can't even answer such a simple question? Your parents had wasted their money to send you here. That student, can you answer? The lecturer points at Feng Yu. Feng Yu stood up and answered. There are many ways to look at products. The method used should depend on what do we want to find out. For instance, we can send the product to laboratories for scientific analysis, comparative analysis, market research, etc. For this type of product, I would use comparative analysis. Good. You are an exchange student from China? All of you should follow his example. This student had paid attention to my lessons and was serious in his learning. Look at the rest of you, such a big difference from him. The rest of the lecturers had told me that Chinese students were serious in their education and very smart. At first, I do not believe them. But now, I am convinced. Luckily, all of you did not go to China's university as exchange students. If not, you will be a disgrace to our Hong Kong University. The rest of the students looked at Feng Yu in surprise. What Feng Yu said was not covered in this lesson. How did this mainlander know about this? Was it really like what the lecturer said? All Chinese students were serious in their studies? Some of the students were thinking like Wang Mingji. They felt Feng Yu was too arrogant. Even if you knew the answer to that question, you should also tell the lecturer you don't know. At noon, the lesson ended. Feng Yu packed his bag, and when he was walking past Wang Mingji, he purposely stops. What do you want? If you dare to hit me again, I will really report to the university. Wang Mingji said with a threatening tone. Feng Yu smiled disdainfully. Keep your mouth clean in the future and don't be a moron. You? Who are you calling a moron? Although Wang Mingji can't really understand what Feng Yu was saying, from his expression, he could tell that the word used by Feng Yu was not something good. I am calling you that. So, Wang Mingji dared not to utter a word until Feng Yu left the classroom. Feng Yu despised Wang Mingji even more. This type of people was the main reason why Hong Kong's economic slowdown in the future. Looking down on others when he does not have any capabilities. This type of people was destined to be a small worker for the rest of his life. Feng Yu does not intend to attend the afternoon lessons. All these lessons were about basic theories, and he was not interested. All the theories that were taught were similar to what he had learned back in Beijing. Feng Yu decided to only attend those more critical lessons. When Feng Yu reached the car park, he saw Wang Mingji entering an old Toyota. Hey, mainlander, can you afford a car? Feng Yu waved his hand, and driver Old Chun stopped his Mercedes beside Feng Yu. Old Chun alighted from the Mercedes to open the rear passenger door for Feng Yu. Wang Mingji's jaws dropped. This mainlander could afford a Mercedes? He looked at his old second-hand Toyota. Such a big contrast. Impossible. All mainlanders should be in poverty. How can he afford a Mercedes? And he even hired a driver. It can't be. That mainlander was still wearing a cheap watch. Wang Mingji would never know that the watch Feng Yu wore was Shanghai brand mechanical watch. This watch was very accurate, and he had donned it out of habit. To Feng Yu, a watch was just to tell time. There was no need to wear a diamond-studded gold watch. Those affluent people do not need such accessories to flaunt their wealth. Wang Mingji frowned. This mainlander was not simple. Should he still carry on with his revenge? It should be how he should carry on with his revenge. Feng Yu was still looking for a place to have lunch when he received a call from Fu Guangwei. Brother Feng, my father asked me to invite you to my house for lunch. Huh, Fu Guangwei father? Then he should be the third brother of the Fu family, Fu Rongbing. He wants to invite me to lunch? I do not have any dealings with him. If it were Fu Rongqi inviting him, he would still think that it was normal. After all, both of them were into the financial markets and had lots to talk about. Typically, invitations were for dinners and lunch were for business talks. Feng Yu felt this a bit strange. Wait, that Fu Minjing was Fu Rongbing's daughter. Damn, did Fu Minjing ask her father to cut me into pieces? Or Fu Rongbing knew that I knew she was a lesbian and want to silence me? Feng Yu felt this was not a simple lunch. But Feng Yu could not reject this invitation. Although they had some conflicts in the past, that was a long time ago, and it was solved. Now, Feng Yu still have lots of business collaborations with the Fu family. Especially Fu Guangjing had sent many management staffs to help out his businesses in China. Most of them were from the Fu family businesses. The Fu family had helped Feng Yu a lot. When Feng Yu arrived at Hong Kong and the Fu family did not invite him for dinners, then it would be their fault for not playing host. But if they invite Feng Yu and Feng Yu rejected their invitations, then it will be Feng Yu bearing a grudge against them. It would be harder for Feng Yu to pull the Fu family to his side in the future. In Hong Kong, there were some Western customs. When you are going to someone's place for lunch or dinner, you are required to bring some gifts, like red wine or cigars, along. But never fruit baskets. In Hong Kong, fruit baskets were usually used when visiting someone in the hospital. Feng Yu also followed the Hong Kong customs and bought a bottle of liqueur. The Fu family was indeed one of the wealthiest families in Hong Kong. The four brothers were staying in mid-levels villas. The floor areas were huge. There were rumors that the feng shui for that area was the best in Hong Kong. When Feng Yu arrived at Fu Rongbing's villa, Fu Rongbing came out to receive him. His eldest brother had told him to not look down on Feng Yu. Feng Yu might not have disclosed his wealth, but his total assets should be a humongous figure. Even with the assets Feng Yu disclosed now, was enough for him to be China's top tycoon. Also, Feng Yu had met Premier Deng personally. His status was different. Even Fu Rongqi treats Feng Yu with great respect. Needless to say, Fu Rongbing had to do so too. Fu Rongbing's business was similar to Fu Rongjing, and their assets were worth only about 1 billion HKD each. These were lesser than what Feng Yu's disclosed assets. What's there for Fu Rongbing to be arrogant about? Feng Yu was surprised to see the whole family waiting for him outside the front door when he alights from the car. It does not seem to be a Hongmin banquet. If it were a Hongmin banquet, Fu Rongbing would not be waiting for him with his two wives outside the house. In Hong Kong, it was common for these tycoons to have more than one wife. Although other than the first wife, the rest of the wives were not officially registered. Fu Minjing was the daughter of Fu Rongbing's second wife. Uncle Fu, why are you standing outside? Please don't stand on ceremony. Feng Yu said hypocritically. On his way over, he was still thinking of how to teach this Fu family third brother a lesson if he were to act arrogantly. Nephew Feng Yu, this is the first time you are coming to my house. How can I not come out to welcome you? Let me do the introductions. This is my wife. This is my daughter, Fu Minjing. Fu Rongbing introduced his family to Feng Yu. Nephew? Feng Yu raised his brows. You are not even a family friend of my Feng family. How can I be considered your nephew? But when Feng Yu thought about it, that was the best way for Fu Rongbing to address him. If he called Feng Yu by his name, it would be like treating him as an outsider. If he calls Feng Yu as Xiao Feng, it would sound too rude. If he calls Feng Yu as Manager Feng, there will be a distance between them. Fu Rongbing could only make use of Feng Yu's relationship with Fu Guangjing and address him as nephew. This would sound closer. Everyone smiled and greeted Feng Yu, except for Fu Minjing, who was staring hard at him. It was all because of this damn guy. If not, no one in the family will know she was a lesbian. Now, not only her own family knows about this, even her cousin from her eldest uncle called her to ask if she was really a lesbian. She still wants to introduce guys to Fu Minjing. That Fu Guangwei had told the rest of the Fu family about her and even encouraged her father to invite Feng Yu. What's so great about this Feng Yu? Was there a need to invite him over for lunch? Feng Yu was only someone who had business dealings with the Fu family, and he was closer to the fourth uncle's family. Was there a need for us to invite him over? Furthermore, didn't this Feng Yu con fourth uncle? Why didn't the Fu family take care of him? When Feng Yu saw Fu Minjing staring at him angrily, he smiled. Ah, it's Sister Minjing. You look much prettier today compared to the last time we met. Fu Minjing continued to stare at Feng Yu. If her parents were not there, she would have started to curse Feng Yu. Who is your sister? Am I familiar with you? Are you trying to tell me that I am not pretty the last time we met? But now, Fu Minjing could only say, Thank you, Brother Feng, for your compliments. Please come in. Fu Minjing stretched out her hand to take the bottle of red wine from Feng Yu. Humph. When you let go of the bottle, I will retract my hand. I will make you embarrassed by smashing your wine in front of my house. But this little trick could not fool Feng Yu. Feng Yu ignored Fu Minjing's hand, turned towards Fu Guangwei, and passed the bottle of wine to him. I don't know what to bring, so I bought a bottle of wine from a good year. Nephew, you can come over any time you want. There is no need to bring any gifts. Come in. Lunch is ready. Fu Rongbing stepped aside and let Feng Yu enter his house. Fu Minjing retracted her hand embarrassedly. Damn, this Feng Yu is too irritating. He saw my hand and still passed the wine to Fu Guangwei. Am I invisible? The most irritating part was Fu Guangwei passed the wine to Fu Minjing. She was the youngest in the family. She really wanted to throw the bottle on the ground, but it was her brother who passes her the bottle. If she really did that, even her mother could not protect her. Also, Fu Minjing's mother was the second wife and had only a daughter. That was why the first wife had treated her and her mother well. In Hong Kong, if a household has a son, then the daughter will only get a small part of the inheritance. But if Fu Minjing made Fu Guangwei embarrassed, the first wife might beat her, and her mother could only keep quiet. Wow, this Fu Rongbing's house was really well renovated. The furniture and fittings were antique themes. Must ask who the renovation contractor was. The villas at Longyanggang should also follow this theme. It will surely attract lots of buyers. Uncle Fu, your house is lovely. Feng Yu said. Ha ha ha. All these are antique furniture. I had spent a lot on these and had bought these from overseas. Some of these were bought by Guangjing from China. I like these antiques. Fu Rongbing was very happy to hear someone praising his collections. Feng Yu was surprised. Damn, all these were not imitations, but real antiques. All this furniture should cost a lot. That means that vases on the shelves were also antiques? Come, sit beside me. Let's have a good talk. Fu Rongbing asked Feng Yu to sit beside him and arranged for Fu Minjing to be seated beside Feng Yu. Feng Yu paused for a while. This sitting arrangement, why does this feel weird? Nephew, how are your parents? Fu Rongbing asked. They are doing very healthy. My brother-in-law runs a hospital. Feng Yu was feeling puzzled. You really treat me as your nephew? I heard from Guangjing that you are doing medicine business recently. Fu Rongbing was also interested in medicine business. Feng Yu nodded. Yes. This is to help my country. This business is not very successful. The profits cannot be compared to Uncle's supermarket business. But you are still making money. As long as a business is making money, it is considered successful. What hobbies do you have? What do you do when you are free? A large question mark was formed in Feng Yu's mind. If a businessman asked a government official this question, the businessman was most likely trying to bribe that official. If it was an older person asking a younger person, it was most likely out of concern. But this could not explain the current situation now. I do not have any hobby. I just like to make money. I want to retire by 30 years old and travel the world with my parents. Let's see how you are going to continue this conversation with this answer. Shallow, Fu Minjing muttered. Fu Rongbing stared at his daughter and then turned to Feng Yu, smiling. You are very ambitious and treats your parents well. You are so different from Guangwei. He only asks me for money every day and had never done anything properly. Huh. Was Fu Rongbing trying to ask me to guide Fu Guangwei? Was this his agenda for hosting this lunch? Dad, I am not like what you said. Since when I do not know how to do business. I am reselling antiques with Brother Guangjing. That is also business. Fu Guangwei retorted. You want to be compared with Guangjing? Guangjing's assets are almost on par with your father's total worth. He is buying and selling antiques. You? You are always conned into buying fake antiques. Do you know how much money you had wasted? Fu Rongbing reprimanded. Who doesn't get conned once in a while? You had also wasted lots of money in the past. Fu Guangwei said. I had wasted the money I earned. It was not your grandfather who gave me the money. You? How much have you earned? Don't think I do not know that you had spent your mother's monthly allowances. I do not wish for you to be like nephew Feng. I only hope you are able to show me some results. Feng Yu was the first person Fu Rongbing met who had made so much money by himself at such a young age. Even Superman Li, at Feng Yu's age, was still an ordinary worker. Bill Gates also had the support of his family in his computer software business. He could not be compared to Feng Yu. Bill Gates was very wealthy now, but the Fu family felt that Feng Yu could overtake him in the future. Feng Yu would be able to exceed everyone on the Forbes billionaire list shortly. Even if he could not pass them, he would still be one of the world's top billionaire. This was the reason why the Fu family used Feng Yu as the benchmark for their children. In Fu Guangjing's generation, other than Fu Guangjing who was working closely with Feng Yu, the rest had no chance to be as successful as Feng Yu. Feng Yu rubbed his nose and kept quiet. He had become the role model to the Fu family's next generation. Wei Zai, why are you staring at me? There is no way you will win me in this life. You want to have more assets than me? Sure. You only need to return back to your past, like me. Ha ha ha. Fu Rongbing saw his son keeping quiet, and he turned to Feng Yu and smiled. Nephew, you intend to get married at what age? Feng Yu immediately took a sip of water. He was almost choked by a piece of beef. Are we really that close? Why are you asking me when am I getting married? Uncle Fu, I still have no intention of getting married. Fu Rongbing continued asking. Then do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Feng Yu lowered his head and ate his food. He does not want to talk about this subject anymore. Fu Rongbing was trying to matchmake him. Feng Yu looked at Fu Minjing suspiciously. This was the real agenda for this meal. But this was impossible. All of them should know Fu Minjing was a lesbian. It was impossible for both to be together. Wait, why did Fu Rongbing bring his two wives along for this lunch? Oh no. Feng Yu saw the look on Fu Minjing's shocked expression. It seems that she understood what was happening. Damn. Hope Fu Rongbing will not say. Since you already have a girlfriend, then do you mind having another one? Luckily Fu Rongbing did not say that. Feng Yu was relieved. Fu Rongbing saw Feng Yu looking down at his food, and he did not carry on chatting with him. He also starts eating, but he kept looking at Feng Yu. After an awkward meal, Feng Yu wanted to leave that place immediately. He rejected Fu Rongbing's offer for tea politely. Minjing, go and change and send nephew Feng back. Fu Rongbing looked at his daughter. Dad, I have a headache. Fu Minjing suddenly rubbed her temples with one hand. Feng Yu took one look at her. What poor acting skills. Shouldn't you at least have frowned when feigning a headache? A headache? Are you sick? Oh, Guangwei, and I still have something on later in the afternoon. Nephew Feng, can I bother you to send Minjing to see a doctor? Fu Rongbing asked. SHD. He was really trying to matchmake both of us. FCK, don't you have a better excuse? Even if your whole family is busy, you still have lots of helpers. You do not have drivers? Most importantly, which Hong Kong's top families do not have personal doctors? Do you still need to visit a doctor? With just a call, the doctor will be rushing here to give Fu Minjing a full checkup. But when Feng Yu saw Fu Minjing's expression, he changed his mind and nodded. No problems. I can bring her to the doctor on my way back. Minjing, what are you waiting for? Nephew Feng is waiting for you. Go and get change. Fu Rongbing said. Fu Rongbing had spoken to his doctor, and his doctor told him that young girls became lesbian could be due to some external circumstances and cause them to change psychologically. But there was also a possibility that they were only curious about being a lesbian and wanted to experience themselves. The doctor suggested introducing an excellent young man to see if the girl was just curious or really a lesbian. There were medical records that lesbians changed after meeting some handsome guys, and they even got married. If Fu Rongbing wanted to use other methods to verify if his daughter was really a lesbian, it would be too troublesome. He still has to let the family doctor know that girl was his daughter. This was why he chose to try the doctor's suggestion to introduce a handsome young man to his daughter. He thought for a long time and did not know who was suitable to be introduced to Fu Minjing. Fu Guangwei suddenly suggested Feng Yu. Feng Yu was not bad looking and was a successful businessman. His age was also close to Fu Minjing. And most importantly, if Feng Yu and Minjing really got together, it will be a good thing for them and the whole Fu family. This was why Fu Rongbing tried his best to matchmake Feng Yu and his daughter today. In his heart, Even if his daughter becomes Feng Yu's second wife, it would be better than her being a lesbian. Uncle Fu, I will send Sister Minjing to the doctor now. Okay. After the doctor visit, ask Minjing to bring you around Hong Kong. Both of you should have lots of common topics. Both of you should get together more often in the future. Fu Rongbing looks like he can't wait to give Feng Yu his daughter. Feng Yu smiled and agreed. Should stay in touch with each other. Yes. After all, he was a bit bored after coming to Hong Kong. Once the car moved out of Fu Rongbing's villa, Fu Minjing immediately shifted away from Feng Yu. She wants to get as far as possible from Feng Yu. But the space in the rear passenger seats of a Mercedes was only so big. Where can she run? Feng Yu purposely moved closer to Fu Minjing. Sister Minjing, are you still feeling unwell? Get away from me. Fu Minjing screamed. Sister Minjing, can't you tell what your father's intention? I had said I have a girlfriend, and he still tries to matchmake both of us. He was implying that he does not mind you to be my mistress. Feng Yu purposely said this. SHD. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fu Minjing in surprise. You are so vulgar? Does Uncle Fu know about this? Feng Yu, you bastard. Don't you dare to have dirty thoughts about me? If not, I will not let you off. Fu Minjing shouted. Fu Minjing had never met such a shameless person in her life. In Hong Kong, all she needs to do was to mention the Fu family, and who dares to bully her? All the while, she was the one who does the bullying. Feng Yu had a bigger smile on his face. Dirty thoughts? Save it. Look at yourself in the mirror. You do not have a pretty face and hot body. Why would I have dirty thoughts about you? If you are not from the Fu family, I would have kicked you off the car just now. Fine. I will drop you at a bus stop. Fu Minjing's eyes grew wide. You want to drop me at a bus stop in such a secluded place? Also, I am not good enough. When I wear men's clothing, I had attracted so many women. Why? You really think I am sending you to see a doctor? You do not have money for the bus ride? Old Chin, do you have a small change? Change 200 Hong Kong dollars and give it to Mississippi Fu. Feng Yu took out a 500 Hong Kong dollars and passed it to the driver in front. Fu Minjing was going crazy. What does Feng Yu mean by that? I do not have the money to take the bus. What I meant was, since when do I need to use the public bus? From Fu Minjing's memories, she had only sat in taxi with her mother before. After she stayed with her father, she had drivers to send her wherever she wants to go. Now, she had a driving license, and her father had bought her a car. She had never taken public buses, subway before. Feng Yu does not know about this. Furthermore, you want me to take a public bus in this dress? The most frustrating part was Feng Yu's driver really passed Feng Yu 200 Hong Kong dollars, and Feng Yu threw the 200 Hong Kong dollars at Fu Minjing. It was just like the HK drama's hooligans throwing money at a hooker after they had finished the deed. Here, I am giving you money. Pick it up. Feng Yu saw Fu Minjing suddenly lowered her head and buried her face on her laps. Her shoulders were shaking and could hear her crying. SHD. This girl cries so easily. Hey, are you really crying? Feng Yu poked Fu Minjing's shoulder with his finger. Feng Yu looked up and saw his driver, Old Chun, peeping at him through the rearview mirror. WTF was wrong with this driver? Don't you know it was the driver's responsibility to pretend not to see what your passengers are doing at the back? Fine. You win. Where are you going later? I will ask Old Chun to send you there. Feng Yu said, I want to buy something. Feng Yu's lips twitched. He was almost fooled by this girl. The voice of someone who was crying will tremble. What do you want to buy? Men's apparel? And then go and meet women. Fu Minjing did not continue her act and raise her head to stare at Feng Yu. How do you know I am? I am. You are what? Say it out. Feng Yu looked at Fu Minjing happily and then looked towards his driver. Fu Minjing also secretly looked at Old Chun. She does not want too many people to know about her secret. You know what I am talking about. How did you find out? Even my parents do not know. Feng Yu could not tell her that he knew she was a lesbian because this was reported on Hong Kong's entertainment news in his previous life. If he had not watched the news, he would also not tell she was a lesbian. He had also not met many lesbians in both his lifetimes. But Feng Yu pretended to be mysterious. I could tell from your actions with those two girls that night. Fu Minjing screamed. Liar. They are not lesbians. How could you tell by looking at us? Those two girls were not lesbians? Wait. From Fu Minjing's eyes, she was lying again. It's up to you whether if you want to believe me. Where are you getting down? I still have problems later. Feng Yu turned towards the window and starts to whistle. Can you do me a favor? No. Before Fu Minjing could finish her sentence, Feng Yu rejected her. If this girl was not from the Fu family and just lookalikes like Fu Minjing and a lesbian, Feng Yu would be attracted to her. It was a challenge for him to change the sexual orientation of a lesbian. But Feng Yu's rationale told him that he must not get involved with Fu Minjing. Feng Yu had lots of cooperation with the Fu family. To a certain extent, Feng Yu still had the upper hand. Also, he still has plans to make the Fu family a part of his financial empire under him in the future. If he got involved with Fu Minjing, then he would lose his advantage, and this will not be good for his plans. Feng Yu was not someone who was that desperate. Fu Minjing shouted, I still have not finished what I wanted to say. What kind of person is this? You do not even know what help I wanted from you, and you rejected me. I do not need to listen to you. First, do you think we are friends? I don't think so. Do we have any relationship? No. Have you ever wished for me to be knocked down by a car and die? Or I fall out of the windows? Or I got choked to death? Fu Minjing opened her eyes wide. How did this person know what she was thinking? Your eyes had told me that. Since you wanted me to die so badly, why should I help you? Feng Yu asked. If it were him, who was exposed by someone else, he would also wish for that person to die. Furthermore, what favor does Fu Minjing need? The Fu family was so powerful and influential in Hong Kong. She does not need anything, except for someone to cover up her secret. Feng Yu was clear about this. Even if he had guessed wrongly and needed a favor for something else, he would also not agree to it. Fu Minjing had so many cousins to help her, and what else does she need? If he helped her, Fu Rongbing would misunderstand him further. If this matter could not be told to your cousins, then it must not be something good. The more Feng, you should stay away from her. Stop the car now, Fu Minjing screamed. But Old Chun continued to drive and looked at Feng Yu through the rearview mirror. Feng Yu nodded. Old Chun, stop the car. Huh, this was my driver, and I pay his salary. Do you think he will listen to your orders? You better talk to your family and tell them you like me. This would be better than me telling them that I do not like you. Feng Yu said as Fu Minjing was getting out of the vehicle. Feng Yu must stop this from progressing any further. It would be better for Fu Minjing to speak to her family. This was why Feng Yu agreed to send her to the doctors. Bang! Fu Minjing slammed the door and stormed off in her high heels. I heard that there's an old lady who was an expert in villain hitting. Humph! Die Feng Yu. After stopping things from advancing between him and Fu Minjing, Feng Yu asked Old Chun to drive him to his real destination. It was a low-rise building. There was a signature at the entrance. Hong Kong Lenovo Company. Feng Yu knew he was at the right place. Hong Kong Lenovo Company's office building was doing much better than Beijing Lenovo. They could afford to rent such an office building. Feng Yu entered the building and took the lift after registering at the lobby. Hi, is Lu Chuanji, Chairman Lu around? Feng Yu asked. Lu Chuanji was the chairman of the Hong Kong Lenovo Company and the CEO of Beijing Lenovo Company. The receptionist could tell Feng Yu was from China because of his accent, and she replied in broken Mandarin. Chairman Lu is in a meeting. Do you have any appointments with him? Just tell him Feng Yu is here. Appointment? I am here to invest. Do I need to make appointments? Hong Kong Lenovo Company was going to focus in the PC industry and had plans to set up a computer division. But they do not have the funds. The Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, had the funds, but they could not use all the funds in Lenovo. Also, the leaders at CAS does not think Lenovo's development in PC will allow them to compete with the PC companies from overseas. This was the time when they thought of a way to raise funds, listing the company for the company's future development. But there was a problem. CAS was holding the majority of the shares, and they had not been doing well for the past few years. Also, they had a poor risk capacity. All these factors would affect their listing. Even if the company got listed, the share prices would not be high. It will not help them accumulate enough funds for them to enter the PC market. Lu Chuanji suddenly remembered there was a Chinese businessman who had called him in the past. That businessman wanted to invest in Lenovo, but he had rejected him. Now, the company needs investment, and he suddenly thought of this businessman. But when Lu Chuanji called this businessman, the businessman was no longer in Beijing. He was in Hong Kong. Lu Chuanji immediately packed his bags and flew to Hong Kong. His leader had told him that he could sell Lenovo's shares to Chinese, Hong Kongers, or even Macanese. But he cannot sell the company's shares to Westerners. The Chinese leaders had seen many companies who were invested by Westerners, and was slowly taken over by them. In the end, the Westerners held the majority of the shares, and the Chinese had no say in the company. All the profits were taken away by the Westerners. This was why Lu Chuanji felt Feng Yu was the most suitable investor. When Lu Chuanji told his leaders that Feng Yu was the boss of the Wind and Rain brand, the leaders were delighted. They knew the Wind and Rain brand was from a reputable and trustworthy company. Most importantly, Feng Yu had expressed interest in their company and had wanted to invest. This deal could be settled quickly. Lu Chuanji had been waiting in his Hong Kong office since morning. He was waiting for Feng Yu to look for him. When he received the notification from his receptionist, he immediately stood up. "Invite Manager Feng in immediately." Ow! Lu Chuanji was not bald. Feng Yu was surprised when he saw Lu Chuanji. He felt this was funny. The Lu Chuanji was still young, and his hair had not fallen off. "Chairman Lu, we have finally met." Feng Yu smiled and extended out his hand. Lu Chuanji heard Feng Yu's voice, and he instantly knew this young man was the one who called him. This was the businessman who wanted to invest in Lenovo. But Lu Chuanji had met many successful young men in Hong Kong, and he recovered from his shock quickly. He shook Feng Yu's hand. "We had spoken over the phone several times, but had no chance to meet each other. Now, we have finally met." Feng Yu was grumbling in his heart. "No chance to meet? You are the one who does not want me to invest in Lenovo. Now, you need my investment, and you start to look for me?" "Chairman Lu, Lenovo is a good company. When I was in Beijing, I had bought a Lenovo computer." Feng Yu smiled. "Seems like we can be considered successful for Manager Feng to buy our products." Feng Yu was a successful business, and he did not use better computers from overseas. Instead, he bought a Lenovo computer. Lu Chuanji felt really proud. "Chairman Lu, you called me here. Is it you have some good news for me?" Although Lu Chuanji did not mention anything over the phone, Feng Yu knew what was this about. Lu Chuanji needs his investment. "Manager Feng, you had told me several times over the phone in the past that you are interested in investing in Lenovo. Are you still interested in investing now?" Lu Chuanji was the proactive party in this negotiation. Feng Yu does not care about all these negotiation tactics. Yes, he wants to invest in Lenovo. If possible, he still wants to be the majority shareholder. "I am interested, of course. I had always wanted to enter the IT industry and do PC business, but it was too troublesome and slow for me to set up a development team myself. That's why I wanted to invest in Lenovo." "Are you going to invest in Hong Kong Lenovo or Beijing Lenovo?" Lenovo was still split into two companies at this time. Each company was financially independent of each other, but the top management was the same group of people. "I can't invest in both companies." Feng Yu smiled and answered. If possible, he would want to own the shares of the whole Lenovo company and not part of it. If not, Feng Yu shares would be diluted when both companies merged in the future. In another 2 years, Lenovo will be China's PC leader, and then it will become Asia's leader. Lenovo will be one of the top 5 PC companies in the world. The profits from this company will be massive, and how could Feng Yu miss this opportunity? Manager Feng, although Lenovo's initial investment was not a lot, we had also developed quite some products and owned some technology patents. We had developed well in the past few years, and the market value of both companies was much higher compared to last year. Lu Chuanji reminded Feng Yu. "Much higher? How high can this be? Maybe you are still not aware that I am the major shareholder of China's Ssanjiang Motors. Last year, I had invested a more than 1 billion renminbi into Ssanjiang Motors." Feng Yu said casually. Lu Chuanji's eyes opened wide. "What? Feng Yu is also the major shareholder of Ssanjiang Motors? He invested over 1 billion RMB last year. How much were Feng Yu's assets?" If Feng Yu was not bragging, his total assets could buy out both Lenovo companies at once. This person was a big boss. A real big boss. This means that the leader does not need to look for another state-owned enterprise to invest in Lenovo. Feng Yu alone could fill the gap. Lu Chuanji immediately changes his attitude to become more enthusiastic. "Manager Feng, have some tea." "Oh, do you smoke? I have bought some Zhonghua cigarettes from China. Let me get it for you." Feng Yu laughed and waved his hand. "I do not smoke. Chairman Lu is convinced of my financial ability now. I am convinced. Let me tell you about our company's future plans. I promise you that you will not regret your decision to invest in our companies." Lu Chuanji said excitedly. "Chairman Lu, there is no need to talk about the company's future plans now. I still have trust in you on that part. I heard that some of you also own the shares of this company." Feng Yu was not sure how many shares Lu Chuanji owns now. In his previous life, the most shares held by Lu Chuanji was 3.8%. I do not own many shares now. I only have 1%. In the company, there are a few more people who are like me. The main shareholder of this company is still the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, and the rest is owned by the employees. Feng Yu raised his brows. Shares were already distributed to the employees? He remembered in his previous life, CAS owns 65% of the company's shares, and the employees, including Lu Chuanji and the other founders, owns the remaining 35%. Feng Yu wanted to know how much shares does the employees own now. If Feng Yu were to invest in Lenovo, the best scenario was to lower the CAS shares percentage. But CAS will never allow this to happen. Lenovo will be listed soon, and after the share prices had risen, they would sell off some of their shares to get the profits. Since Lu Chuanji had approached Feng Yu now, that means the company have some financial issues or does not have enough funds. Feng Yu was thinking hard about how he can own more shares, even if he had to spend more. In the future, Lenovo's profit margin might not be high, but the company will still be doing well. The company will divert and invest in many areas to maintain high profits. This was all due to Lu Chuanji and his team. Most importantly, CAS had only invested 200,000 renminbi in the company initially and did not spend a single cent after. A decade later, CAS shares in the company were worth more than 150 billion renminbi. The return on investment was f-king high. Even if Feng Yu were to invest 100 million for a 10% stake in the company, the shares will worth more than 20 billion renminbi 10 years. Even Warren Buffett could not get such high returns. Feng Yu had decided to get as many shares as possible even if he had to pay double or triple for the shares. The PC and IT industry will be one of the most profitable business in the coming 10 years. Chairman Liu, what is the total value of Beijing and Hong Kong Lenovo? Hong Kong Lenovo's value is about 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and Beijing Lenovo is worth about 70 million renminbi. Huh, so little? Although compared to the 200,000 renminbi initial investment, this was a few hundred times, but the total market value of both companies was much lower than Feng Yu's estimation. That means Feng Yu could afford to invest easily without any stress. Even if he had to pay 5 times more for the shares, 500 million renminbi could buy more than 50% of shares. Then how many shares is Lenovo willing to sell? Feng Yu asked. Feng Yu wished Lu Chuanji will tell him there were no limits. But this was impossible. Feng Yu hoped that the percentage of shares he could own will not be too low, like 3% or 5%. It would be meaningless. How many shares do you want to buy? Lu Chuanji asked. I will buy all the shares you sell. Feng Yu confidently replied. Lu Chuanji thought in his heart. This was what he had imagined. But when he told his leaders only wanted investment and not selling their shares. The company was preparing to be listed, and after the company was listed, the share prices will increase. It might even increase several folds. If they were to sell off the company's shares now, they would lose out a lot. Lu Chuanji had asked this question to test Feng Yu. I need to report to my leaders and might need a few days. How long will you be in Hong Kong? I should be in Hong Kong for the most part of this year. Give me a call when you got a reply from your leaders. Oh, I heard that Hong Kong Lenovo is going to be listed in Hong Kong. I am quite close to Hong Kong's Fu family and also have a consultancy company here. We should be able to help you get the approval to be listed. Feng Yu said, That's great. We can save a lot of trouble this way. Lu Chuanji smiled, but in his heart, he was shocked. How did Feng Yu know Hong Kong Lenovo wants to be listed in Hong Kong? This was still in the planning stage, and only the top management and some leaders in the CAS knew about this. How did this news leak out? Could it be Feng Yu had bribed a top management staff in Hong Kong Lenovo? But it can't be. All the senior management staffs were the ones who had founded Lenovo with him, and all of them owns the company's shares. There was no reason for them to tell others about this news. But no matter what, Lu Chuanji must investigate how Feng Yu got the news. He was the one who suggested to get Feng Yu to invest in the company. If something were to happen, he would be the one to take the blame. After leaving Hong Kong Lenovo, Feng Yu called Wu Jigang to ask how much liquid cash Taihua Trading has. When he got the answer from Wu Jigang, Feng Yu felt even more confident. Taihua Trading had sufficient funds to buy out both Lenovo companies. If it wasn't for Lu Chuanji and the rest of the founders were talents, but impossible to recruit, Feng Yu would have agreed to Haitaro Nakajima's request for Aiwa to enter the PC market. This year, Aiwa had successfully beaten Sony in the Walkman market. In Feng Yu's previous life, the Slim Series Walkman introduced by Sony was produced by Aiwa earlier in this life. Sony had become a follower again. Haitaro Nakajima was overjoyed. He felt that his Walkman sales will exceed more than $1 billion, and their profits will not be less than $100 million. The CD player was also introduced into the market. Under the influence of Aiwa's brand, the sales were also doing well. Although it still can't be compared to Sony and Panasonic, Aiwa had the VCD technologies. They could have caught up with the rest of the companies in terms of CD technologies. The quality of Aiwa CD players does not lose to the rest of the companies, and the brand was already established in the audio player industry. Coupled with the established sales distribution channels, there were no worries that Aiwa would fail. Although Aiwa CD players did not become hugely popular overnight, the sales had reached their targets. At the same time, the market share of the other companies dropped. The company that was affected the most was Sony. Haitaro Nakajima became more ambitious. Aiwa was also developing video games, and he wanted to enter the PC industry. He had conducted market researches and felt that the PC market had a bright future. Also, Aiwa's existing engineers were capable. If he recruits a few more talents from other companies, Aiwa could also set up a computer division. Although Feng Yu had great foresight and could give Haitaro Nakajima advice on the PC industry, Feng Yu felt it would be easier to invest in Lenovo directly. After all, Lenovo were the experts in this field. Also, until the day Feng Yu returned to the present life, Japan's top 3 best-selling computer brands were their own domestic brands. Dell, Apple, Lenovo, and Samsung were not doing well in Japan. In this area, Japan's protectionism policies were still an issue for foreign brands. Furthermore, if Aiwa were to enter the PC market, Sony, Panasonic, and other MNC companies will surely join hands to attack Aiwa. Feng Yu still does not have the means to compete with so many MNCs. Feng Yu also did not think Aiwa will be successful in PC development as they will be starting from scratch. The products they developed will not be able to outdo the rest of its competitors. Aiwa should concentrate on audio equipment. Feng Yu had already planned out Aiwa's future direction. When Walkman and CD reach the peak, Aiwa will introduce MP3. Feng Yu still trusts Lenovo when it comes to the IT and PC industry. Feng Yu must own a stake in Lenovo. After Feng Yu left, Lu Chuanji spoke to Hong Kong Lenovo's top management, including the fellow founders of Lenovo. He wants to know if Feng Yu had bribed any of them to get information about Hong Kong Lenovo's plans of being listed on the stock exchange. If Feng Yu knew about this, then he would surely offer a lower buying price, and Lenovo would lose out in this deal. But after Lu Chuanji's investigation, he noticed that none of the senior management and the other founders had leaked this information. He felt that these senior management staffs will not accept Feng Yu's bribes. If Feng Yu were to bribe someone in Lenovo, he should be bribing Lu Chuanji. Lu Chuanji called Beijing and reported to his leader. The leader found out that Feng Yu owned Wind and Rain brand and was the major shareholder of Songjiang Motors. That means Feng Yu had lots of money. Feng Yu had shown his eagerness in buying Lenovo's shares. They should be able to sell the shares at a high price to Feng Yu. Of course, the leaders told Lu Chuanji that the shares cannot be sold to Feng Yu. Feng Yu can only invest, and their shares will be diluted. But the shares' value will not be lowered. If Feng Yu invested more, their share prices would increase. But the leaders had not considered Lu Chuanji and the rest of the founders. Their shares will also be diluted. The senior management and founders were the ones who had built Lenovo. Lu Chuanji and the rest had requested for the company to be restructured and wanted shares to be issued to the employees. CAS had agreed to this request, but the stocks that were given out were not a lot. Although, if the shares were based on the market value, it was considered a considerable amount. But there were still much senior management complaining to Lu Chuanji that the company had issued too little shares. Look at those private companies' bosses. They were not as capable compared to them, but they had taken loans to start their businesses. Now, they are earning more than the senior management staffs. With the private companies as a comparison, the senior management staffs felt unbalanced. Once they started to have such thoughts, their attitude will change. This includes Lu Chuanji. He had wondered if he had requested for too little shares. His earnings were too small compared to the effort he put into this company. But no matter what, Lu Chuanji will never leave Lenovo. This was the place where his dream started. He firmly believes that with his contribution to the company, he will be getting more shares in the future. Manager Feng, please take a seat. I had reported to my higher-ups, and they said that you can invest in the company. However, they will not sell the shares of the company to you directly. Lu Chuanji said. Feng Yu has already thought of this. Someone who had confidence in the company would never sell his shares before the company was listed. But it was common for companies to look for investors before they listed their companies. This was why Feng Yu was not surprised when Lu Chuanji said this. Then Chairman Lu, how much can I invest, and how many shares will I get? 50 million for 18% of the shares. Lu Chuanji looked at Feng Yu. Chairman Lu, are you joking with me? The total worth of both Lenovo companies was not even 180 million renminbi. I am investing 50 million renminbi, and I should be getting at least 21.7% of the shares. How did you get this 18% stake from? How did you do the calculations? Feng Yu asked. Feng Yu knew that the other party will undoubtedly increase the prices, and he must not agree to it immediately. Furthermore, 18% of shares of the company were too low. Since the other party was willing to let him own so many shares, there should not be a problem if he were to ask for more. In Feng Yu's past life, CAS was also not the controlling shareholder in Lenovo. CAS was only the biggest shareholder. That means CAS does not need control over Lenovo. Feng Yu also wanted to test if he were to offer an extremely high amount. Will CAS be willing to sell their shares to him? Feng Yu also felt that it was impossible for him to own the controlling stake of Lenovo immediately. Lu Chuanji and the rest will never agree. But it should not be a problem if he were to be the second biggest shareholder of this company. Manager Feng, I know that both companies do not have such high market value now. But our companies still own lots of technology patents, and we have lots of talented staffs. Also, we still have an unevaluated project, which is our PC project. This is why we think that 50 million for 18% shares is reasonable. Lu Chuanji slowly explained. Oh, doesn't Lenovo's PC project had been in existence for quite some time? I had told you that I had bought a Lenovo computer back in China. If Feng Yu were in the shoes of Lu Chuanji, he would felt that this price was too low. 50 million renminbi should get at most 10% shares of the company. This was because Lenovo's PC businesses will be the company's cash cow in the next few years. But Lu Chuanji does not know that PC would be so profitable, and Feng Yu was not so stupid to tell him this. Instead, Feng Yu pretended that he could not accept such a low percentage. This is different. In the past, our focus was not on the PC business, but we will set up our PC division to focus on this aspect. This business will bring in lots of profits for the company and will also yield high dividends for the shareholders. PC division? Do you have the related patents? Can you produce PC parts? I guess what you all are doing is to import some motherboards, chips, hard disk, etc., and then assemble it yourself. You will then add in a Chinese language card in it and call it your own products. Am I right? Feng Yu smiled and asked. In Feng Yu's previous life, many people had mocked Lenovo for outsourcing 90% of the PC parts and then get a factory to assemble them. Only the exterior designs, configuration, and the software were done by them. The Lenovo now was very poor, and it was impossible for them to produce these parts. That means the production cost of a PC will be outrageously high. Lenovo will also not be able to engage in price wars with the other companies, and it would be impossible for them to control the Chinese and Asia market. Lu Chuanji heard what Feng Yu said and turned red with embarrassment. He did not expect Feng Yu to know about this. But when he thought about the business Feng Yu owns, and he had also used a computer before, it should be normal for him to have some knowledge about PC. We will look for factories to manufacture parts for us. As for the patents, we will purchase the rights to use them. This way, the cost will be lowered, and our products will be more competitive. Lu Chuanji tried to argue. Feng Yu smiled and asked, Chairman Lu, have you heard of self-assembled PC? After the year 2000, PCs will enter almost all households. At that time, the prices of the laptop were still very high, and desktop PC were the optimal choice for everyone. During that time, other than the companies and government agencies, most of the students and families will go to the electronic retail complexes to get someone to assemble a PC for them. They just have to tell the shop owner the parts and specs they wanted, and the shop owner will charge them accordingly. A self-assembled PC was cheaper than a branded PC by a few thousand RMB. Although the branded PC offers warranties, the shop also provides after-sales services. In fact, the self-assembly PC shops offered better customer services than branded PC companies. But at this time, there were no self-assembled PC. This was because there were a lack of skilled technicians in the market, and these computer parts were delicate. Now was different from the future where many university students and even secondary students knew how to assemble their own PC. Lu Chuanji paused for a while. What did you say? Self-assembled PC. Feng Yu looked at Lu Chuanji, thinking, what a country bumpkin. Don't even know what a self-assembled PC was. In the future, there will be retail shops that specialized in selling computer parts and then assemble it for customers. Don't you think they are able to sell their PCs to customers at a lower price without marketing and branding? Also, customers are able to pick and choose the parts and specs of their PC. The PC will suit their needs better than getting the standard package from the PC companies. Feng Yu smiled and replied, this trend will only appear after Hong Kong returned back to China. China still does not have such shops now. Feng Yu said this was to scare Lu Chuanji and tell him that he might not make money if he enters the PC industry like this. How did Lenovo make so much money from their PC in Feng Yu's previous life? First, they hired many factories as contractors to lower their cost of production. Second, they made use of their status as China's own PC brand and had the support of the Chinese government. The Chinese government agencies and related units were all using Lenovo PC. Other PC brands do not have such a big client, and their sales could not exceed Lenovo. Lenovo was also the company who started the price war with the other brands. Lenovo does not need to pay the government high importation taxes, and they had retail outlets in every county of China. There were many other reasons why Lenovo was successful in China. Of course, Lu Chuanji still had not thought about this yet. He felt what Feng Yu had said seems reasonable. If someone were to set up self-assembled PC shops, their product sales would be affected. But we have the technologies, and we are able to make software. Also, we understand people's requirements. We can surely produce the best PC that suits the Chinese. We are also China's first PC brand for consumers, and it will not be a problem for us to capture China's market. Therefore, I think our PC products will rake in profits for the company. Subconsciously, Lu Chuanji changed from getting high profits from PC products to getting profits from PC products. His conviction started to sway. You say you have the technologies? But can your technologies compare with the technologies from other countries? I also have lots of engineers working for me. Manager Feng, you also have electronic engineers? Are you talking about Jiang Wanmeng and his colleagues from Wind and Rain VCD? Lu Chuanji asked. Chairman Lu also know Jiang Wanmeng and his colleagues. But they are not the only electronic engineers hired by me. Is that pager clipped on your belt Iowa pager? Iowa brand is also mine. Feng Yu leaned back and crossed his legs. Iowa brand, the company that manufactures Walkman, VCD players, and pagers. Lu Chuanji's eyes opened wide. The whole nation knew that Iowa VCD player was Wind and Rain VCD player's competitor. But Lu Chuanji had never expected both brands belongs to the same person. But what have these two companies got to do with Lenovo? There were many types of electronic engineers. Those engineers that specialized in audio players, telecommunications were different from the engineers that specialized in PC. Manager Feng, even if you own Iowa and have lots of electronic engineers, that does not mean you are able to manufacture PC. Lu Chuanji said. Chairman Lu, what do you think of the storage of floppy disk? Feng Yu suddenly asked, changing the topic. Floppy disk storage? The capacity of the floppy disk has been improving. Currently, the standard floppy disk storage is 1.44 M, but the 2.88 M floppy disk is already available in the market. Lu Chuanji was an expert in this field. 1.44 M, even if this was doubled, it could only store simple data. It could not even store a PC game. Then what do you think if the floppy disk drive is changed to CD-ROM drive? CD-ROM drive? Optical disk drive. I am sure you are familiar with this. Feng Yu said. CD-ROM drive was already in the market in 1991. But the CD-ROM drive currently was very slow and very costly. It was not common for regular PC to use CD-ROM drive now. The computers at this time use floppy disk drive, and when Feng Yu visited the computer shops in Hong Kong, he saw a computer with two floppy disk drives. One was for 3.5-inch floppy disk, and the other was for the soon-to-be obsolete 5.25 floppy disk. But these floppy disk drive could not be compared to the 640M storage CD. The CD was better and more suitable to store data, games, movies, etc. When the CD-ROM drive was launched, Lu Chuanji had also looked into it. But this CD-ROM was too expensive, and they do not have the related technologies. It was not suitable for them to use this drive in their PC. Wait, Fengyu's companies were producing CD and VCD players. CD and VCD players were related to CD-ROM drive. The basics were the same. Fengyu could manufacture CD-ROM. If Fengyu had the optical disk drive technology, then this would be an opportunity for Lenovo. They would be able to produce a PC with a CD-ROM drive. Their PC will be top tier if it comes with the software and the CD-ROM. Manager Feng, you are telling me that you hold the technology for CD-ROM? Lu Chuanji asked anxiously. Fengyu nodded and asked, is it that hard to develop this technology? The traditional CD-ROM drive speed was 150 kilobytes per second. The latest standard is 300 kilobytes per second, and we are able to produce the optical drive for this 300 kilobytes per second. I can use this technology to invest in Lenovo and include some engineers that specialized in this field. The reason why Haitaro Nakajima wanted to enter the PC market was that when he was developing the CD players, he had also looked into the CD-ROM technology. This was also why Haitaro Nakajima felt that it was easy to manufacture PC. He thought that with this CD-ROM drive, he would be able to produce better PCs for top-tier consumers. But Fengyu knew that floppy disk was still mainstream. Regardless it was a laptop or a desktop, most of the files were still stored in the floppy disk. Just like the PC game Fengyu was playing. For every stage he completed, he needs to insert a new floppy disk. It was too troublesome. If there were CD-ROM, one CD-ROM would be enough to store all the files. The CD-ROM could even store many games. There were already PC games using CD-ROMs. But those were only for publicity. CD-ROMs will replace floppy disk 3 to 5 years later. If any companies produced PCs with only CD-ROM drives now, it would inevitably fail. But Fengyu did not tell Haitaro Nakajima about this. He only told Haitaro Nakajima to set up a team to research on CD-ROM with higher speeds. It was enough to be able to manufacture CD-ROMs, but he should not think about going into the PC industry. It was still impossible for them to compete with so many other competitors currently. Computers were not like Walkman. After all, Aiwa's brand was already well known in the Walkman among the consumers. Fengyu finally convinced Haitaro Nakajima, but Haitaro Nakajima does not intend to continue to research on CD-ROMs. He wants to focus on CD player technologies. Fengyu used this reason to buy the CD-ROM technology from him. Manager Feng, I need to report to my higher-ups. Can you wait for another 2 days? I will contact you again. Lu Chuanji needs to reconsider about Fengyu's investment into Lenovo. Using technology to invest was entirely different from using funds to invest. Fengyu smiled and nodded. No problem. But do not let me wait for too long. Lu Chuanji will not let Fengyu wait for too long. In fact, he was the one that does not want to wait. The earlier Fengyu invest into Lenovo, the easier they could get the approval for their listing. Also, their share prices will increase higher. For a listed company's shares to rise, a good company development plan is required. If the company does not have the necessary funds, what's the use for the development plan? Although Lenovo was only getting listed in Hong Kong, their main business in Hong Kong were servers and PC. If Lenovo were to announce they had advanced CD-ROM technology and their PC business will improve and achieve high profits, the share prices will rise. After Lu Chuanji reported to his leader, the leaders held a meeting to discuss this. Their conclusion was they agreed to let Fengyu invest in Lenovo using cash and technology. But they want Lu Chuanji to evaluate the value of the technology carefully. Since the higher-ups had agreed, Lu Chuanji and the rest of the founders had a discussion to evaluate the CD-ROM technology before calling Fengyu. Manager Feng, our main shareholder had agreed for you to invest with technology and cash. Let's discuss how much your CD-ROM technology is worth. Lu Chuanji did not beat around the bush. How much do Chairman Lu think the most advanced CD-ROM technology is worth? Fengyu asked To Fengyu, this technology was not very valuable as Aiwa had not spent too long to develop it. Aiwa had been developing CD and VCD technologies. Not much effort was put in developing this technology, and Fengyu had not spent much to buy this technology from Aiwa. 1 million, Lu Chuanji asked. 1 million US dollars? At least 5 million US dollars. Feng Yu purposely said. Manager Feng, I am talking about RMB. Lu Chuanji said. We had been using RMB in our negotiations, and you should know about this. Even if we were to buy the rights to use this technology, it would not cost so much. 5 million US dollars? Why don't you go rob a bank? RMB? 1 million renminbi? I think you are not sincere. Do you still need me to state how important this technology is to Lenovo? Increased storage space is the direction of all PC companies are heading. You want to deny this? Not many companies in the world have this second-generation CD-ROM technology. Do you think those Western companies will sell the rights to you? Even if they are willing to sell, how much do you think it will cost? Feng Yu laughed and said, although Feng Yu had not spent much on this technology, it still cost 200,000 US dollars. Convert to RMB, it was also more than 1.1 million renminbi. Even if Feng Yu was not looking for profits, he also does not want to lose money. If Lenovo were to develop this technology themselves, they would need at least 5 million renminbi. Manager Feng, technology changes very fast. That's why we need to discount on our prices. But even if we had offered a lower price, this technology is also not worth 1 million US dollars, let alone 5 million US dollars. Lu Chuanji was not happy with Feng Yu's counteroffer. If you look at the technology alone, it might not be worth 5 million US dollars. But for Lenovo, this technology is worth this price. With this technology, Lenovo will be able to produce a better PC. A PC with CD-ROM drive can sell much higher than those PC with only floppy disk drive. The profits from this deal are very high. Feng Yu was not talking nonsense. CD-ROM was a new thing, and people will feel this was very high-tech. The storage capability was a few hundred times more than a floppy disk. It was suitable to store lots of documents. Most of the organizations that buy computers now were the banks and government agencies. They had lots of data, and floppy disks will not be enough to store their data. With CD-ROM, Lenovo will be able to develop newer and bigger markets. This was very important to Lenovo. Furthermore, with the CD-ROM drive, the profit margin of their PC will be higher. Manager Feng, this is only what you said. Are you able to show me the figures to prove you are right? Lu Chuanji could not agree with Feng Yu's price. You want figures? Then I will show you the figures. This is the production cost of the CD-ROM drives. This is the price difference between a PC with and without CD-ROM drive. This will show you how much profits you can get from CD-ROM drive. This is the sales figure of PC with CD-ROM drives in Hong Kong. From the trend, you should be able to tell that the market demand is increasing. As our data continue to grow and increase, who will still want to use floppy disk to store? Moreover, CD-ROM can be used to store videos. Can floppy disk do that? It would be hard for a floppy disk to store even one song. Feng Yu had conducted market research. He had spent some money to tabulate this data about Hong Kong's PC market. This was the reason why he dares to ask for high prices. This is only Hong Kong's data. It does not represent other places. Our biggest market is China. China and Hong Kong had vast differences. Lu Chuanji said, Chairman Lu should know clearly how much this technology is worth. But I do not want to talk about this anymore. If Lenovo is able to let me increase my investments, I can give this technology to Lenovo for free. Feng Yu smiled. Feng Yu wants to use this technology to induce Lu Chuanji. Feng Yu's objective was to own more of Lenovo's shares. Even if he can't be the major shareholder, he still wants to be the second shareholder. Lu Chuanji looked at Feng Yu. What does Feng Yu mean by this? How much did Feng Yu want to invest for him to give this technology to Lenovo for free? Feng Yu wants to be the controlling shareholder? Manager Feng, you kept saying that you want to increase your investments. How much do you intend to invest, and how much shares do you want? Lu Chuanji asked. Chairman Lu, don't you think that you own too little Lenovo's shares? Lenovo could get to where it is today is all due to you and the rest of the founders, right? Do you know how many shares my engineers and researchers own in my companies? I gave old Jiang Wanming, for percent of the company's shares. I gave 10% shares to those engineers at Iowa Pagers. They do not even have to pay a single cent. Do you know how much are their monthly salaries? 10,000 renminbi a month. Only the head gets 10,000 renminbi. The rest does not reach such high salaries. Those normal engineers only get 200 renminbi a month. Feng Yu did not say this too clearly. He wants Lu Chuanji to misunderstand his words and disrupt his thoughts. Lu Chuanji was dumbfounded as he looked at Feng Yu's raised index finger. What? Feng Yu gave his engineers so many shares. Old Jiang and the rest owned the company's shares, and their salaries were 10,000 renminbi a month. Although Lu Chuanji was from CAS and set up Lenovo as the head of the company, his salary was only about 1,000 renminbi a month. This was still using Hong Kong standards. If his salary were to follow the pay scale of China, it would be less than 300 renminbi. The salary differences were 10 times, and shares were several times more. Lu Chuanji could not calm himself down. He remembered the grumbles of his colleagues who had worked hard with him to set up Lenovo. All of them felt that CAS had given them too little shares. Now, Lu Chuanji really want to speak to the leaders at CAS about their shares. Wait, why was Feng Yu telling me these? Could it be that he will give us some shares after he invested in Lenovo? He wants the controlling stake? Lu Chuanji looked at Feng Yu and asked, Manager Feng, you want to be the controlling shareholder of Lenovo? If that's possible, why not? Lu Chuanji shook his head. This is impossible. Although Lenovo is registered as a private company, in reality, it is the same as those state-owned enterprises. There are many things in the company which I can't tell you in detail. But it was impossible for you to get the controlling stake. I only want a control stake, and you can have all the authority to run the company. Other than finance, I will not interfere with the management, operations, etc. The company can set up a board of directors, and I will support you to be the chairman. Feng Yu pointed to Lu Chuanji. What? Feng Yu is not after the authority? I will be the chairman of the company? Then why does he want to get the controlling shares? Lu Chuanji had never heard of someone who does not want to be in charge. Was Feng Yu hoodwinking him, or was he telling the truth? Feng Yu saw Lu Chuanji doubting his words, and he laughed. Chairman Lu, have you heard of Liaha Company? Liaha? The company that sells children health supplements? I had heard of this company before. What? Lu Chuanji was in a daze. Feng Yu changes topics too fast. We were talking about Lenovo, and he suddenly talks about Liaha. I am the major shareholder of Liaha. Liaha does not have a board of directors, but there is an executive director to make the managerial decisions. This executive director is the former boss of Liaha, Zhong Qingxian. I only have a title of deputy general manager there. I do not have any duties or responsibilities there. I only provide some suggestions to Zhong Qingxian and had never interfered with his decisions. Lu Chuanji looked at Feng Yu in shock. Feng Yu is also the biggest shareholder of Liaha? This manager Feng was involved in too many businesses. Although Lu Chuanji was not in the health supplements industry, he knew that Liaha's sales were outstanding. Will a company with good sales have low profits? Feng Yu does not want to be the person in charge of such a company. Why? You don't believe me. Should I? Lu Chuanji asked Feng Yu back. Since you know old Jiang personally, you can ask him if I had ever interfered with the operations of Iowa Electronics. Other than the finance department, Manager Jiang is the one who makes all the decisions on the hiring of staffs. He had never asked me about anything. The abilities of one person are limited. I cannot be monitoring all of my companies closely. In fact, I do not even want to manage any company. This is the same as Lenovo after I become the major shareholder. To you, 1 or 200 million might seem to be a considerable sum of money, but I can afford to lose this sum. Lu Chuanji almost choked when Feng Yu said this. Feng Yu is too arrogant. Can afford to lose 1 or 200 million. But when Lu Chuanji thinks back, this was indeed true. This manager Feng had too many businesses, and all the companies were racking in high profits. All the companies mentioned by Feng Yu had a market value of more than 200 million. Manager Feng, what are your plans? Lu Chuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, help me get the most shares out of my investment. As long as the total shares owned by both of us are more than 51%, we do not need to listen to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. To be honest, the leaders there do not know how to do business. If you are not in this company, I will never consider investing in Lenovo. Feng Yu had tried to poach Lu Chuanji over the phone previously, but Lu Chuanji had rejected him. This was because the Lenovo company had agreed to issue shares to him, but the shares given to him could not satisfy him. Compared to the senior executives in Feng Yu's company, Lu Chuanji was really disappointed with his leaders. Now, Feng Yu had made things very clear. He needs Lu Chuanji to help him get more shares. Money was not a problem. After that, he will let Lu Chuanji the authority over the company and money. There were two choices in front of Lu Chuanji. One was to help Feng Yu, and in the future, He will be the person with the most authority in Lenovo. Those officials, who knew nothing about businesses, could not interfere with his decisions. He will also gain personal benefits. Second, he does not help Feng Yu. Then after Feng Yu would resent against him. He would lose a great opportunity. All the plans and dreams in his heart will not be fulfilled. Manager Feng, you said that the senior engineers in your companies will get shares as rewards and bonuses? Lu Chuanji had made his decision. Of course, Lenovo will be the same too. I will suggest this during the shareholders' meeting. I cannot guarantee you how many shares all of you can get, but I think the 1% shares you owned is too little. It should be at least 3%. The rest of the pioneers should also get some shares as rewards. Lu Chuanji brightens up. Feng Yu was so generous to give them so many shares. He was calculating in his heart. The shares owned by the rest of the founders and him amounted to about 8%. He had wanted to fight for the clause that their shares will not be diluted after Feng Yu invested in the company. They wanted to maintain their 8% stake of the company. However, Feng Yu will be giving them more than they had expected. But how should Lu Chuanji report to his leader in CAS? This was a problem. He had previously told his leaders that Lenovo needed only 50 million renminbi to set up the computer division. How should he get the leaders to agree to let Feng Yu invest more than 100 million renminbi? Even with the CD-ROM technology, the leaders will also not agree to this. The company was still making profits, and why should they allow someone to invest in the company and dilute their shares? Seeing Lu Chuanji becoming quiet again, Feng Yu asked, Chairman Lu, are you having some concerns? It's too difficult. Your investment is too big, and the leaders might not agree. The CD-ROM technology will not be sufficient to persuade them. What if you tell the leaders that I am still the third biggest shareholders of Microsoft? Feng Yu smiled. Huh? What did you say? The third biggest shareholder of what company? Lu Chuanji thought he heard wrong. US, Microsoft. The company that made the Windows operating system. Feng Yu explained. You are a shareholder of Microsoft. I am the third biggest shareholders. I do not own any equity shares and do not have voting rights. But it should not be a problem to form a partnership between Microsoft and Lenovo. Microsoft Windows is the most popular operating system for PC manufacturers. Microsoft had also produced much great application software. If we are able to collaborate with Microsoft to produce a Chinese version of those application software, how much profits do you think Lenovo will get? Lu Chuanji's breathing became rapid. He could see the opportunity and profits if this deal goes through. If they could partner with this top software company, Microsoft, Lenovo would benefit a lot. Not only there were vast profits, but Lenovo could also increase their technologies. Lu Chuanji will have the confidence to take over the Chinese market. Manager Feng, I know how to negotiate with the leaders. Can you tell me what is the minimum amount of shares you want to own? 35%. The more, the merrier. I can pay more if required. If CAS is willing to sell me all their shares, I am willing to pay them 4 times the market value. I hope CAS proportion of shares will be lowered to below 50%. With 35% shares in hand, Feng Yu could prevent one person or party to be the only voice in shareholders' meeting. As for becoming the controlling shareholder, Feng Yu does not have too much hope. If Feng Yu could be the controlling shareholder, it's okay. But it does not matter if he does not become the controlling shareholder. Of course, if he could own more shares, he does not mind paying premium prices for those shares. He will get back 10 times the amount he spent today within 2 years. Fine. Manager Feng, I think we have reached an initial consensus. I hope you will be able to make a trip to Beijing to speak with the leaders from CAS. No problem. It's settled then. Feng Yu smiled. Lu Chuanji was very excited after his meeting with Feng Yu. He immediately gathered the rest of the founding staffs for a meeting. They need to discuss how to negotiate with the leaders from CAS. When all these people learned that Feng Yu would not lower their shares percentage and will increase their shares after he became the shareholder, they were on the same page. Feng Yu's investment must go through. To them, this was a rare opportunity. All of them were from CAS. They set up Lenovo with only 200,000 renminbi. Can anyone else achieve what they had done? Since the higher-ups had agreed to restructure the company into a shareholdings company, why can't the higher-ups give them more shares? Look at Manager Feng's generosity. If Feng Yu had not got involved in Lenovo, these people might only grumble about the number of shares given to them. There was nothing they could do except to beg the higher-ups to provide them with more benefits. They had not thought about leaving Lenovo. The two people who had left 2 years ago were not doing as well as them. But now it was different. Lu Chuanji had said that if Feng Yu became the major shareholder, he will hold a shareholders meeting and give out shares to the senior management as rewards. This would help the senior management manage the company easier, and they will get more in return. The company will also have enough funds for future developments. They no longer need to wait for the company to be listed. Also, when the company was listed, the share prices will surely shoot up. With the company's shares, they would be getting dividends when the company makes profits. These people will be able to save enough money to pursue their dreams. With all these people thinking along the same line, Lu Chuanji told them to look for the leaders they were close with to help support this investment. He will also look for the leaders he was familiar with to help out. Director Li, Manager Feng, does not only have the funds. He still has the technology and connections. If we let him invest, it will help with the company's future development. How do you know that he was not lying to you? Third biggest shareholder of Microsoft? How come I have never heard of this before? Doesn't Microsoft only have 2 big shareholders? Director Li asked. Manager Feng is willing to include that in the contract. I believe that he will not lie to us about this. You might not know about this. The businesses under Manager Feng were all making lots of profits. What businesses does he have? The Wind and Rain brand. Not only that, he also owns the Aiwa brand. That CD-ROM technology is developed by Aiwa. He is also the biggest shareholder of Liaha, the company that makes health supplements for children. I remembered that your grandson is also drinking that supplement. He is also the biggest shareholder of the machinery company, which owns Songjiang Motors. That is a company who have more than 2 billion assets. Lu Chuanji emphasized 2 billion. We do not object to him investing into Lenovo, but he wants to increase his stake to 49%. The share percentage owned by CAS will drop suddenly, and how can I answer to the higher-ups? Director Li said. He is investing a lot of money. How can our company grow without money? How can we compete with MNCs from other countries? What is our purpose of setting up this company? Wasn't it to increase our country's electronic engineering skills? This was Director Li's soft spot. When computers were still a new thing overseas and scarce in China, he gave Lu Chuanji and his colleagues 200,000 renminbi. This was only a trial, but to others, he claims that this was to increase China's electronic engineering skills. But now, Lenovo's growth was much better than expected. Director Li was also promoted from an assistant director to his current position. Director Li was not interested in money. He only wants enough political achievements and credits to move up the ranks. However, all his accomplishments and credits needed the help of Lu Chuanji and the rest of the founders. Director Li knew that without Lu Chuanji and the rest, Lenovo will never grow to today's scale. If Lu Chuanji and the rest left Lenovo, it would be disastrous. Without Lu Chuanji and the rest, and someone else were to take over Lenovo's R&D, the company's technologies will inevitably regress. Other companies only knew Lu Chuanji and his fellow colleagues. They do not know about the company's name. Director Li had also heard rumors of many MNC trying to poach Lu Chuanji and the rest. They were even promised shares of the company if they were to join those MNC. This was also why Director Li agreed immediately when Lu Chuanji requested the company to be restructured into a shareholding. If he does not give these key people shares, they will leave for other companies. Since he is investing so much money into the company, why do we still need to be listed? Why can't we just use the money he invested in setting up the computer division? Director Li frowned and asked. This will not affect our decision to be listed. If the company has sufficient funds, we can still get it listed. We can even merge both Hong Kong and Beijing Lenovo companies and then get it listed. It is totally different for a 10 million listed company and a 50 million listed company. Lu Chuanji continued. Furthermore, our CAS had lacked funds. This is a good opportunity to sell some shares to Feng Yu to raise funds. Thus, CAS will have enough funds for other research. Although Lenovo had grown, there was something Director Li was unhappy about. Lenovo had been making profits, but had never given any part of their earnings to CAS. Lu Chuanji had spent all the profits, but Lu Chuanji had not squandered the profits. For every cent he spent, he got 1 renminbi back as profits. No one could criticize him on this. Lu Chuanji kept telling the leaders that the company was still growing and needed lots of money. That's why he could not hand over the profits to CAS. But the leaders do not think so. Both Lenovo companies were worth almost 20 million. You can't even hand over 2 million? But Lu Chuanji refused to hand over parts of the profits to CAS. Not even 20,000 renminbi. He does not want to start giving the company's earnings to CAS. If he starts, then it would be 2 million today and another 2 million tomorrow. The company will surely have financial issues soon. Even Director Li, who had been Lu Chuanji's longtime supporter, was troubled. Lenovo had been developing well, and he was glad. But it was hard for him to answer to the other leaders if Lenovo does not give part of their profits back to CAS. Then what do you think we should do? Director Li asked. I can guarantee that Feng Yu will pay 3 times the market value of the shares CAS sells to him. Lu Chuanji said confidently. 3 times? How is this possible? You said that he had lots of successful businesses. That means he is not stupid. Why would he pay 3 times more for the shares? Director Li asked. Not only that, we can still insist on our management staff shares will not be diluted after his investment. This way, even if Feng Yu spent more money, we still have control over Lenovo. Lu Chuanji continued. All of the management staff shares will not be diluted? That means our shares will be diluted even further? Director Li frowned. I guaranteed that this will not happen. If you agree to his investment, I promise that we will not lose out in this deal. Manager Feng is a venture capitalist. He will exit once the company is listed. We are just taking out a sum of money now, and you can answer to your higher-ups. When we have the money in 2 years, we can buy back those shares for CAS to have the controlling stake. Even so, we still have the final say over Lenovo now. Both of them continued to discuss this investment, and Director Li told Lu Chuanji, we need to hold a meeting to discuss this. You can go back first. When Lu Chuanji leaves Director Li's office, he knew that Director Li was persuaded. Director? What did you say? Lu Chuanji told you that if we sell out shares to that manager Feng, he could persuade him to pay 3 times the market value. Deputy Director Zhao asked. That's what he told me, and he promises that he would succeed. How is he going to succeed? Who would spend 3 times the amount to buy things? Lu Chuanji thinks that Feng Yu is an idiot? Even he knew that Feng Yu was wealthy, but all businessmen were smart. I had never heard of a stupid businessman. How can someone so stupid run a successful business? Director Li was unpleased and said, we are discussing what should we do if Lu Chuanji really persuaded Feng Yu. Will we agree to Feng Yu's investment and maintain Lu Chuanji and his men's share proportion? I can tell that Lu Chuanji only wants to not let his shares be diluted. Someone had invested in the company, and the percentage of shares held by all the shareholders will surely be lowered. Did they pay for those shares? All of their shares are given to them as a reward by the company. They had gotten so many shares for nothing, and they are still not satisfied? They are not asking for more shares. Deputy Zhao sneered. Deputy Director Zhao was the one who opposed to giving Lu Chuanji and the rest of the founding staff shares. The capital was provided by the CAS, and Lu Chuanji and his men were taking high salaries and benefits like houses, cars, allowances, etc. These benefits were also on par with the deputy directors. What more do they want? What should this company that had to perform so well be restructured into a shareholding? It's all about money. Such a big company, and after so many years, they only returned the 200,000 renminbi capital. Did they hand over a cent of the profits to CAS? The company's accounts had the money. Why did they not hand over all that money? Previously, the leaders tried to claim reimbursement from Lenovo but were rejected by Lu Chuanji. Lu Chuanji had no respect for them. Why you can spend the company's money and we can't? You really think that Lenovo company belongs to you? Old Zhao, think about this. If we sell out shares to Feng Yu at 3 times the market value, then the shares we hold will be lowered. If we still want to be in control, we need Lu Chuanji and his men to be on our side. We are also able to keep Lu Chuanji and his men's motivation by letting them maintain their shares proportion and maintain our control. This is a good thing. Director Li explained. Good thing? If we allowed them to maintain their stakes in the company, then our shares will be diluted further. If we lower their percentage, the impact on us will be lowered, and we can still be in control. Deputy Zhao said. The rest of the deputies nodded. They cannot let CAS be at a disadvantage just because they want to take care of Lu Chuanji. Lu Chuanji had also promised that Feng Yu would be investing a large amount, but the shares he is getting will be lesser than what he is supposed to get. Feng Yu would also give the company an important technology and set up a collaboration with Microsoft. This will greatly increase our technologies. Most importantly, Lenovo will be issuing dividends next year. That means we will be getting high returns from Lenovo. Which one of you is capable of doing all these? Wait, director. Investing a huge amount, but getting lesser shares? Do you think that Fengyu is stupid and rich? This does not make sense at all. I think Lu Chuanji is hiding something from us. Deputy Zhao firmly insists. Indeed, this was really suspicious. But Lu Chuanji did not explain the details to Director Li. He only convinced Director Li that he could persuade Fengyu. I do not care if there is anything fishy about this investment. I only want to know about your decision on Fengyu's investment if Lu Chuanji is able to convince him. Deputy Zhao did not say anything. The rest of the deputies agreed. There were no reasons for them to disagree as they were the ones taking advantage of Fengyu. This company was set up to make money. With more funds, they would be able to conduct more research and studies. Furthermore, these deputies were close to Lu Chuanji's fellow founders, and they had spoken about this privately. As for Deputy Zhao's questions, the rest of the deputies does not need to know the answers. They could just summon Lu Chuanji over to question him anytime. Moreover, the deputies knew that Lu Chuanji's father and Director Li were classmates, and Director Li was obviously supporting Lu Chuanji. The deputies also do not want to go against their head. If Lu Chuanji is successful, then all of them will benefit from this deal. They will get some credits from this accomplishment. They would also be able to get some research funds from selling their shares. All of them lacked research funds for their studies. All of the deputies suspect Deputy Zhao had opposed to this deal just because he had lost the director position to Director Li previously. Both of them had clashed several times and can't stand the sight of each other. Don't all of you think that this Fengyu could be a con man? How can there be such attractive terms? Fine. I shall see how Lu Chuanji persuade that Fengyu. Manager Feng, let me introduce. This is the director of CAS, Director Li Fengyuan. Director Li, this is Fengyu, Manager Feng. He is a businessman who wants to invest in Lenovo. Lu Chuanji introduced both parties at a private room of a restaurant. Nice to meet you, Director Li. I had heard from you. You are the most famous scientist in China. Fengyu smiled and extended his hand. Sai, I am old now. I can only step back and handle administrative matters. There are so many talented scientists now. Director Li said modestly. How is that possible? I had read one of your articles in a magazine overseas recently. Only the world's top scientists' articles were published in that magazine. Fengyu said. It was Lu Chuanji who told him about this. Manager Feng, you also like to read science magazines? That article is written by me and some other professors. I cannot take all the credit. Although Director Li said this, he was smiling proudly. Yes. How can this Manager Feng be a con man? From one look, I can tell that he is a good man. I dream of being a scientist since I was young, but I lack the talent. I heard that all scientists are genius and outstanding. Too bad I am not that smart. That's why I like to do such businesses. How can the products invented by geniuses be a poor product? Fengyu purposely said. Director Li looked at Fengyu. This young man was willing to invest in Lenovo just because he liked such products? But from what Lu Chuanji said, it seems that all of Fengyu's businesses involves lots of advanced technologies. But this excuse seems to be a bit ridiculous. I am not considered a genius. You speak too highly of me. I heard from Chuanji that both of you had spoken more than once and had some initial agreement. Director Li asked. He felt that the agreed conditions were beneficial to CAS. Could it be that Lu Chuanji wanted to get credits and exaggerated the terms? Fengyu nodded. That's right. I had spoken with Chairman Lu several times and had finalized the initial terms of this deal. He said that the shares percentages of the management staffs and key engineers should not be lowered. I had agreed to this. I will invest using 300 million renminbi in CD-ROM technology. I will also set up a meeting between Lenovo and Microsoft. At the end of this deal, I will own 49% of Lenovo. CAS share proportion will be lowered to 37% and will get 100 million renminbi cash. The employees' shares will be increased to 6%. Chairman Lu, am I right? Lu Chuanji quickly replied. Yes. This was what we concluded. Director Li was relieved. If anyone in CAS still wants to disagree with these conditions, he or she must be an idiot. He looked at Fengyu and in his heart, spending so much money just because of his interest? This Manager Feng was a classic example of a stupid rich man. Translator's notes. I know the percentages of the shares does not add up to 100%. I had translated the chapter based on what was written. Fengyu, 49%. Employees, 6%. Cash, 37%. Where is the remaining 8%? The author did not state who owns the remaining 8%. It might be a miscalculation on his part. Could it be that Fengyu had secretly acquired the remaining shares? Or the author does not know how to count, and that's why he is an author now? Fengyu had purposely offered such attractive terms. His objective was to own more Lenovo shares. Just the reason for Lu Chuanji and his team were in Lenovo was worth Fengyu paying such a huge price. In Fengyu's previous life, many MNCs were trying to pouch Lu Chuanji. They offered $10 million annual salaries and also shares, but Lu Chuanji never agreed. It was because Lu Chuanji firmly believed that he would gain more if he remains in Lenovo. Actually, not only Lu Chuanji and his team were capable, they also have lots of connections with the higher-ups of the Chinese government. Lu Chuanji was already the forerunner of the Chinese IT industry now. Lu Chuanji still has lots of friends both in China and overseas. His friends were all giants in the IT industry. Although he will lose contacts with most of them in the future years, now, he was still close to the senior management of many IT MNCs. This was why Lenovo had been doing so well in the past few years. In Fengyu's past life, Lu Chuanji had never made any wrong strategic decisions in Lenovo. This was due to the experiences he learned from his friends. If Fengyu were to manage Lenovo himself, he could not guarantee that he will perform better than Lu Chuanji. Also, Lenovo was considered a big company, and it was not easy to manage such companies. Although Fengyu had let Wind and Rain Electronics and Iowa Electronics hired some fresh graduates to groom them, but it would still be years before these new graduates were ready to take on the higher management positions. Fengyu had also approached those successful businessmen from the future years, but they refused to work for Fengyu, or they were still not capable now. Having paid such high prices, Lu Chuanji did not disappoint Fengyu. He had successfully helped Fengyu get 49% of the company's shares. This percentage was much higher than expected. It seems Fengyu was right to make his promise with Lu Chuanji. If Fengyu had approached the leaders in CAS, it would be hard for him to succeed, and he also could not sell Lu Chuanji the favor. After speaking with Director Li told Fengyu that he will give him an answer 3 days later. If nothing goes wrong, they will sign the contract then. Zhong Qingxian just happened to be in Shenyang to sign a contract. He decided to set up a new factory in Shenyang next year. As the Energy of Life's advertisements were removed from CCTV, Lu Bashi's yogurt drink sales were also affected. Although the yogurt drink sales did not drop overnight like the Energy of Life, it was falling steadily. But there was still a demand in the yogurt drinks market, and Liaha was happy to fill this gap. Liaha's AD calcium milk sales had been rising. Their tea beverages sales were also increased. Liaha's production could not meet this demand, and Zhong Qingxian decided to set up a factory in Shenyang to meet the needs in the 3 northeast provinces and the Beijing region. As Liaha was already an established brand, the agreement was settled in no time. Zhong Qingxian heard that Fengyu was in Beijing, and he made a trip over. He wants to report about Liaha's developments to Fengyu. Liaha's finance department were all Fengyu's men. Zhong Qingxian was making a considerable investment in the new factory, and Fengyu will be informed. But Zhong Qingxian still wanted to tell this to Fengyu personally. Fengyu nodded after Zhong Qingxian report. You can make all these decisions yourself. If you need me for anything, just let me know. Fengyu still does not intend to interfere with Liaha's operations, and Zhong Qingxian was glad. Manager Feng, I thought you were studying in Hong Kong now. Why are you back in Beijing? Zhong Qingxian chatted with Fengyu. I am here to talk about my investment in Lenovo. Lenovo? What company is this? What does it sell? Zhong Qingxian asked. Fengyu, Lenovo will be a world-renowned IT company in the future, and their current scale was already massive. But this Zhong Qingxian had never heard of this company? Oh, this Zhong Qingxian also does not buy IT products. There were only 2 PC in his company, and Lenovo had never advertised before. It was natural for Zhong Qingxian to not know about this company. Electronics products. The company makes computers. Have you heard of Lenovo 1+1 computers? Computers? There should not be many people buying computers now. Can this company make money? Zhong Qingxian asked. Yes. Then let's set up a computer company. Fengyu looked at Zhong Qingxian speechlessly. He had never heard about Zhong Qingxian entering the IT industry in his previous life. Did history change? or Zhong Qingxian had entered the IT industry and failed. But this was not recorded. It was just like Nintendo had sold instant rice before, but not many people were aware of it. You also want to invest in Lenovo? If I follow you, will I still make losses? Zhong Qingxian smiled cunningly. How much can you invest? I can let you have some shares, but I need to tell you that I am paying a premium of 3 times the market value for these shares. I can sell some of my shares to you, but I can't sell you too many shares. 3 times premium price? What do you mean? Zhong Qingxian was shocked. Can this company make so many profits? 3 times the market value of the shares? Feng Yu had gone crazy. Feng Yu told Zhong Qingxian about Lenovo's current value, his total investments, and the shares he would own. Manager Feng, that means if I invest 10 million, I can only get 2% of the company's shares? Zhong Qingxian's eyes opened wide. Maybe it might be less than 2%. Based on the current value, you will only get about 1.6% or 1.7% shares. If you calculate based on the amount I acquire the shares, you will not get even 1%. Huh? Manager Feng, are you sure about this? You said that this company is worth less than 180 million, and you spent 300 million plus technology for 49% shares? And the current value of the company is not even worth 400 million renminbi? Aren't you making a big loss? Zhong Qingxian could not understand. 300 million renminbi would at least get more than 60% of the company's shares. This was still based on the full amount as the invested fund. Now, the other party had 100 million, and Feng Yu should be getting at least 77% of the company's shares. Feng Yu was getting only 49% of the shares. Could this be some sort of plot against Feng Yu? Could it be that Feng Yu was conned in this business deal? Cannot be. Feng Yu still had not handed over his money, and he was still smiling. Zhong Qingxian had already decided not to invest. The dividends he got from Lihaha can be used for something else. If there were no other investment opportunities, then he will buy a villa at Westlake area. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart, I had made a loss. Even if I do not do anything, the market value of Lenovo in 3 years will be over 2 billion renminbi. In 10 years, it will be worth over 20 billion. Most importantly, without CAS and its connections, without the brains of Lu Chuanji and his men, even Feng Yu could not achieve this feat. The annual returns will be 50%. Even the experts in Wall Street could not guarantee such returns. Zhong Qingxian felt Feng Yu had made a significant loss, but Feng Yu thought he had gotten a great deal. It was very crowded at Beijing Lenovo today. Many cars were parked outside the entrance. There were even reporters from Hong Kong waiting outside. A businessman will be investing in Lenovo, and Lenovo had announced that it was planning to be listed. However, there was no fixed date. Lenovo Company was China's largest IT company. It had the most significant scale and the most funds. Why did such a successful company let others invest in them? They heard that it was a newly set up company that had invested in Lenovo. The name of the company was Wind and Rain Holdings. Many were thinking if this Wind and Rain Holdings had something to do with Wind and Rain brand, which was owned by Taihua Trading, Wind and Rain Electronics, and Wind and Rain Home Appliances. But there was a lack of information. There was no way for the reporters to find out about this. It was the first time they heard of Wind and Rain Holdings, and they could not find out who was the person in charge. Wasn't this Lenovo company supported by the Chinese government? This company was enjoying special privileges from the government. Why did they sell their shares to Wind and Rain Holdings? Was this Wind and Rain Holdings a government-owned enterprise? In the meeting room, Feng Yu and Director Li signed 2 contracts. One was for Feng Yu's investment in Lenovo, and the other was for Feng Yu's purchase of CAS Lenovo shares. There was a vast difference between both contracts. But CAS was the party that gained the most out of both contracts. During the meeting with all the CAS leaders, Director Li had announced that the CAS will accept Feng Yu's conditions and agree to Feng Yu's investment. The CAS will also sell some of their shares to Feng Yu. Deputy Zhao immediately expressed his disapproval. But Deputy Zhao was the only one opposing to this investment, and his reason was unconvincing. Feng Yu's offer was too good, and this was suspicious. Since when private companies' businessmen were so noble to spend so much money to support China's IT industry? Director Li slowly replied that this manager Feng was the biggest shareholder of Bing City Machinery Company and had met with the chief architect and Iron Fist Zhu. If Feng Yu was not so noble, why would the top 2 leaders of China meet him? Deputy Zhao could not rebut directly. In CAS, there were rumors that Feng Yu was actually donating to CAS through this investment. If you do not believe this was actually a donation, you can ask the professors from Beijing University. Feng Yu had funded many professors' research at the university. Some of Beijing University's professors were also holding positions in CAS. If CAS leaders did not agree to such a lucrative deal, they would be too stupid. They would have wasted Lu Chuanji's hard work. How can they answer to their higher-ups? CAS had the opportunity to make money. If they rejected this deal, how could they still request for funds from their higher-ups? No higher-ups will agree to their requests. When the higher-ups heard that there was a considerable investment and the CAS will still be getting 100 million renminbi, they were overjoyed. During some meetings, the higher-ups had still praised the leaders of CAS. There were even some high-ranking officers present at this contract signing ceremony. What surprised the CAS leaders the most was one of the high-ranking officers was from Iron Fist Zhu's office. Did Iron Fist Zhu found out about this investment and sent his man here to find out more? Or he was aware of Feng Yu's plan to invest in Lenovo long time ago? There was a great difference between both. But no matter what, Iron Fist Zhu had shown his support of this investment by sending his man to attend this signing ceremony. With Iron Fist Zhu's support, Director Li was more confident. No one would dare to say that Lenovo should not be letting others invest in the company. Restructuring a state-owned enterprise to a shareholding was also a policy introduced by Iron Fist Zhu. The most controversial part of this deal was there were no changes to the percentage of shares owned by Lu Chuanji and the other employees. The amount invested was more than Lenovo's total value, and the portion of shares owned by Lu Chuanji and the other employees should be significantly lowered. But these management staffs were still holding the same proportions of shares. As such, Deputy Zhao said that Lu Chuanji and the other management staffs should not be entitled to this benefit. They should hand over some of their shares to CAS or distribute their shares to the other employees. Lu Chuanji and the rest should not be holding on to so many shares. Although Lenovo was not a state-owned enterprise, the initial management style was the same as state-owned enterprises. Deputy Zhao's way of doing things had never changed and was like several years back. It was sufficient for Lu Chuanji and the management staffs to get some benefits. Why should they be getting so many shares? All these shares were the government's assets, and they were embezzling the assets. Even if Lenovo was a private entity, but a private company should also be reasonable. Lu Chuanji and the rest had not spent a single cent, and why should they be getting so many shares? The company had already given them a house and a car. What else do they want? They should not be embezzling the company's assets. They should not be taking so much from the company. But the other leaders of CAS felt that these people had contributed a lot to the company and should be rewarded. The Chinese government had also mentioned that hard work should be rewarded. These people had helped the CAS gain so much from this deal. This was not something others could do. Compared to the gains CAS were to receive from this deal, their shares were not a lot. If it wasn't for this condition, will Lu Chuanji and the rest still work so hard to make this deal go through? If their shares were diluted, then Feng Yu's shares would be more than 51%. Finally, the contracts were signed, and this cannot be changed. After signing the contract, Feng Yu immediately make a phone call to Wind and Rain Holdings to ask them to wire the money to CAS account. Feng Yu wants this deal to take effect as soon as possible and does not wish CAS to go back on their words. As for the other details, Feng Yu does not need to do the follow-ups. Someone from Wind and Rain Holdings will settle the rest of the details. His staffs from Wind and Rain Holdings were a group of talented people hired from Hong Kong. These people were not the successful businessmen in the future, but Feng Yu felt that these people could complete the tasks given to them after the interview, and it was enough. In the coming few years, Feng Yu had plans to transfer his shares of all his companies to this Wind and Rain Holdings. But it was still too early now. Hong Kong was still not part of China, and it was not easy for him to transfer his assets out of China. This could only be done after Hong Kong's return. Master Lu had made use of his connections in the planning committee to let the other party accept that Hong Kong was a part of China, and Feng Yu would not transfer these assets out of China. Of course, Iron Fist Zhu's office got wind of this and reported to Iron Fist Zhu. Iron Fist Zhu asked his men to pass Feng Yu a message. Lenovo was a company supported by the Chinese government to compete with the overseas MNCs. He wants Feng Yu to remember this. Lenovo was China's hope. Feng Yu really wanted to tell Iron Fist Zhu that if Lenovo follows his suggestions, Lenovo will be more successful in the future than his previous life. But Feng Yu did not say it out. He will have to do lots of explanations about how he could let Lenovo be more successful and will have lots of problems. Feng Yu could only keep quiet. He will let his result do the talking. Feng Yu looked at Director Li, Lu Chuanji, and the rest being interviewed by the reporters, and he quietly left the place. Chief Jia, I am here to see you. Why are you not letting me drink a cup of good tea? Feng Yu grumbled as he sat in Deputy Station Chief Jia's office. He was drinking a cup of tea. This is the best tea leaves I have. I do not have any other better tea leaves. My monthly salary cannot even pay for one of your meals. Why are you here today? Do you have anything for me? Deputy Chief Jia laughed and asked. Every time Feng Yu came to look for him, something good will happen. For example, the health product scandal that occurred recently had led to CCTV receiving many praises from the public. The higher-ups had also noticed Deputy Chief Jia. Nothing much. I just happened to pass by and came over to pay you a visit. Manager Feng, since when have you heard of people paying visits to others empty-handed? Deputy Jia joked. If the leaders heard what you just said, you would be in trouble. You are asking for bribes. Fine. Since we are friends, you just tell me an amount. I will write you a check now. Feng Yu pretended to take out his checkbook from his pocket. Fine. You must be here for a reason. If you do not have anything, you will not come and look for me. Deputy Jia looked at Feng Yu, who had slumped back on the sofa. From Feng Yu's sitting posture, he knew that Feng Yu was a lazy person. How could such a lazy person visit him for nothing? Chief Jia, your words had hurt me. Just when Deputy Chief Jia thought he had misunderstood Feng Yu, he heard Feng Yu said, but to prove that Chief Jia's words are right, then I will think of a request. Deputy Chief Jia, you are asking me for a favor just to prove I am right? Deputy Chief Jia glanced at Feng Yu. I knew that you must be here for something. Chief Jia, can I ask you a question? I am just asking. Is it possible to set up a private TV station in China? Feng Yu looked at Deputy Chief Jia eagerly. Deputy Chief Jia was leaning back on the sofa. But when he heard what Feng Yu said, he immediately sat up straight. What did you say? Private TV station? You want to set up a TV station? What was Feng Yu thinking? How can there be a private TV station? News and media should be controlled by the government. This was the national policy. This brat was thinking of setting up a TV station? Could it be that he had thought of some good programs? Feng Yu had helped to plan the New Year's Eve gala dinner program and made many suggestions for the Spring Festival gala night, making it successful. If it wasn't for Feng Yu had no interest in going into the government service, Deputy Chief Jia would surely recruit Feng Yu into CCTV after he graduates. That's right. Set up a TV station and air some movies and dramas. Can this be done? Feng Yu asked. Feng Yu's primary purpose of setting up a TV station was for TV shopping. As for the movies and dramas, he was not too concerned. He can just buy the rights of some old films and shows. It will not cost much. Currently, there were only 4 channels in CCTV, and 3 of these channels were not broadcasted via satellite. Only the regions near to Beijing could receive the signals for these channels. All Feng Yu needs to do was to produce an outstanding variety program, and he will have the viewership. It will be enough to support his TV shopping channel. No, Deputy Chief Jia replied. TV stations cannot be run privately. You can forget about it. Did you think you can own a TV station in China like other countries? Let me tell you, the government will never approve this. Feng Yu smacked his lips. What government policies? Government policies had always been changing. Even if it was not allowed now, it was still allowed in the future. In Feng Yu's previous life, there was not an only shareholding TV station, but there were also internet TV stations. It was a pity that the internet was still not developed in China now. If Feng Yu were to set up an internet TV station, he would be making massive losses. Chief Jia, didn't the government forbid private entities to set up newspaper agencies? But now, there were privately owned newspapers. The newspaper was also media. There were also many other magazines. Did the government stop those media? How do you know that privately owned TV stations cannot be approved without trying? Feng Yu asked. Deputy Chief Jia immediately raised his hand to stop Feng Yu. Wait, what did you say? How would I know without trying? What do you mean by this? You want me to ask the higher-ups for you? That right. You are from CCTV and is in this industry. You are the most suitable person to help me ask the higher-ups. You also know a lot of people in this sector. I do not know anyone other than you. Chief Jia, can you do me this small favor? Feng Yu showed his index and thumb fingers to indicate something tiny. Small favor? Stop joking with me. How can this be considered small favor? Deputy Chief Jia almost swears at Feng Yu. Why not? You only need to help me inquire about the procedures with your higher-ups. If it is not possible, why is it not possible, and what should I do to get the approval? If it is possible, then you can help me find out what are the areas where I cannot touch. Deputy Chief Jia was stunned by what Feng Yu said. What possible or not? Since when did I agree to help you? Feng Yu, tell me the truth. Why do you want to set up a TV station? Broadcast dramas and movies? Who are you trying to fool? Chief Jia, you really want to hear the truth? Of course. Then I shall tell you the truth. What are you waiting for? Deputy Chief Jia raised his voice. The truth is, CCTV advertisement fees are too expensive. I realize that the operational cost of running a TV station is only tens of millions. The advertising fees I paid to CCTV and the various sponsorships are also about this amount. With the same amount, I might as well set up my own TV station. Deputy Chief Jia almost choked when Feng Yu said this. You want to set up a TV station to save on your advertising fees? Then I will not help you. If I help you, CCTV will lose our biggest advertising client. Wait, if this were the truth, Feng Yu would never tell him. Is this your only reason? Deputy Chief Jia asked. This is the main reason. I also want to produce a few TV programs that I like. Deputy Chief Jia got pissed when he heard this. What did you say? You are trying to tell me that you do not like our CCTV programs. You are implying that our CCTV's programs are not interesting? Feng Yu laughed. It's not all the programs. I just do not like to watch most of the programs. I do like CCTV's weather report. Weather report? Can that even be considered a TV program? Why don't you tell me that you like the news? Wait, Feng Yu had mentioned that he wants to produce a few programs which he likes? Could it be that Feng Yu had new ideas for TV programs? Do you have new ideas for TV programs? Tell me. If your ideas are good, I can let CCTV produce these programs for you. Deputy Chief Jia crossed his legs and slowly drank his tea. Feng Yu stared at Deputy Chief Jia. It was too apparent that you were trying to steal my ideas. You made it sound like you were doing me a favor by letting me tell you my ideas. Shameless. There was a saying that all government officials were thick-skinned. The higher they climb, the thicker their skins were. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.